what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your understand. You're listening, and blow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your understand. You're listening,
Hey everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm gonna try to, oh my god, I'm gonna make a lot of Discord sounds for you to listen to. Let me just switch things up so that those Discord sounds don't come anymore. We've got a lot to get through, but we've got a couple, oh my god, we got a couple of days, right, to do it, right? I'm gonna be streaming today, and I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, and I made the sensible decision to split those up a little bit, right? Instead of trying to cover everything in one day, which I don't have to do. We've got time, so today we're gonna be covering Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin. We haven't heard from these two in a while, have we? So unused to Twitch. Oh, massive boomer. Yeah, I mean, Twitch is different. Twitch is interesting. You know, I mean, like, whichever you're most comfortable with, right? Oh, wait, God, I'm forgetting things. Look, I'm gonna use magic. Boom, I cast a spell, I cast a spell. I cast a spell. I casted magic spell, yay. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we got the lights, we got the cameras, we got the action today for you here on No Comment Chick. Oh my god, thank you, Joni. Thank you for the €5. Meow to you as well. I hope you're doing well. Meow, meow, meow. And we get to see the exchange rate every time somebody gives it. So if you've got a demarcation other than USD, you know, maybe try a super chat and see what the exchange rate is. I didn't realize that was a feature, but apparently it is a feature of YouTube. When you do the super chats, it automatically exchanges the rate for dollars. I guess it's like a YouTube Streamlabs thing. My makeup is on point today. Oh my god, I hope so. I feel like I'm so late, chat. I'm getting to stream late and I'm embarrassed. It's a bad look, right? Sundays are hard. Sometimes the past few Sundays, I think I've even missed a few, right? Because it's just like something about Sunday, I just want to like sit on my ass all day. But we've got so much to cover, right? Starting with Caleb Maupin and Peter Coffin. So what's going on with these two? Do you remember Caleb Maupin? Do you remember Burger King? Caleb Maupin did some clapback to something that Thought Slime said about working at Burger King. Like, Caleb Maupin's this patriotic socialist, right? You know the Pat Socks? We're talking about Jackson Hinkle, we're talking about Infrared Haas, and we're talking about Peter Coffin, and we're talking about Caleb Maupin, right? So they are people that think that we're a bunch of woke SJWs, we're getting away from the essence of pure communism, and that there's something bourgeoisie about caring about marginalized groups, right? That we should be only talking about the workers. So they're just like massive class reductionists, right? To a scary point, to the point where, like with Haas, you know, you're talking about a Nazgul there. With Caleb Maupin, you're getting there. With Peter Coffin, you're on that road, right? But we see the kind of some of the same tendencies in just your average debate bro. They're just on a slower track towards the the patriotic socialist territory than Caleb Maupin and Jackson Hinkle and all the rest. They kind of get there fast, but yeah, Caleb Maupin is also famous for abusing his power, his organizational power, in his org to get spankies, right? Caleb wanted to get some spankings, and instead of like finding somebody who maybe just wanted to spank Caleb, Caleb like used his power in his organization, like to kind of like lean on people of, you know, just to spank him. So that's kind of what he's most famous for. Also, like I mentioned before, the Burger King meme came from the fact that Thought Slime at one point worked at Burger King, and Caleb Maupin like a Burger King. I'm sorry, it's Burger King. It's Burger King. The joke was Burger King because if you've ever watched Thought Slime changes the name on everything to be funny, and then Caleb Maupin's like, Burger King. What's Burger King, right? So that, you know, Caleb Maupin is a meme machine, and Peter Coffin is a meme machine. We have not talked about Peter Coffin in a long time. I do have one video on my channel that you might want to go back and take a look at if you get a chance, if you're curious, right? If you want to know more about Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin clipped me once. It actually wasn't, like, it was an interesting story. I believe the original person who clipped me was a fan of Chud Logic's, right? Chud Logic's got some sussy bakas in his Discord, right? And this particular fan of Chud Logic's was it's a Nazbol. I don't know why Nazbols are hanging out with Chud Logic. It seems kind of strange, but apparently there's some synergy there. There's some synergy between, you know, far right anti-SJW fake socialists and well, I guess Chud kind of fits that description too. It makes sense now, right? And little secret, shh, I'm gonna spill the tea, okay? I'm gonna spill the tea. I'm gonna give you secret information on Chud Logic, right? Chud Logic was a friend of Peter Coffin's. I don't know when that stopped. I'm assuming it stopped. I'm assuming that like it's a bad look to be like, yeah, Peter Coffin's pretty cool. Peter Coffin's pretty good. I don't know why everybody's beating up on Peter Coffin, but literally, Chud, you know that, like, you know, those screenshots exist. I'm not gonna release them. I'm not gonna release any screenshots. Just don't like call me a liar, right? Don't make me show receipts, because I do have the receipts. You're a fan of you were a fan of Peter Coffin before it was as cringe as it is now, and I mean, like, hopefully you're not there anymore. But yeah, like there is a weird synergy there. So yeah, and that was you know, came to fruition with this weird Nazbol account. I mean, I'm assuming it was a Nazbol because it went from this Chud Logic fan. You know, it was a clip of me responding to Infrared Haas, right? So I was doing a takedown on Haas. Chud Logic fan sees that, clips me, is like, ha ha ha, this bitch doesn't know what socialism is, ha ha ha, she's an SJW. Then Peter Coffin grabs it from the Chud Logic fan. So yeah, we got a little ecosystem going on here that's like some connections that you wouldn't expect to find, but they're there. They are actually there. The Peter Coffin Chud Logic nexus is real, right? And I think the only thing that's probably keeping you know, them from working together actively is just like how much Peter Coffin has diminished their brand in recent years. He said Burger King funny. That's it. He said Burger King funny. Maupin stopped being funny when it came to the weird sex cult. I mean, yeah, there's nothing funny about somebody using their organizational power to lean on people to do, you know, stuff to them, like, right? That was pretty gross. But Maupin is the conduit here, right? Maupin is the host, okay? No, yeah, Coffin is the guest, right? So Peter Coffin's written a new book. You know, I don't know if you've ever read any Peter Coffin books in the past, but they're pretty funny. They're I mean, not as funny as Caleb Maupin, but they're funny. They're funny. You know, like funny, like laugh at Peter Coffin, right? They're pretty bad, right? But this one might take the cake, all right? And look, I'm doing for you a fresh watch. I've never seen this before. This is new content, right? So if it's boring, if it's not funny, we will move right past it and get right to J.K. Rowling. I have a feeling, though, it's going to be fun. I have a feeling it's going to be great, because what we're talking about here is the woke Ouroboros, right? So I don't know, the left will eat its tail, the left will eat itself, the left is like eating its own, I guess. It's something like that, right? He's talking about a woke Ouroboros. And the first thing that I expect to happen is for Peter Coffin to be like, my new book is called Woke Ouroboros, and Caleb Maupin to be like, Woke Ouroburger King? Woke Burger King, yes. That's right. Have it your way, Caleb Maupin. It is Burger King. It is Burger King. John the Duncan talked about this book. So was it fun? Because this is my first time looking at this. It's an interview between Caleb Maupin and Peter Coffin on Peter Coffin's new book, Ouroboros, just after that Snussie. It's a very, very bad book. So bad as in not funny, or bad as in just like, wow, like really funny. Like, because bad can be good and good can be bad. Ever think of that? Just wait till this woke Ouroboros bussy leaves him crying. Yeah, exactly. Let's get into it. Let's see what they've got for us, right? I want to jump right into the content today. And if this is really good, Peter Coffin kicks him. So, no, we're not looking for the kicking. We're not looking for the pistachio kicking. See me in DC next week. Oh my god. Hey, look, Peter Coffin still exists. Wow. Summit Against Hypocrisy by the CPI. Wait, that's Caleb Maupin's institute, right? Here it is. No, that's me. God damn it. I was clipped on my own thumbnail. Here we go. Are you ready? Look at this. We're starting off strong. We're starting off really strong. Wait, how strong? Are we too strong? Am I gonna have to call Jink Uger to find out if we're too strong already? Look, let me show you this, okay? Are you ready? No, why is the thing still there? Oh my god. It shouldn't be there anymore. Briska. There we go. There it is. It's the woke Ouroboros. It's the woke Ouroboros Burger King. Is it too strong? It looks like it might be too strong. I don't know. I don't know. Beautiful. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with this morning, right? That's what I woke up to. Is the woke Ouroboros, right? So we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna take a look at this. And look, if this is interesting, if this is cool, there's also a Peter Coffin Miss 80 ACD stream on this, right? So Peter Coffin has blocked me. Miss ACD has blocked me, right? This all happened due to me being clipped by a Nazbul who was a fan of Chud Logics, right? The Patsuck Chud Logic, the Patsuck Twitch poll connection is right there somewhere in Chud Logic's server. I don't understand how it works, but it's there, right? And I'm not gonna name the person because they would love for me to actually, like, I know who you are, by the way, but I'm not gonna say their name because there's no reason to give this person free publicity. But yeah, they clipped me talking about Haas. They sent it to Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin made it go around the Nazbul sphere, so all kinds of Nazbuls got to hate No Comment Chick through Peter Coffin and this Chud Logic fan. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all of you, right? I'm so glad that you like hate No Comment Chick that much, because I disagreed with Haas. I disagreed with Infrared Haas, right? So like, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I know that Peter Coffin and Miss ACD did two streams on me. Yeah, that I'm too strong. My content was too strong. They had to do it in two streams, right? They did two streams on me. They were on Twitter, and I embarrassed them somehow on Twitter. I don't remember what I said. I clapped them though. I said something, it clapped them both, and they both blocked me. So that's the story. That's the Nazbul Chud Logic Peter Coffin story. That's why Peter Coffin has blocked me. Caleb Maupin blocked me when I used a picture of him meeting with Dugan in a video talking about Nazguls, right? And he's like, how could you dare insinuate that I'm a Nazgul? I'm obviously not a Nazgul. You're sitting with Dugan. I'm sorry, I'm not the one who sat you down with Dugan, okay? Don't blame me, Caleb. But he came to my comments. In fact, I think his comment is probably still on the video if you want to go check. It's the Nazgul Vortex Part 1 or whatever. Like, it's an old video, right? But it really made Caleb upset, and after that, Caleb blocked me on Twitter. So I'm blocked by Caleb Maupin, I'm blocked by Peter Coffin, I'm blocked by Miss ACD. These people, not fans of NCC. What's up, Natalie Marie? Meow, meow, meow. Let's see what we got. I have no idea. I have no expectations for this at all. Other than technical difficulties from leftist audio.
Now, if you have something you want to ask Peter or I, by all means, feel free to send us a super chat.
By all means, feel free to send us a super chat so we can go and get some Burger King.
Feel free to tweet this out. This book is really something important. He did a lot of very important research. So it's going to be really fun
it's a collaborative effort?
All right, everybody, let's do it.
Of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can...
Oh my god, is this Caleb Maupin's intro? Is this Caleb Maupin's intro? Wait, I don't remember this. Does anybody know this?
...be and must be the century of the common man.
Is that Wallace? Is that Vice President Wallace? Do you know, I don't even know who this is.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of. And
oh my god, oh my god. This intro goes hard, doesn't it?
organize the economy.
Look, now this is weird, right? This is a weird intro, because like, right, my understanding is that these PatSocs are kind of hostile to any like green energy initiative. We're seeing windmills here, though. Just seeing a wind farm.
Serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
Out of the movement and into the masses?
We
Okay.
need a government of action.
Government of action. Damn. Like, this is a long intro, too.
Welcome.
Okay, well, that was something. That was something. Whose species has he mashed up? There's Martin Luther King. It's a ripoff of Frontier Psychiatrist. Okay, by, what is that band? The Avalanches? Yeah. No Nazis, no turfs. We have tomato juice and we will use it. The Nazgul should be afraid of me. Like, well, they are. They're all afraid of me. Like, Haas is afraid of me, Caleb's afraid of me, and Peter Coffin's afraid of me, and Miss ACD is afraid of me. They're all afraid of me. There's some weird power that I possess, right? The power to fuck up my video by jiggling the table. Wait, is there a way I can, like, not do that? Because that would be great. That would be, like, that's one of the things that burns me. Every time I'm editing my video and I go bum, 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 and it's not me bouncing on the trampoline. I hate that. I hate that.
Everybody, and welcome to my friend, special guest, Peter Coffin. Welcome, Peter. How are you doing?
Wait.
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
Wait, do we have the... We do. How long ago? This was 1 month ago. Is this the beard dye job? Do you see? Check the beard dye job, right? Does anybody have the picture? There was like a picture of Peter Coffin in scantily attire with their beard dyed. Was it red, white, and blue? If anybody has this picture, I would love to see
I'm
it.
good, and I've read a lot
Wait, that's yeah, the beard dye job.
of your new book.
Right? Am I wrong? Is it just the lighting?
I guess first of all, tell us like the overall concept of the book.
Wait, so it is Peter Coffin's book. It is Peter. It says Peter Coffin. Like he said something about like we've worked so hard on this. I don't know what they mean. I don't know what part was collaborative. I'm curious now.
Tell us how to pronounce this second word.
Vamps was right. Vamps, you were right. Vamps predicted that Caleb Maupin would not know about this word. What is this word? What is this word that you've got? Ouroboros Burger King? Vamps was right. Vamps predicted this, right? Welcome Moni, welcome Koenig, welcome JR Wolf, welcome Gazebo, welcome V, welcome Zera, welcome Deemstars, welcome Geek Prime X, welcome everybody, welcome Science Scientist. Yeah. Good to have you all here. Vamps wins again. Vamps predicted this. Vamps got this right. Yeah, he doesn't know how can you tell us what this word is? So at the very least, Caleb Maupin can't pronounce this word. At the most, maybe Caleb Maupin doesn't know about the Ouroboros Burger King.
I haven't pronounced it yet. I don't.
Ouroboros.
Boris. Okay, see, I almost said Ouroboros,
which is
Ouroboros.
the concept of a snake eating its own tail. It's
the concept of a person on television kicking themselves in the pistachios.
It's something that's seen in various different mythologies, and also Full Metal Alchemist, which is an anime.
Any Full Metal Alchemists in the stream? Any fans of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, or like I should watch that. I should. That's a classic. Oh my God, what are we doing here? Like I'm so unprofessional here. Lighting. Thank you. There we go. There we have lighting. Starting off strong with citing anime. Well, here's something else that's really interesting, right? I was looking for the initial concept for the thumbnail that I came up with, and this is a bad idea. Like, right? I'm glad that we didn't end up going with this particular idea, but the original concept. It was gonna be Peter Coffin's head on the snake eating its own tail, right? And in search for that, like in an attempt to make that happen, like you gotta have the right face. So if you wanna show somebody eating his own tail, it can't be that face. That face that he's showing us right now, that's no good. You can't take that face and turn it and somehow make it look like, yeah, it's a snake head and it's eating its own tail. That's never gonna work, right? You need a pog. You need for Peter Coffin to pog, and we kind of found Peter Coffin pogging in a picture. Problem was, it was a very old picture of Peter Coffin. It was unrecognizable as Peter Coffin. It doesn't look like Peter Coffin looks right now, and Peter Coffin was pogging to the game Final Fantasy 13, which is one of the only Final Fantasies I've played, and therefore one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Right? I need to play part 2 sometime. I need to finish part 2, but like the fact that Peter Coffin was excited about a video game that I like was a little bit disconcerting, and it's the same kind of disconcerting feeling many of you in chat might be experiencing right now, where you're like, wait a minute, I like Full Metal Alchemist. Peter Coffin likes Full Metal Alchemist, and you got to decide, do I like Full Metal Alchemist so strongly that I'm willing to be like, you know what, I don't care. I don't care if it's Peter Coffin's favorite anime. I still like it, or not.
Wow. Very good.
But the idea is basically a Marxist critique of wokeness that takes the concern.
Oh God, this is gonna be so good.
Is supposedly addressing seriously, as well as sort of showing, as a snake eating its own tail, how wokeness is criticizing racism, bigotry.
Wokeness will eat itself,
etc. What ends up?
Is this loud enough, or do we need to boost their volume? Look, leftist audio may have problems, but it's nowhere near as bad as PatSock audio. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Executive decision. We're going to turn off the background music. Are they loud enough? If I need to turn them up, I can. It's a top tier show, so I should see this. I should see Full Metal Alchemist. Peter Coffin be damned. White people fear-mongering about wokeness is just, yeah, neo-Nazi rubbish. According to Google, Maupin dissolved the CPI in 2022. He still got the intro, though. He still got the intro. You just, yeah, it was the spanking arc. It was, hey, what's up, Pedro? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you. pronouncing names strangely here. Pedro should be an easy enough name for me to pronounce, though. So what do we got? What do we got? We got Peter Coffin, we got Caleb Maupin, we got Burger King.
Creating
Are they loud enough, though? I need to know from you. If anybody thinks they're not loud enough, I can turn them up.
I said in the subtitle, segregation and essentialism.
Yeah, well, you cover a lot of territory in the book. You cover, the main theme is how wokeness is kind of, reinforcing the things that is intended to be fighting against. You talk about the history of Marxism in America. You talk about corporatism and the commodified identities. I don't know quite where to start. Maybe you want to define essentialism. Maybe define that. That could be a good place to start.
Essentialism is basically...
Yeah, Black Phillip says the CPI stands for Caboose Pummeling Initiative, right?
Taking the idea that a person...
I can't believe I used to enjoy Peter Coffin's videos some years ago. Yeah, I think I remember seeing one video and being like, oh, cool, a video about communism, a video about socialism. And there was like one little thing that I disagreed on, and I said it in the comments, and Peter Coffin got big mad at me. I actually got blocked from Peter Coffin's YouTube channel before I got blocked by Peter Coffin and Miss ACD and Caleb Maupin on Twitter, right? So I've been blocked by all these people, but I forgot about that. My first experience of Peter Coffin was getting blocked by Peter Coffin on YouTube for disagreeing with not even the entirety of his video, but like I had some like little thing to disagree about, right? And it was too much for Peter Coffin.
Is, well, in this context, a person, you could use essentialism for more than people, but in this context, it's about people being a sort of fixed, specific thing, regardless of context.
Wait, what?
It pretty much throws out the Marxist idea of the...
Okay, so that's identity politics, right? He's saying identity politics essentializes people into this fixed thing. That's your identity, and if we have other identities other than worker, then that puts the whole that throws out Marxism becomes unworkable, right?
Conditions and economic relationships.
Oh, also, by the way, that is my tweet for today. If you see, I've just put it into YouTube chat and Twitch chat. So if you want to help me out, if you want to help us out, if you want to help my channel grow, give that tweet some love, give that tweet some likes, give it some retweets, and maybe even think about giving it a comment if you have something to say on it. If you can just slowly, quickly navigate away onto Twitter, and there we go. It's pinned in both chats, so there it is for you. If you want to interact with it, it helps me out a lot. Also, if you're on YouTube, please hit that like button. I cannot stress how much YouTube cares about whether you hit that like button at all. So don't even think of it as a like button for the video. Think of it as a like button for me. If you like me, if you want me to succeed, then hit that like button, or just hit that like button anyway.
Effect on what human nature is. It's essentially, there is a fixed human nature. People are a certain thing. Subsets of people are biologically stuck a certain way, and that's just like that's how it always is. Women are crazy, emotional creatures, and men are stoic, strong.
Wait, now is he just straight up talking about essentialism here? I'm curious.
Is intended to be fighting against. You talk about the history of Marxism in America. You talk about corporatism and the commodified identities. I don't know quite where to start. Maybe you want to define essentialism.
Okay, it is essentialism. Okay, I was just making sure.
That's how it always is. Women are crazy, emotional creatures, and men are stoic, strong leaders, and that.
So I'm wondering how he's going to tie this in. Like, does Peter Coffin think that identity politics, or in other words, caring about marginalized people, does he think that implies or necessitates an essentialism? Does he think that that in being a feminist, you're saying that I'm a feminist because women are frail, weak creatures who are prone to hysteria and outbursts of emotions, and I don't know, that doesn't sound like any feminism I've ever heard of.
black people are less.
His eyes got so big when he said black people.
Like, these are all essentialist positions. It's not necessarily automatically bigoted, but it will always
Wait, no, that stuff is. The stuff that you just mentioned is bigoted. There's no getting around that, right?
The foundation for bigotry, if you pursue the logic to its conclusion.
No, you were already at bigotry. You were already there, Peter.
Absolutely. Now, why don't you start out by laying out what the Marxist view on the question of race and gender is?
Well, that's, I would say, arguable. I see all day, every day, people arguing what sex and gender, the stuff on Twitter, people saying that the Marxist view is one.
Sure, but in the book, you're contrasting, the standard, dialectical, historical, materialist understanding of various oppressions that people face with this kind of very popular woke,
right,
check your privilege, SJW stuff. And so I guess an important place to start is to just define how it is that Marxists have addressed these kind of questions originally before we get into the distortion.
Well, I mean, if you go back to Engels with the private property, the origin of private property, the state, etc., the family, private property, and state. Sorry,
Yeah.
Oh, good question. Pedro says, does Peter Coffin still use they, them pronouns? My understanding is that no. My understanding is that in joining the Patriotic Socialists, which was kind of a coalition of, I guess you could call them like radical class reductionists on one end and straight up Nazguls on the other end, right? We're talking about Haas, we're talking about Caleb, we're talking about Peter Coffin, we're talking about Jackson Hinkle. These people were all thick as thieves at one time. They have since broken apart and are no longer, they're no longer besties, right? But in being a patriotic socialist, which, kind of means being a MAGA socialist, right? So conservative Marxism, conservative socialism, MAGA Marxism, right? That's where we're at, right? And there just wasn't any room for pronouns. So my understanding is that Peter Coffin has renounced their pronouns. And it was always a strange thing anyway, that like the way that Peter Coffin talked about pronouns was that my pronouns are they, them, but if you agree with me, anything is fine, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, I want to be called they, them, but if you're my friend, you can misgender me as a treat, I guess, right? That was kind of the way that they originally, talked about their identity, talked about their pronouns, right? Maybe under this whole thing, you're not allowed to have any identity other than worker. And so something like being non-binary might be something that Peter Coffin had to give up. But regardless, when Peter Coffin joined the Patriotic Socialists, that was when Peter Coffin stopped using they, them as pronouns.
Anyway, if you go back to that, the Marxist view of it is a historical one. It is based in the context of relationships of society. Liberation is addressed in a manner where...
I was in a Discord when Peter Coffin jumped in a month ago. They still go by they, them, so they said... They still said a month ago. Well, like I said, they're no longer... There's been some... So Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, obviously still friends. As far as I know, though, Peter Coffin and Haas they're not friends anymore. I think that the Haas Hinkle connection has been severed, right? And those are the MAGA Marxists, right? To the extent that Jackson Hinkle is, even trying to pretend to be a Marxist, right? Those are the more like right wing, and so any concession of, like, for instance, Peter Coffin took their pronouns off of their Twitter, right? That was probably to avoid being made fun of by the other Pat Socks, at the very least.
Economic conditions are considered, like coercion. What is imposed in terms of rules. These are
And J.R. Wolf, you don't have to tell me what Discord it was. I just wonder, was it Chud Logic's Discord, right? Because I'm kind of curious about this. This is something that I just remembered about Chud Logic. When I used to talk to Chud Logic would defend Peter Coffin whenever Peter Coffin came up. And Chud's point was that he had met Peter Coffin and he didn't really see what the problem with Peter Coffin was. That, like, you know, people maybe just don't know Peter Coffin. And if they were to know Peter Coffin, they might think differently about Peter Coffin. And yeah, it was this kind of weird thing of like, just like, okay, you're like the only person I know that defends Peter Coffin, but whatever.
a material outlook on what is different in terms of roles, in terms of position, in terms of what you're allowed to do. Whereas the liberal, at least the recent liberal way of addressing identity is more of a kind of fandom, more or less. It's you sort of get yourself involved in a group. And
okay, it's a fandom, like, right? So wait, if I'm in a trans affirming like community, right? Is it because they're like fans? Are they like fans of me because I'm trans? Is that the deal, that they're like, dude interviewing him is really trying to help, really trying to help him out. He doesn't seem to know, they don't seem to know anything about this book. Seeing Coffin talking about how economic coercion works. Vomit.
And that group is fighting for its rights. But I would argue that a lot of the time it's not about rights. It's more about just promoting that group, marketing that.
Is it about social capital?
That group and contrasting it versus another group.
This is just Chan arguments reworded. Trans people are a fandom and the woke is eating itself. Yeah.
Which is also promoting and marketing itself.
Malib Puffin.
It's sort of a marketization of what is ultimately
remarkable how bad Coffin is at talking about his book. The Duncan video is very funny.
I think their conception of what gender,
I mean, like, look, all I gotta say is more like John the Duncan. Am I right? Oh my god.
What these sort of ideological things are. It's more of a, like, making public what is private.
Bad joke. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Exactly
I apologize. Boo.
How a lot of people who are Marxists.
Boo. Get better material.
Say, like, make all these gender arguments for and against, because they aren't really coming from, like, what is the social role? What are the conditions that led to...
Make all these gender arguments for and against? Is he, like, including TERFs in this? What's up with this? Peter Coffin has blue hair. A coincidence? I think not. Peter Coffin still does have a blue beard. I'm curious about the blue beard. Where does their blue beard... I mean, like, I know they had it for the... Like, I thought they just did the beard dyeing for that Pat Sock photo shoot that they did. I don't know. All these gender arguments. Can we just get back to... Yeah, can we just get back to class reductionism already?
That social role. Why are we considering this a different category than this? Is there a justification for this that makes sense in terms of historical context? Is there...
Well, and it's weird because, like, the way that Coffin is grokking this, you get the feeling that, like, society wants to embrace trans people and be like, you're just people. And the trans people are like, no, society. We are trans people. We are different. We are better than you because we have social capital. You are just people. You are just workers, but we are magical trans people. That's right. And we want we want to be special. I don't know. It's not really how it goes, right? It's like this is a bizarre thing. Like the identity is formed not out of an intent of a group to exclude themselves. It's because the group is excluded, because the group is marginalized, because the group is outcast from, you know, whatever default, society from the group that actually does have power. But the way that Coffin wants to see this is that identity somehow is a power. This is Coffin's whole social capital thing, right? That like that me pointing out that I'm trans is somehow me like holding power over those that are cis, right? It doesn't make sense. I took the blue pill. You did? Wait, it's the medical condition. I know what you're talking about. The blue calm. Yeah, exactly.
Is this simply an ideology? Is there a version of this that isn't an ideology and is more based in material concerns? And is that being co-opted, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at racism, I mean, the way that the Communist Party historically understood the issue of race in America was in the context of a national liberation struggle.
Yes.
Black people constitute a colonized people, an oppressed nation within U.S. borders. And just like if you were in England and you were fighting against the English capitalist state, you would support the liberation of Ireland. You as a working class person in America would support the liberation of Black people and their struggle for national liberation against the U.S. imperialist state. And when it comes to the family and gender, Marx and Engels did a very good job of showing that there's not a permanent setup, right?
Exactly.
When I was a kid, there used to be a bumper sticker, and it would say, marriage equals one man.
To quote Sophie from Mars, whenever Maupin points his finger, there's a Jewish person on the other end. Native Americans were also colonized. Yeah.
One woman, and then it would have a Bible verse. Well, I used to mess with people and joke with them and say, it's funny. How many wives did Ezekiel have? How many wives did Abraham have? How many wives did Moses have? And if you look at it, I mean, it's like the family, the way it's been set up has changed throughout history. And that as the economic base changes, the superstructure changes as well. And that, institutions like government, family, there's not like some sacred, holy, eternal way these things are, and that they are in flux. And I think that is, that's what Marxism teaches us, but that is not what wokeism is putting out there on neither of these questions. And you did a really good job of showing that it's almost like, this kept coming up throughout the book.
Now, this is funny. Unfortunately, nobody's there. We don't have Brianna Joy Gray to join in and say, by the way, Caleb Maupin, what exactly do you mean by wokeism? What is woke, right? Nobody's going to ask them to define that, right? They're dealing and they're catering to a market that already perceives wokeness, that doesn't have to have it explained to them. And they aren't particularly invested in any definition, any explanation, any coherent framework as far as wokeism goes. They just know they're playing to the anti-fandom of wokeism without really asking, what do they mean by woke? What does that even mean, right? Wokeism tells me to be gay and smooch hot ladies. Seems like wedge driving. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not like a workable approach to solidarity, right? Which is what they're trying to pretend it is. Maupin doesn't want to explain what he really means by international bankers. True. Woke is whatever I don't... Exactly. You got it, Kegso. Woke is whatever I don't like. Yeah.
It's almost like these people don't really want to solve these problems. They just want to kind of virtue signal and get points for looking good about them. Talk about that.
Yes. Well, talk about all my social capital. Peter Coffin. Tell me how I am actually the strongest person, the most privileged person on the left because of my social capital. Tell me about how wokest liberal culture like hoists me above those who don't have the social capital that I do as a trans person, right? Tell me all about my privilege, Peter. I want to know.
Like I said, I think that it ultimately comes down to kind of a fandom and marketing.
They're fans.
Thing. I think that we've, as a society in the United States, been...
Have we got any NCC fans in chat? It's a fandom, apparently. It's a trandom as a... Oh my God, no.
Trained to see things
as
sort of a competitive consumption situation. If enough people consume this thing or this way, then that will be responded to in the market.
Oh my God, yeah.
So
yeah, ask all the murdered Black trans people about their social capital.
The ultimate problem of that,
social Bolshevism / PC culture / woke, it's just the same old neo-Nazi argument about anyone who, that's what it is, right? It masks itself as being the function is to protect class consciousness, right? That there's all these other identities that come in and get in the way of class consciousness, right? But really what it comes down to is really similar to what you'd hear from Jordan Peterson, as V is pointing out, right? This is basically, what they say, the Nazis called it, social... No, wait, oh my God, I'm trying to remember what this was. Like, I haven't watched enough Peterson lately. They made a modular laptop? Amazing. Irene's Trandom has 1 million trans, and I'm... Yeah, all right, there we go. There we go. We got that quote. Wait, what am I trying to think of? Cultural Marxism. God, it took me a second, right? Cultural Marxism is the Petersonian distillation of what the Nazis called cultural Bolshevism, right? And then these people are doing kind of the same thing. Their wokeism runs in parallel lines, and people in chat are already pointing out, where Caleb has done dog whistles, right? I haven't heard the Judea... Yeah, I mean, like, that's the idea, right? When the Nazis were saying cultural Bolshevism, they were proposing an idea that there was, like, somehow Jewish culture had captured was like running the Bolshevik revolution. And I mean, this is in Germany, which is seeing like Russia as a potential enemy, and obviously also Nazi Germany, looking at Jewish people, and even looking at their own culture and trying to find elements of their culture that they can blame and blame on Jewish people, right? Because that was what that's the whole idea, is like this, the anti-Semitism is about seeing Jewish people as at the same time, incredibly weak and incredibly strong and smart at the same time as, they're dragging down Germany. They're also like the masterminds, like changing German culture. And I mean, this runs parallel to both Jordan Peterson's cultural Marxism argument, which is like, it's just a reskin, like, right? Jordan Peterson, it was so brazen the way that he did that, right? Because you'd think that he could have called it anything, right? You'd think that if you're going to recycle the idea of cultural Bolshevism, if you're going to recycle an anti-Semitic trope, you might want to get more than just the paint job changed. You might want to just change more than just like, oh, we'll call it cultural Marxism, and there we go. Not Bolshevism, but Marxism. That they'll never know. This is the same car. Right? Just like it's like Grand Theft Auto, and you go to the paint shop, but they don't change the plates or something. Like, how is that supposed to work, right? The stab in the back mythology. Yeah, I attended Karl Marx School for Trans Wizardry.
Is that especially at an imperial level of capitalism, the market is not working just straightforwardly. I demand it, you supply it. That's silly. That's something that stopped once large-scale industry happened. And people end up, following a certain ideology of, I'm this, I am advocating for this, I'm competing in a fandom market for this. And then ultimately what that does is just makes everybody, who a lot of people do have legitimate grievances in terms of their identity group. I'm not saying that that's not true, because it is absolutely true. But that's not being addressed. It's ultimately a bunch of different...
Corcoran, you bring up the idea of class consciousness and class reductionism. And like, these two are great examples of that, right? They're proposing the idea that acknowledging identity, not an identity that's chosen per se, but an identity that's sort of foisted upon you through marginalization, right? Like the concept, like Peter Coffin's social capital idea, like looks at identity as a privilege, looks and it essentially, since we're talking about like oppression-based identities, like exclusion-based identities, right? We're talking about recasting oppression, recasting marginalization as being a privilege, as being some kind of capital points. And through this mythology of PC culture, through this mythology of wokeism, which they probably can't explain any more than What's Her Fuck on The Rising, right? They probably would be stumped in the same way. Should Brianna Joy Gray drop out of the sky and ask them both, what do you mean woke? What does woke mean? They're gonna trip over their dicks, right? They're gonna trip over their collective dick, right? And they're not gonna be able to explain it. But that's the way that they're trying to use the idea of class consciousness as a bludgeon to shut marginalized people up, right? And to tell those people that your oppression is secondary to this class struggle, which you are expected to show solidarity with those that are oppressing you. Got it? Are you right? It doesn't, that's obviously not how you build solidarity, right? That's obviously an untenable, unworkable, strategy. But I mean, that's what they're proposing. And in a lot of ways, you see a parallel between this class reductionism and what Vosh is selling. I know, I mean, it's different too. Like, right, I'm not comparing Vosh directly to the Pat Socks, right? Because there's a difference to, like, his stuff is less about class reductionism and more about just maintaining hierarchy, right? But it does the same trick of folding intersectionality into a liberal framework and saying, don't touch that. That is the tool of the enemy, right? We're going to use class consciousness. I mean, you're not going to hear that from Vosh, right? You're not going to hear much about class consciousness from Vosh, but yeah, there's like a striking similarity. And I pointed out this before, right? The person that clipped me sent my clip to Peter Coffin to get Peter Coffin to send it all around the Nazgul sphere, was in Chud Logic's server, was a Chud Logic fan, right? Was somebody that still talks about me to this day, right? And I don't know. I feel like there's a connection. I feel like there really is a connection, right? Despite the fact that obviously Vosh hates these people hate Vosh, right? It's not that kind of connection, but there's a similarity. There's a parallel in their rhetoric.
Different shades of an ideology that draws a lot of lines to turn people against each other, while the ruling class.
Wait, who called Naomi Klein a neo-Marxist? Was it Maupin or Coffin?
That's just sort of,
or Peterson,
virtue signals to whatever is most popular at the time, and that gets the other group angry, and then eventually they switch on that, and it just goes back and forth. There's never any solution because there's never any addressing of contradictions in relationships.
Sure. And I guess, it makes me think about.
So contradictions meaning, the way that there's a fundamental contradiction between the capitalist class and the working class, and that is that it is in their interest for us to work as much as possible, produce as much as possible for the least amount of pay, and it's in our interest to work as little as possible for the greatest amount of pay. That's an example of the kind of a Marxist contradiction.
Almost like, back in the late
Chud
90s.
Logic is still a thing. Oh my god, I wish it weren't so, Kexo. I wish it weren't so. Yeah, no, they're I mean,
the early 2000s, you had stores like Hot Topic.
Like, wait, if anybody seriously out there has not paid attention, or like you've lost track of Chud Logic, or you just because like that's understandable. Like, right, Chud doesn't have a lot to offer. I don't think anybody in this chat necessarily. I don't think there's any Chud Logic there. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's any Chud Logic fans, any Chud Nation members in the chat right now. But this Chud Logic, since you may have last interacted with him, has dropped all pretenses of being a leftist, has dropped all pretenses of being on the left, and is now basically a Destiny-aligned drama streamer, right? If you ask Chud he doesn't care as long as the money rolls in. But I mean, I think he kind of does. I think he cares a little bit. Like if you look at his you know, the on stream, the computer that he uses, he'll kind of screen share the entire computer, and he's got wallpaper on there. The wallpaper is a picture of Jussie Smollett and the people that Rittenhouse unalived, right? And he's got them on there to mock them, right? Like it's not it's from some kind of I don't know, commemoration or something like that. I don't know, at least the victims of Rittenhouse, you know, the depiction of them. I don't know where the Jussie Smollett came from, right? But like, you know, like, I mean, look at what he's saying with that, like, right? People that got unalived by Kyle Rittenhouse, you're just like Jussie Smollett. But yeah, that's who Chud is now, and he's basically a Destiny waiting room, right? He's basically like a, you know, that like he's burned. Mr. Girl has burned his bridge with all of them, and you know, Chud Logic is no longer aligned with Mr. Girl. They're all, you know, Mr. Girl has written a giant manifesto, talking about Destiny and his like sexual impropriety, his manipulation. Him like sort of using his orbiters and abusing them, maybe. And it's just a big long document written by Mr. Girl exposing Destiny. Chud Logic is at the moment going over that document and ostensibly, you know, ridiculing Mr. Girl / defending Destiny. Now, I don't know. I don't have any dog in this fight at all. Like, right? I can't say like, oh yeah, like Mr. Girl's really bad, but not as bad as Destiny, or Destiny's really bad, but not as bad. Like, they're both pieces of shit. I don't want anything to do with either of them or their communities or Chud Logic or anything else. But there is a split now. There is a split where you've got the Destiny aligned people and you've got the Mr. Girl aligned people, and they're definitely two different groups now. My understanding is that Mr. Girl has also been banned from, let's see, Twitch, YouTube, and now Twitter, right? So kind of on his way to deplatforming, I guess, despite the fact that he's kind of trying to deplatform, maybe trying to deplatform Destiny and Chud Logic on the way down, but that's kind of where that group is at now. There's no pretense of leftism, or, you know, and barely even any pretense of progressivism in Chud Logic's community. It's just, let's laugh at the SJWs.
Right. Yeah. And it was like, you know, some of the kids would shop at Hot Topic and they would be punks or whatever, and some kids would shop at the Gap or at Abercrombie.
So this is what Peter Coffin calls cultivated identity. I do remember enough Peter Coffin to remember he talked about cultivated identity, and I think that Caleb Maupin is describing like subcultures here, and in Peter Coffin parlance, these are called cultivated identities.
Cromie and Fitch, and they were preps.
Oh, are you supposed to know who Mr. Girl is? Look, Kegso, you're awesome for not knowing that. You're not bad for not knowing that. I envy you. I envy you, Kegso. You don't know who Mr. Girl is or was? Oh my god. Blessed be. Seriously, you're so lucky. You are so lucky.
Or whatever, and you know, you wanted to be, there was almost like a persona that everyone was struggling to outdo everyone else and taking on, right? And it wasn't really so much.
B says, I envy Kegso too.
It wasn't really about a group so much as it was about kind of your individual desire to kind of outdo everyone else and fulfill the
Stepeon says, based normie Kegso
stereotype.
Hey, Buffy.
The best or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can.
We're just here being jealous of Kegso for not knowing who Mr. Girl is. God, I wish I didn't know who Mr. Girl was.
See it also with, I've mentioned it a couple times already, but I like using fandom as an example. Mm-hmm. You've got your MCU people versus your DCU people, your Marvel versus DC Comics.
I mean, do they think that, like...
That is... These two things are competing, and then you have a bunch of subsets of fans competing, and everybody is trying to be the best fan. I'm the
What does that mean? What is competing? Okay, so is there any truth to this? I don't follow American comic books at all, so I have no dog in this fight either. I have no horse in this race. I have no pony in the show. Like, I have no animals. I have no weasels in this cat in this fashion show. Oh my god, a weasel fashion show! Chat, we need to do that. We need to do a weasel fashion show. Weasels on the catwalk, yes. But anyway, regardless, I'm saying that in the negative. I don't have any any care either way. But
real fan. You're a fake fan. I'm
like I like literally like, okay, what do I know about DC and Marvel? I know that DC maybe takes itself really seriously sometimes, and Marvel is a little bit more jokey, willing to laugh at itself, willing to be self-referential. But that's like literally all I know about Marvel versus DC is like, you know, Gotham City is all like dark and serious, and maybe the Avengers are less so. I really don't know comics.
a real fan. And you see that at the Marvel level, then you see it at the franchise level in Marvel. You've got X-Men, Spider-Man, blah, 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 and they all argue about which one is best. And then who is the best consumer of these things? That's
So what's the comparison? Because surely he's not saying that like competition between Spider-Man and Superman, or Spider-Man and the Hulk, or whatever is like impeding our progress towards a revolution. Like, that's not
how we eventually get our influencers and all of this. But it's the same thing in that category. I think your example of the different types of clothing, get all the kids to the mall and decide which type of thing that they are and show how much more of that thing. I'm much more of a punk than you are. I subscribe to this counterculture uniform better than you. I'm much more nonconformist than you. It's
So Peter Coffin's the guy that like walks by the like Peter Coffin like walks by a Hot Topic, right? And sees the workers there and is like, they think that they're so much cooler than I am. Oh my god. Can't they see that they're just as much followers as the cheerleaders in the football team? Thank goodness I'm independent minded. Huh. Right? That seems to be Peter Coffin. It seems like Peter Coffin has some kind of an inferiority complex. Like, and look, I was like not cool. I was not enough of a subculture. I was never one subculture, and so I never had that kind of like subculture based friends group either. But I don't like define myself by that to this day, right? I don't have like that kind of chip on my shoulder that obviously Peter Coffin does about that, right? In seeing that, like, you know, like, yeah, I mean, there's like a Hot Topic. If you're, I don't know. I mean, it's really easy to look at children, you know, of the age where they start buying their own clothes, where they start shopping for their own clothes, and say, God, they sure are consumers, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, they are. They're in the midst of capitalism, and they are, you know, trying to carve out an identity. And Hot Topic gives them an easy like choice of, do you want to look goth? Do you want to look punk? Do you want to look, you know, here's all of our, you know, recuperated versions of these once underground like subcultures. Which one do you want to be today? Right? That's so I mean, yeah, it's cringe, but it feels like that cringe kind of stayed with Peter Coffin a little too long. Woke Spider-Man is holding back the revolution. This is how France is, having one right now. There's no Hollywood, there's no Spider-Man. The French can't even pronounce Spider-Man, so yeah.
It's frustrating because it's something I've been beating on for a long time. My first book.
Hot Topic in America stopped having goth stuff ages ago. There's no Hot Topic in New Zealand, but we have goths. I was or am. I don't know which counts. Anyone what? Oh, a goth. Yeah. You know, it was weird though, because like I said, I didn't really like I kind of hung out with goth kids and with like, you know, more like scene kids, and like I just like I never picked one, right? I never, you know, put my eggs in one basket or anything like that. But I always got like dragged to places by my goth friends. My goth friends always wanted to go somewhere. My eternal hatred for the MCU has been reawakened. Why is this trash film series so hegemonic and about racist Strasserites that even racist Strasserites are invoking it and seething about trans people on Twitter, dunking on them? Oh my God. Well, I was one of those people until I got blocked by Peter Coffin and and Caleb Maupin and Miss ACD.
Custom Reality in You is also very much about that, but it's more centered on that dynamic, whereas this book is a lot more expansive in its scope.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it sounds expansive.
The thing that disturbs me the most about what you're describing here, and in some of the writing I've done, I call it like hashtag revolution. I mean, it's clearly made for social media, right?
Yes.
There's no construction of any organization, right? I mean, you know, in the past, if one were to call themselves an anti-racist or a progressive or a socialist or whatever, that meant one joined an organization and made friends with a group of other people and started to, you know, construct a community.
Wait, is your problem that it's a friend? I feel like these two don't agree. I feel like Peter Coffin feels like the problem is it's a friend group. It's kind of similar to Vosh, the left is not your social club. And Caleb Maupin thinks that the problem is that it's not a friend group. This is they have. I feel like they have two different takes here, and they don't. I'm not even sure if they realize it.
This ideology, and as a group, you started trying to achieve certain goals and pass certain laws, and that's not what this is at all. I mean, it's very divorced from anything like that. And you get into that. Maybe talk about that a little.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a really good demonstration of one of the main themes of the book, which is how a word can have a bunch of different definitions. Community here.
Define woke. That's the first definition. I would love to hear you elucidate. Define woke.
Here is probably the primary word. What community meant before is people who were linked by a common cause, interest, or location. And in the case of, say, progressives or communists or whatnot, that would be people who are intending to engage in action. And in order to engage in any type of action like that, you need to collectivize your power, which usually means finding a bunch of people that you're going to at least kind of get along with, or at least agree with, and forming or joining organizations along those lines. Community now means the marketing demographic that you're a part of. And that's really, I think, part of the reason why we've been so atomized is they've changed the definitions around on us. We have different conceptualizations of what something actually is. There's a lot, I mean, the intro of the book is a lot focused on how a lot of words mean different things to different people, and how ultimately the real definition is the one that the ruling class puts forward and tries to get people to learn, you know? And I think that dynamic has really made it difficult for people to...
Maybe France could bring out another Asterisks movie or something. I know there's a new 1010, a tant. How is it pronounced in French? It's like tant. There's a new 1010 game. I'll just say it the American way, coming out, but that's Belgian. Is it? Yeah, I feel like a lot of the band dessinées are Belgian, actually. Who is the they? Oh, who is the they that changed the definitions? Oh my God! Why don't you ask Caleb that? What Caleb loves to speak in they, in this, like, you know, mysterious they, like, right? They have different takes, but they don't care because they can unite over hating trans people.
Even start from an understanding that in order to do any of the stuff that even a lot of people, I mean, are right about. Like, I don't go through this book. Like, Woke Ouroboros isn't a book about how, you know, gender concerns aren't real or racism doesn't exist. Like, a lot of people who hate wokeness do that. Like, and I don't think that all of those, I think that some of those concerns are certainly fake. I think that, I don't think that the 1619 Project, for instance, is legitimate. I think that they're trying to revise history significantly. Yeah. But I think that racism is real, and that it is a problem that it's driven by a certain relationship to the state and to capital, and that it justifies a lot of pretty heinous crap. But because the definitions have been rearranged on us so much, and the ideology, as Marx said in the German ideology, the ruling ideology is the ideology of the ruling class, we end up pretty ineffective and atomized, and we don't collectivize. We don't do it. Instead, again, what we were talking about a moment ago, we competitively consume and then display our consumption to people saying, I am the best of this. Like, that's the influencer mode. Like, they made that in...
So wait, is Peter Coffin gonna compare being trans to like being a Spider-Man fan? Is that the idea? Is that where we're going with this?
To a way that you can have a job. You're the best, you know,
You're a
Marvel fan. You're
Marvel
the best video
fan?
game fan. You're the best, and you know, it'd probably make people angry to say this. You're the best transgender woman. Like that's
knew
the
it!
influencer mode.
I
And
knew
that's
it!
what people
Oh
are
my
ultimately
God!
looking to be, as opposed to a part of a real community that organizes people and attempts to.
I knew he
change
was.
things.
I called it.
Right, and that
I called it.
when your goal is to be the best, it stops
CC
being about
was
trying to
right.
find unity with people and trying to
Even when she's not trying to be
trying to
right.
bring people together
Yes.
to achieve something. It starts being about, well, if anyone comes along who might be doing it in a slightly different way than you're doing it, or might be able to hit it from a different angle, you have to immediately find a way that they're wrong and you're right.
Yo, I mean, I'm always looking for people to hit it from a different angle, but that's like,
And that seems to be a big part of the social media aspect of this. There's no desire to find common ground whatsoever. It's almost the opposite. It's that, you know, people immediately want to find a difference to justify their existence.
I tweeted earlier today. The other social media group is stupid, and mine is great. And I attributed that quote.
oh my
I
god,
attributed
you're a
that quote.
genius! What a banger tweet! Damn. Too bad I'm blocked and I can't like and retweet that shit. That sounds awesome, Peter.
Everyone.
Well, there you go.
That's,
There we
that's what
go.
it really is. It's
Best
just,
tweet ever.
I find it very hard to take communism and Marxism even seriously on Twitter anymore, because Marxism
I appreciate another angle every now and then. Yeah.
doesn't mean somebody who's read Marx and applies the understanding, or somebody's read Lenin or Stalin or Hudson recently, or Arpam Dutt, or any of these many important authors that are criticizing and outlining the way things work, stuff that we need to know if we are going to collectivize and change things. Marxism has unfortunately become one of these marketing demographics. And I didn't make this book to be like the woke book for the Marxist in your life. I made it to be a legitimate criticism, but I do think about that as I'm talking about it. Like I'm trying to figure out ways to promote it. Like I started calling it the snake book and telling people that they need to get snake pilled.
Oh no!
Well,
oh no!
one of the things you talk about in here, which I think is actually really interesting, is that in theory, a lot of this, you know, essentialism, a lot of this wokeness, you know, is about wanting to encourage people to raise awareness about racism or raise awareness about gender oppression.
Wait. He just analogized wokeness and essentialism, like, right? So like I thought that what Peter Coffin was trying to get at was to say that like wokeness is like a component or like a presupposition, or sorry, not wokeness, but that essentialism was like fundamental, was underlying wokeness or something like that. Caleb Maupin just equated them. Caleb Maupin just like essentially implied they're the same thing.
Or about the oppression of trans people or something like that. But the way these folks conduct themselves, it actually deters people from talking about those issues.
Absolutely.
Because what if they do it wrong, right? And I think touch on that. Go on, what you're going to say about that.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about there. Firstly, again, I've said this before already tonight. A lot of those things have legitimate grievances, and that stuff isn't like all correct. It's not all a legitimate grievance, but some of it definitely is, and it's important to take seriously. The way that wokeness frames it makes it impossible to take seriously, because these ideologies are oriented towards
Oh my god, I have to
They're
pee.
oriented towards competition. They're oriented towards
I have to
the
pee.
splitting
Be
of
right.
people. And
Wait, no, I've got to
I
listen
went
to this
into it
while
on
I pee.
intersectionality in the book.
That's
and CRT
important.
in the book, and talk about how
CRT, he's using.
you know
okay,
the subtitle of the book is segregation
there we go. Peter Coffin, CRT is a real thing. What's up, Woody Red?
and essentialism. There's a lot of segregation that comes forward.
You didn't get the notification today? That's messed up. We should at Twitch on Twitter. We should yell at Twitch.
From the woke version.
I want to
of
yell
caring
at
about these
Twitch.
concerns.
That makes me
Because,
mad.
In a lot of the ways that they talk about as solutions, like representation, media
Wait,
representation.
you are talking about the Twitch notification, right?
What that really is just dictating what is an acceptable version of that person. And that version of that person, like let's say, what is the acceptable trans woman, or what is the acceptable non-binary person? It's usually the version that, well, I shouldn't say usually, it's always the version that benefits the ruling class the most. In the terms of what it usually is, it's usually something
Okay.
that's going to piss off another group.
Be right back. I gotta
It sets
pee.
forward a uniform. It sets forward a set of principles. It sets forward a bunch of slogans. Sets forward expectations. And if you're not that kind of trans person or non-binary person, you're the wrong kind, and you don't exist. And none of those folks are anywhere in the media because they don't benefit the ruling class. Somebody who is perhaps gay or trans and just a regular ass factory worker, they're ignored. They're not paid attention to. And that's the majority of people that are like that. Not the majority of people we see that are like that, though. The people that we see that are like that are the kind that are bound to piss off somebody, whether that somebody be a conservative or that somebody be an orthodox materialist, whether dialectical or even a non-dialectical materialist, a more primitive materialist even. It's all oriented towards conflict. It's all really just it's there, like, and it's not just trans people and non-binary people, obviously. It's also different races. It's also different, like the binary genders. It's all of these things. Anything that can be incorporated as an identity, whether that be, like I said, more individual things, or even I'm a Democrat, or I'm a liberal, or I'm a leftist, or I'm a Marxist. These things all become that too, because and it's not just that people don't understand these things. It's also people not applying them, because there are a lot of people that do understand, that have read this stuff, and still slot right into these dynamics because they're not applying what they understand. So we end up with consumption patterns, consumption paths for all of this stuff. And, you know, I could circle right back around to the competitive consumption thing, but I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Yeah, well, in your book, you talk at one point about something that I've talked about a lot myself, the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And then from there, you went on to talk about, quote unquote, Black Marxism, as if Marxism was white, you know, before that. You know, you want to talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, Cedric Robinson put out a book in 1982 called Black Marxism. And that title gives the impression that it is some kind of update on Marxism that would pertain to Black people in the United States. It's hardly that. Now, this isn't to say that Cedric Robinson makes no good points at all in his book. He does. There is some legitimate criticism. He leans materialist, but I think that he leans more primitive materialist. I don't think that he doesn't really like class politics. He views those things as issues in terms of addressing race. And ultimately, it turns into an anti-Marxist book. It's a book about how Marx is inadequate for the racial experience. And that's just entirely untrue. Marx isn't inadequate for any of that. Marx criticized racism. Like, Marx was very outspoken and wrote a lot about the Civil War in the United States, explicitly on the side of Lincoln and the Republicans, putting forward a lot of stuff that was published. I can't remember the newspaper that he was published in the United States. It's
New York Tribune.
Yeah, the New York, thank you. Which was essentially the Republican platform. Like, that paper was read by the Republicans of the time, which are very different than the Republicans of now, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, Lincoln put out a book about socialism, and it was positive. Like, that's a very different republicanism than the one that is around today. Mm-hmm. But that being said, 1982 was a great year for anti-Marxist Marxist books, because it was the same year that Settlers was published. Yeah. These are books that take.
Okay, so we definitely got an axe. We got an axe, and we're gonna grind it. That's what we're doing today. We're grinding axes. We've already grinded an axe against trans people. Obviously, Peter Coffin is big mad about trans people. Obviously, and this is the weird thing about them. Vosh and Peter Coffin and like the Pat Socks do not get along. Vosh will call these people class reductionists, right? But at the same time, like, there's a commonality in that they both like imagine a inverted hierarchy in which oppression, or perceived oppression, right? Because, like, according to Vosh, men are just as oppressed as women. We just don't recognize it. And maybe that oppression takes a different, more social form, according to Vosh. But, like, you know, in that framework, it's the people that are like it's basically a Ben Shapiro, like, oppression Olympics kind of framework. Like, the idea that actually marginalized people aren't really marginalized. Them being able to claim an identity, them being able to point at themselves as marginalized, is their ability to shut you up. Like, Raj will say this, you know, like, you can't have a, you know, he's not welcome to talk about Black issues because he's not Black. And it's not that he understands that that's because of that somebody else might have lived experience that might give them, you know, a better perspective on it. It's just because maybe the left is anti-white, like, right? And you're seeing the same kind of aggrievement with these two, which is, I don't know, I find it interesting, the reason that these two groups see eye to eye in certain ways and yet do not get along. Obviously, you know, these two hate Vosh, and, you know, all the Vosh orbiters and the Vosh orbiters hate them as well. There's, like, the only exception I could think of is Chariot used to be a Peter Coffin reply person, right? At one time, right? Chariot actually had a really interesting, like, evolution ideologically. When I first became aware, and I'm talking about Chariot, you know, with a 4 as the A and the 0 as the O or whatever. This is like a, you know, kind of a Vosh person these days, right? It's who I'm talking about. When I first came across Chariot, Chariot was doing things like calling out ContraPoints on the non-binary discourse when ContraPoints, like, was, you know, bitching about pronoun circles. Chariot ended up getting in a debate with ContraPoints, right? And also calling out, like, class reductionists and dirtbag leftists on their fetish for the Mark Fisher book called Exiting the Vampire Castle. So if you talk to, any like Red Scare, Chapo type people back in the day, they would be like, read the Vampire Castle, read the Vampire Castle, read the that was that was their bread book, right? And they it's kind of like not Mark Fisher's best work. There's some things that I appreciate about Mark Fisher. That's not one of them, right? I think it's one of his worst books, right? And Chariot made fun of that, right? So I kind of this was back when Chariot was called Gwen No Fear, like was Chariot V 1.0, right? And then something happened, and I'm not entirely clear about it, and I'm not gonna like bring it up. I'm not trying to cancel Chariot or anything, but there was something in Chariot's polycule that happened, and there were accusations against Chariot. They sounded pretty serious. I never really have parsed through the details to know, what's what, but Chariot ceased to be called Gwen No Fear and rebranded to Materialist Waifu, right? And at that point, that's when Chariot and Peter Coffin were just like, real, on the same wavelength, right? And that lasted for a while. And I don't know if there's ever been like a breakup. You hear Peter Coffin talk about trans people. It's hard to imagine like any trans people would want to be around Peter Coffin. So maybe it was as simple as that. Maybe, Chariot just like eventually got fed up. But I think part of it too was that like Chariot perceived herself to have been canceled. And Peter Coffin was the side of things, the dirtbag side of things that was like, cancel culture is wrong. And so like if Chariot wanted to be accepted somewhere and not be questioned and not have like, the accusations kind of just, affect her negatively, Peter Coffin's community, Peter Coffin's sphere was a great place for that, because these people hate cancel culture. So almost the fact that Chariot is canceled was like a plus, right? And then I don't know what happened. I don't know like if there was a formal breakup or just a drifting apart between Chariot and Peter Coffin. But after that, they became Chariot, and they got more like Vosh Demon Mama aligned. But yeah, that is the one connection I can think of, because I told you the connection between like between Chud Logic and Peter Coffin, right? It's that they actually used to be friends. It's a more indirect one in the Vosh community. It's only really Chariot that was terribly close to Peter Coffin at any time. And I don't think that Chariot still, at least I don't know that Chariot still is. So yeah, just some interesting lore for you, right? And again, I'm not saying this to, I'm not trying to, bring up, like if Chariot is uncomfortable with Peter Coffin now, that's, good enough for me, right? Just an essay. Oh yeah, it's a short piece. It's a short piece, and Chariot read it on stream and just kind of like debunked it and deconstructed it in real time. And it was one of my favorite pieces of content early on. So I was like a huge fan actually of Gwen No Fear back in the day. But then once it became Materialist Waifu and she became kind of a Coffin orbiter, I sort of lost track. So it was around the time when I kind of was realizing that TGT wasn't as left as they made out. The YouTube Clout Network is more convoluted than a Metal Gear Solid game. Oh my god, I've never played Metal Gear Solid. Is it good? Should I play it? Do I need to play it, Hilmandra? How is everybody? Oh my god, I'm so sorry that like my brain was like not awake at the start of the stream. I feel like it is now though. I feel like I'm good now. I'm just coming to, there's something about Sunday. It's so hard for me to get up on Sunday. Does anybody else have that? There's something about Sunday that like, I just cannot, like, I want to like, I don't know, like lay in bed all day on Sunday. But I mean, it's a good day and it's a good time to catch up on stuff, right? Is it already Sunday? Yes, it is Sunday. Confirmed. Imagine aligning yourself with Demon Mama. Well, look, like, obviously I'm not a fan of a lot of things that Demon Mama says and the Vosh Clout Network in general. I'm not trying to, cast aspersions at Chariot or anyone else. We don't hate. in other words, right? We don't hate, but I do keep track of things, and I do find it interesting, the kind of like alliances and disalliances that happen throughout time, and I find it funny that I might be becoming too left for political streamers on Twitch. What is up with that? Spark That Blood, you are right about that, though. Like, it's super weird, right? You don't have to be very far left at all to be considered a radical, to be considered beyond the pale on Twitch politics, and that it's a concerted effort. It's not by accident. It's not a coincidence. It's been cultivated this way, right? Back in the day, political Twitch was kind of like an outgrowth of BreadTube, right? BreadTube, you know, being like Philosophy Tube, ContraPoints, I guess like Vosh to a lesser extent, Xander Hall. It was just like anybody left on YouTube was called BreadTube back in the day, right? And Contra didn't even know what the bread reference was to. People would post bread in Contra's chat, and she'd be like, what is all this bread? Why do people keep on spamming bread at me? And they're like, read the bread book, read the bread book. And right, you know, Contra tried to get into leftism. Obviously, you know, her heart wasn't really into it. So BreadTube ends up being like primarily not even like leftists, but people that are in opposition to the alt-right and to the rise of the alt-right and to the, you know, if you go into the like Vosh Xander Hall zone, you're talking about like the de-radicalization of the alt-right and the rehabilitation. And we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Vosh's video on iDubbbz and what iDubbbz is going through right now. This is a former N-word Andy that actually got disgusted by his own community, actually got like just grossed out by the fact that, you know, he did videos where he'd, you know, he'd you know, take a picture with Tana Mojo. Is that how it's pronounced? Mojo? And say, you know, instead of say cheese, he'd say the N-word, right? And then like at some point people would go up to iDubbbz in public. Like iDubbbz would just be out at Kmart or something like that, or Walmart or some kind of mart. And basically iDubbbz fan would come up to him and say the N-word really loud. And like he realized at that point, this isn't good, right? It was at that point that iDubbbz realized how disgusting the commentary community was on YouTube and that he wanted no part of it. And, you know, it kind of culminated in him doing that video on Sam Hyde, which he's now hated for. He's now hated by the commentary community, the same people that, you know, used to lovingly come up to him and say the N-word, now hate him for being a beta cuck. You've always been too left for Twitch streamers. Welcome to not being a Yankee. To be blacklisted on political Twitch, all it takes is to say that Nazis are bad and we should probably not play around with them. Yeah, to be like, you know, I have a problem with a panel that, you know, with a VTube frog openly proposing the JQ. I was like, hey, you ever think of the JQ? You know, well, maybe Kanye was right about something. They're like, no, thank you, Doobie, but no, thank you. Contra on the left. I mean, she was wrapped up in this whole thing, right? You know, I mean, like the whole thing is like, it is, what is BreadTube at the end of the day, right? Because people have said that BreadTube is like, you know, a movement. You know, obviously it's not really a movement. They say, you know, it's leftist. Not entirely. There's a lot of BreadTubers who are left-ish, but not leftist per se, right? And then they, you know, a social group, yeah, in some ways, I guess. You know, it's like has to do with who's cool with who, and but they're not all cool with each other, so it can't just be that. I almost think that BreadTube, you're sort of like just seeing like where the algorithm, right? You know, the algorithm is what tells you or doesn't tell you, like, about my latest video. Like, I had a video on the Lieutenant Governor of Tennessee, how he got creepy with a 17-year-old gay guy on Instagram, despite being anti-LGBT in the legislation that Tennessee was passing, right? You may or may not have seen that, and that's due to the algorithm. The algorithm goes through and decides, like, what video should I serve you? You're a sub to no comment chick, but she just made a video. It's not about Vosh. It's not about Xander Hall. You know? These are videos you've clicked on in the past, but you've never clicked on a video about lieutenant governors from Tennessee. So I don't know, should I serve you the video or not? And it's strange things. Some of you may have seen that video. Some of you may have gotten the video, you know, seen it, you know, as an option in your like homepage, and some of you may have not seen it, and that's the algorithm. So it almost feels like the algorithm spits out kind of a distribution of like you know, content creators, or you know, spits people out into the audiences of content creators, right? And the pattern that emerges is really what we could call breadtube. Oh my god, that's an extremely long explanation, but does that make sense, chat? It's almost like the double slit experiment, right? You know, where they shoot electrons through two slits, and they expect to see just two lines, right? Because they're two electrons going through two slits. If it's a particle, it should just like come out like straight, and there's like these two slits, and you see two aggregations of where the particles landed, right? To, you know, on the right. But when you that's what happens when you look at the particles. When you observe the particles, you see that. When you don't observe them, they act more like waves, right? So it's a wave function, and instead you see oh my god, what is it called, this kind of distribution? I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, you see several lines instead of just two lines, right? Whether it's, anyway, that's what the algorithm is. It's a double slit experiment for your brain.
Marxist ideas and terms and criticize it in a manner that doesn't necessarily explicitly denounce it. Like Black Marxism doesn't denounce Marxism per se, but it does ultimately conclude that
RedTube, more like LibTube. Yeah, I mean, basically,
it is
mostly
inadequate for addressing racism. Whereas Settlers, for instance, pretends to be like Maoist, and that book follows. I mean, there are things that he quotes from Mao in it, but it's certainly not something that I would.
I mean, I have a couple thoughts here. I mean, one thing that comes to mind is that, you know, I mean, just first of all, like the term white privilege, right?
Yeah. Oh my
God. Think about
it,
right? A privilege is something that one is not.
Oh my God, white privilege. Here we go.
Entitled to, right? A privilege is something that's granted.
Yes.
And, you know, historically, Marxists, if you go back to the Communist Party in the 1930s, you go back to the Communist Party in the 50s, the Maoist groups in the 70s, they didn't talk about privilege. They talked about rights. A job is a right. Healthcare is a right. It was the term civil rights became the rallying cry of the Black Freedom Movement, because the Communist Party started the Civil Rights Congress. And that's how the Civil Rights Movement, that's why the Black Freedom struggle suddenly became the Civil Rights Movement, right? Marxism talks about.
Wait, I mean, like, that's not. Does anybody else have a problem with him mapping, like, rights onto privilege?
Rights, not privileges. And that the kinds of things that people of color experience for being people of color are not a lack of privilege. They are instead a denial of their rights. You have the right to not get shot for reaching for your wallet. You have the right to not be discriminated at your job.
White privilege is not just the it's not just the, you know, distillation of rights unimpeded by oppression that you would get if you were not white, right? Like, it's more than that. Like, what part of white privilege is that you're in some way benefiting from the oppression of others. It's not just that you are. So privilege is not just the absence of oppression. In other words, does that make sense?
You have the right to get a decent income and not, you know, get a lesser income because of your race. And when you frame it as privilege rather than a right being violated, it leads to the idea that the solution isn't to advance everybody. Rather, the solution is to remove the privilege from those who have it, right? And even that is a departure from Marxism. And I know it was a Maoist, Noel Ignatin, who is credited with the term white skin privilege.
Well, I mean, like, okay, I think there's a natural, like, aversion to any sort of social justice movement that occurs in like privileged people, where they'll interpret any sort of move towards rights for marginalized people to be to be an erosion of their privilege. But just like Caleb, they're not really seeing that like, you know, like, so he's talking about privilege being like a right? Part of it is unearned. Part of it is unearned. Part of it is like you know, the redistribution of resources away from people that are facing oppression and you know, to the beneficiaries of those.
He was a Maoist communist out of Harvard.
Just calling someone a Maoist is to try to discredit them. Yeah, totally principled Marxist here.
Harvard University, and he's the guy who coined the term, I believe. But I view that, even that term, as a departure.
It's something that Vosh and Contra fans made up on Reddit. Well, Contra was like out of the loop, right? Contra didn't know what was going on. Was it Vosh fans? Interference pattern. Yes, thank you, Shakespeare. It's an interference pattern. Yes.
From the way communists and Marxists generally have addressed these issues. What do you think?
I very much agree. I'm not a fan of the word privilege, because I think you framed it perfectly in terms of it's rather than saying all people deserve this thing, it's saying those people get this thing, and that means they're bad.
But I mean, it's a different thing to observe that, like, that privileged people buck under the idea of having their privilege identified and stated as such. Like, right? I mean, that's more of a descriptive claim, right? As opposed to like a prescriptive claim that I have to be had to be particular about the streamers I watch anymore. Over the last couple of years, I've been on Twitch. I feel like I've been exposed to too much liberal thought and worry about it rotting my brain. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's a pressure on streamers, right? There's a pressure on streamers to be a certain way. That's why I talk about clout networks, right? Part of the function of clout networks is to bring different streamers in line with somebody's perspective and you know, somebody's intrinsic goodness. Like when we talk about the Vosh Clout Network, you're brought into that because of two reasons. A, you are close enough to Vosh's takes, Vosh's views, to not, you know, kind of interfere with that. And B, you're reinforcing the idea that Vosh is you know, is there's something intrinsically good about his presence, right? That's what the clout networks are at their very base, and they can be sort of they can be like you know, they can sort of be attached to like a person, like we see with Vosh and Destiny, or they can be attached to more like a group of people, like we see with Twitch politics. Like traditionally Twitch politics, like there are centralizing figures, right? Obviously Doobie's like a big deal because he brings the audience from the politics Discord, right? But, you know, it hasn't been as much about like a centralized figure. It's been more, you know, dispersed, like, and you know, it's been yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit less like less, you know, pyramidal in its nature, but it still does kind of have the effect of pulling people towards this consensus. And I don't even think it's a liberal one, Cryptid Mage. I think that the centralizing consensus of Twitch poll is more like center right. It's more like IDW, right? And it's been a gradual tug of war with the outgrowths of BreadTube, which at least, you know, see themselves as progressive, you know, towards a more anti-SJW sort of oriented view of the world, right? Where we're gonna, you know, say that we're not, you know, endorsing prejudice or anything like that, but we're also gonna, you know, be really suspect of social justice movements in any way. Caleb doesn't know what a Maoist is. It's not MLMZT. It's something that was theorized in Latin America and is applied to the Filipino and Indian revolutions, as well as other movements. Marxist-Leninism, Maoism is just theorized as a higher stage of thought because it takes into account the peasantry, semi-feudal, and semi-colonial countries.
It has nothing really to do with the advancement of anybody. And I'm also not saying that white people don't have a less or lesser chance of being shot by a policeman in a routine traffic stop. Not. You don't go to the store for, you know, automobile
We
traffic.
get you. We get you.
But that's true. I mean, that's a real statistical fact. But that's not a privilege. That is just an example of an ideology, racism, being used to excuse violence in over-policed communities, usually poor. I heard this cited by a liberal of all. I don't remember who it was. It was on the Jon Stewart problem thing, talking about how if you control for poverty, crime, and this was crime and another statistic. I can't remember what the other statistic was, but they look about the same between black people and white people. It's that racism is a means to justify poverty in certain areas. Like, it doesn't justify all poverty, but hey, these people are impoverished, and that is why to this group. Like, there's maybe another reason for another group because we have a million ideologies now, but like the clustering of demographics allows them to say this neighborhood is a black neighborhood. This neighborhood is therefore X, Y, and Z.
The clustering of demographics? Try redlining. Try systemic racism. Or is that like, is that so hard? Like, you're acting like it's like a high school and like the black kids tend to just sit with the other black kids, and I guess they just like, you know, it's like a distribution, like it's like right, just like kind of how clustering just kind of like happens or something like that, right? And it's like, in reality, no, this is not like the people you're talking about clustering. You know, if you want to say anything, they are clustered. They you know, like redlining has a very specific effect. You can see it in certain cities, like in terms of the like stark, you know, differences in income and poverty just across the street, right? Check out these white people upset by the language of the oppressed to refer to their oppression and not meeting the standards, meeting their standards as oppressors. Yeah, there is too much fragility and resistance to conflict in favor of comforting. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, is that like look, like think of ignorance as like as a wind, right? And the wind is like blowing, right? And there's two ways you can handle that, right? You can fight it, right? You know, so like a sailboat, like, right? If the wind is blowing like this way and you want to go over this way, right? So, you know, you're kind of going against the wind. You've got to tack. You've got to go like this, and then you got to go like that, and you got to kind of zigzag your way to get where you're going, right? Whereas an easier path, you know, not both mentally, you know, figuring this out, like to do this with your sailboat, and you know, in terms of you know, the speed that you'll go, is to just like hold your sail like kind of out in front and like let it pull your boat like straight forward, like in other words, go with the wind. And that wind is ignorance, right? So there's an incentive for content creators to cater to ignorance, right? And you know, like especially when it's like privileged ignorance, right? Because it's hard to take somebody and walk them through the idea of like that, you know, okay, so you are not intrinsically evil as a, you know, because you are a white person, but the whiteness, right? The social construct on top of a social construct that defines it by it, that which it is not. I mean, that kind of is evil, right? And like, right, when you say it's, I've heard so many people hearing that argument say, oh wait, so you think that I should just unalive myself? Like, right, I've literally heard somebody accuse a black content creator of telling white people to unalive themselves when she was doing nothing of the sort. She was doing nothing of the sort. She was talking about dismantling and deconstructing whiteness, right? As the, like, that is the path. Like, if you want to be on black people's side on these issues, right? That's the work that white people need to do before you can even like talk about like really, you know, being like, I mean, the word ally is overused, and some people say that we should be thinking more about accomplices rather than allies. But to get to there, like, it involves like sort of dismantling that social construct in and of yourself, first and foremost, right? So it's not KYS, right? It's It's something really different. But like the people, a lot of privileged white people who don't have any familiarity with these concepts, when they first hear this, they react as if they themselves are being attacked, as if they are being essentialized as evil, and that's not the point. That's not what's happening. You should really read the book The Death of Expertise. It's really good. It talks about the weaponized ignorance. Nice. On the internet. I think white distress intolerance causes a lot of people not just listening and sitting with that feeling of guilt or whatever, instead of letting it instead of letting it metastasize into white victimhood. Yeah, there's plenty of there's plenty of examples of this. You can tell that Coffin does not understand sociology. He describes privilege, then denies that it's a privilege. Yeah, Peter, not being affected by racism is a privilege if your society is built on the foundation of white supremacy. Your wind metaphor makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, that's, I don't know. I'm full of metaphors for better or for worse.
They might say that it's a poor neighborhood, and that might be something that they're saying to defend that neighborhood. But at the same time, other people might say, well, that's why it's a crime-infested neighborhood. That's why we
Vosh doesn't understand sociology
need more police there
either.
And that's why you have more police there, and it's why there's more deaths in those. And also a police officer might be individually racist. We don't know that either. That's another factor. I'm talking in circles here. It's an ideology that's ultimately about justifying things that the state necessarily has to do. So if we talk about it in terms of white privilege, instead of targeting the bourgeois and the state, we're targeting the upper middle class of white people, which I'm not saying that I wish that everybody had what they have. Certainly, I think that they have more than most people do, but they're not the reason. They're not at fault. They're just kind of lucky. And yes, race might be a factor in that. Certainly, Black people are overrepresented in poorer demographics, but at the same time, they're proportionally represented in the middle class at this point. I mean, almost. It's 12% Black people in the middle class versus 13% overall. But that doesn't mean they aren't overrepresented in the poorer areas. Still, the ultimate point here is that we're stuck. We're stuck in this liberal paradigm that I was not aware that that's where privilege came from, a communist. It's odd to me that a communist, even a Maoist, and when I say Maoist, I don't mean follower of Mao. I mean the sort of not the marketing demographic of Maoists. I'm surprised because I mean that's just a fundamental violation of what we're really thinking about in terms of where power comes from. Power doesn't come from being white. Power comes from owning things and having control over things, and that it can certainly be correlated to race, but it's not. Race is not the reason.
These people are so far off from understanding what they're talking about. Right? There's so many levels removed from understand. You're getting this discussion of whiteness from Peter Coffin, like it's more than a social construction on top of a social construction, right? I mean, and it is in the sense that it's allied, it's sort of bound up in a sense of power. That's how it manifests, right? But yeah, it's just I don't know how I would even explain this stuff to them. What's up, Spankum? Good to see you.
Race didn't create those dynamics in relationships.
Marketing demographic. Most Maoists are in the global South,
and therefore, when somebody says power comes from being white, and this is what a woke Ouroboros is. They're saying in a acceptable way, white power. It harkens to the essential.
Who knew
idea that being white is the factor that gives you power. That is an essentialist idea. And even if they don't mean it that way, ultimately, if you continue down the logic, you're saying
this is so wild. Yeah, good to see you too, Meow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So wait, does he think that... Again, we don't have the benefit of parachuting Brianna Joy Gray in to ask both Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, what do they mean by wokeness? What does wokeness mean? What do they describe wokeness as? But right, he sees wokeness as being, it's looking at whiteness, or not even whiteness, but because he hasn't used that language, and to my knowledge, he's either unfamiliar or just doesn't find that framework useful at all. So he's not talking about whiteness. He's talking about the phenomenon of being part of the group, called white, right? there is a, I don't know, power, intelligence, competence permeating that group that doesn't permeate other groups. He thinks that's what wokeness is literally saying, like, wow. Coffin has accepted the right straw man of wokeness. Yeah, I mean, most likely that's what it is, right? We don't get to, it's unfortunate we don't get to ask them what they mean, because right-wingers don't know what they mean by wokeness, right? They don't agree on it. All they're doing is harnessing an anti-fandom, right? There's a whole bunch of people that have a problem with wokeness, and they see it as like a million different things, right? And so instead of trying to define, like, okay, so here's what wokeness really is, here's what's underlying all of your, anger at wokeness, right? Like, here's what I mean. They don't need to say that. All they have to say is fuck wokeness. Florida's where woke goes to die. Like, we're anti-woke. We're not, like, right. All they got to say is that we hate that woke stuff too, and they never have to actually define what they're talking about, and they don't care, because a lot of them are grifters, right? A lot of times it doesn't matter. If you can cast a broad net, you can bring in more fish, and they get the maximum amount of fish by not defining wokeness. And I feel like Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin are kind of the same in that regard.
This totally, like, surface level aspect of a person is what gives them power. So why is that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I have to view people of that demographic as powerful, and therefore I'm viewing that demographic, the opposing demographic.
Wait, like, what does he mean by powerful, though? Like, right? Because the way that he said it, it implies that he thinks that woke people look at white people as being, like, inherently more powerful. Not that whiteness itself is a way of kind of cornering, the market on power and disempowering groups that don't fit into that framework, right? That's like, he's missing so much.
The oppressed demographic as weak, and they don't realize that that's what they're saying, but that's what they're saying.
Sure. Well, I mean, a few things come to mind. I mean, one thing that...
Yeah, what is this posturing indeed? I know, Shakespeare.
That I have really, having lived in New York...
You just think you're oppressed.
City for, the past, I think, 12 years I've been here.
Yeah, you're actually privileged by your social capital. I wonder if we're going to get... When we're going to get to social capital.
One thing that I just keep...
We are not like the other girls,
coming back to is that, a lot of these folks, most of these woke folks we're talking about are white, by the way. They don't know that low-income white people exist. If you live in New York City, low-income white people are very rare. You know what I mean? You're either in the white middle class or you're not. Or you're...
Whoa. Were we talking about essentializing earlier? And now we have most of these woke people are white. I'm sorry I don't have the H-Bomber guy meme with me to say citation motherfucking needed. Right? Most woke people are white. But, like, what it doesn't really matter, right? Caleb's not, like, proposing a question of demographics or anything like that. Caleb is painting a picture. Caleb is projecting a narrative, right? It's the same narrative you've heard from the right wing. And that is, like, these are just a bunch of rich white privileged college students anyway, and they want to talk about oppressed people, and, like, I don't know. It's similar to, like, the socialism is when no money thing. If you're a socialist, you better be living out of your car. Otherwise, are you really a socialist after all? I thought you didn't believe in money, and yet you seem to have enough money to take care of yourself. Not much of a socialist, I guess. You just read Exiting the Vampire Castle. It's literally just an article. It's like more like an essay, actually. Yeah, it's an essay by Mark Fisher, and I would say it's not his best work. Have you read any other Mark Fisher, right? Because, like, I don't know if you have a basis of comparison, Lincoln, but Mark Fisher wrote a number of, let's see. He was a blogger, right? He was one of those, when blogging was hot, Mark Fisher was a blogger, right? And he was blogging about leftist stuff, like, way before a lot of, the sort of explosion of interest in leftism that followed the Bernie 2016 campaign, right? So, yeah, and he's got a lot of work. I would say that Exiting the Vampire Castle, though, the problem I have with it is it's just an angry old man yelling at clouds, right? It's you get the feeling that like he either in his class, you know, had to deal with students who would, you know, he'd say stuff and they would be like, that's kind of messed up, dude. I don't know, like, right? Because like, you know, they're more aware of things than he is, right? They're different, you know, things emphasized in their education and just, you know, in terms of the zeitgeist of their time than happened in you know, during his education, right? And like his cope to being called out by his class or to being called out by Twitter. I can't really tell which, but he got called out by somebody. It really stung. It really stung bad. And it stung so bad that he had to write a whole ass book about it, starting off with defending Russell Brand as a working class hero Russell Brand. See, it didn't age well. It didn't. That's the problem with the Vampire Castle. It really didn't age well. I don't know. Like, it's yeah, I mean, like, look at what this exiting the Vampire Castle stuff has done for us, right? Look at what it's done to the left, in other words, right? It's got us Vosh, it's got us Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, right? It's got us like unworkable leftist movements that are antithetical to solidarity because they're based on fragility of privileged people, right? So rather than working on our consciousness in the sense in that sort of sense, rather than working on the consciousness of privileged people to create the atmosphere that might be conducive to some kind of solidarity, right? We're going to reinforce all their worst fragilities. And that's what you've got now. And that's why it's so unworkable. And that's why everything kind of, you know, sucks, right? That side, in some ways, won, at least on the online left. That's what you see in Twitch poll, or actually kind of worse than that in Twitch poll. And that's what you see in like, you know, leftist communities like Vosh's, right? It's this whole idea that marginalized people need to shut up, sit down, and get out of the way of their edgy boy messiah, because we got Vosh, and Vosh is going to save us all. And if you don't, if you speak up against Vosh, you're risking all of our lives. Like, right, the Nazis are going to win if we say anything bad about Vosh. So don't bring up those screenshots. Don't bring up those bad takes. Don't point out that this dude has a fundamental misunderstanding of like everything that he's saying, right? Just get in line. Get in line, because he's apparently the best that we can do. That's sad. And that's kind of what that's the legacy of Mark Fisher's book, Exiting the Vampire Castle, unfortunately. But fortunately for you, he's written a lot of other good things. So I would encourage you to read more Mark Fisher. I know the essay is very easy to read. It doesn't take a long time. But yeah, I would encourage you to read other things by Mark Fisher. It's not his best work.
Not here, you're somewhere else, and people don't see you. And that, you know, I mean, I grew up in a small town in Ohio.
Mark Fisher is the man that complained about students wearing headphones during class. That was capitalist. Oh, okay.
Oh, there were
that was in capitalist realism.
In my town, full of white people. There were beat up apartment buildings in my town that had very, very low cost that kids grew up in. And I mean, there are low income white people all across America. But if you listen to a lot of the woke
no shit
rhetoric, every white person is living the lifestyle of a yuppie coffee shop.
No, you missed the point, Caleb.
Class existence. And it's weird because the kind of things that racist folks will say to people of color, right? Like, oh, well, they just need to get their shit together. They will say to low income white people, well, they have white privilege. So therefore, the fact that they're poor just means they're somehow inferior.
I mean, like I guess I've heard people say stuff like that. Yeah, it is another form of blaming, poor people for their, condition. It's just like what that misses out. Like if you're going to say that, like, well, because I have a lack of privilege, or because I'm economically disenfranchised, disempowered, how could you possibly call me out on having something like white privilege? Well, here's how. Try being the same person in the same situation, but being black, and see if it is basically the same or if it is fundamentally different. Or yeah, if you're getting fucked over in ways that you couldn't have possibly comprehended before, right? That's the difference. That's all it is. It's intersectionality. It's not, and the thing is, intersectionality always gets portrayed as being like the oppression Olympics or an inverted hierarchy based on oppression or something like that. Like, this is the right wing Ben Shapiro kind of straw man of intersectionality. But in actuality, what it does is it opens up a space to understand that people can be privileged in ways and oppressed in other ways, that it's like a combination, that you know, identity is complex and multifaceted. That's the central point to intersectionality, and that's what gets glossed over by all of its critics.
They have their white privilege. They could be rich. They could be Bill Gates.
Yeah, they're lazy.
Yeah. And it's very weird. Like the very same.
I noticed that in Capitalist Realism, he complains about his students reading, texting too much and wearing earbuds in class or something like that. I mean, he is very much an old man yelling at clouds in a lot of ways. I mean, like I feel like he does have some positive, you know, contribution, at least in terms of, you know, if nothing else, wordsmithing and stuff like that. But yeah, that I don't know if Exiting the Vampire Castle is exactly the best representation of Mark Fisher. But people are pointing out that Mark Fisher is problematic in ways beyond just that essay. And I mean, like, I guess, you know, well, wait, how does this work with Zero Books? So if you know about Zero Books, oh my God, I can't even remember the dude's name. Who's the Zero Books dude? Shakespeare knows. Why can't I remember this Zero Books guy? That's where a lot of Fisher's stuff is published, is under Zero Books. Douglas Lane, yeah. Douglas Lane, right? So I'm trying to remember how this worked. Did Fisher work with Douglas Lane and Zero Books before he passed away, or did that? I'm trying to remember what there's like a reason. There's like a story to why Zero Books publishes Mark Fisher, right?
Kind of words that are used by racists to put down people of color for their economic condition are used by wokes to put down low-income white people for their economic condition. And it's particularly
wokes.
really toxic.
He's insufferable.
And
yeah.
I noticed that. And I mean, the most classic example was Joe Biden when he gave that speech. You know, and he's old. I guess he slipped and he said, you know, poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it's like, wow. You know, and but Joe Biden's an East Coast guy from Delaware. In his mind, you know, poor means person of color and white means, you know, middle income. And that's not the reality economically if you look across the country. That's just not how the demographics line up. But that's a very urban East Coast way of looking at it.
I feel like there's other problems with Joe Biden's Freudian slip there than what Caleb Maupin's pointing out.
Yeah. So do you have more you want to say on that, or?
Well, with Joe Biden, that's a good example of the type of logic I was just talking about a minute ago. When you say something like being white means you're privileged, or that's where your power comes from.
Douglas Lane got kicked out of Zero Books, became a many word Andy. Really? Okay. Like, oh my God. Yeah. No, I remember hearing about this. Right? Like, does Douglas Lane just have like explosions of anger against a different marginalized group every month or so? Now he's all like, I was canceled. Yeah. Yo, Douglas Lane was so bad that even somebody like Theory Plebe, who, you know, is okay with a lot of sussy bacchus, right? Is, you know, one of the most, you know, closest to the whole Pat Sock access, you know, friends that I've ever had, right? And this is going back to like old NCC, right? This is but yeah, like even Theory Plebe, I remember, had an issue with Douglas Lane, and that's saying something, you know, considering some of the other people that Plebe hung out with. Probably the reason that we're not, you know, haven't really talked to each other in a long time. I don't have a lot in common with them, but yeah, I do remember that Douglas Lane was a bridge to yikes for even Theory Plebe.
Just cements that ideology that you're putting forward. Like maybe you do live in an urban area and you see that stuff, but you also say, you know, poor black people. They're so
Hey Nabil.
in a bad position, and it's because they're black. It's not, and the white people, they have the power over them. And you ultimately start correlating that stuff, even if you're not.
So wait, I don't buy this. He's saying that in recognizing the effects of systemic oppression, we end up internalizing like racially essentialized, bigoted notions about different identity groups, right? That it's implicit in recognizing like the oppression of black people, that somehow you unconsciously absorb this idea that the oppression is, you know, is a facet of them being black rather than a facet of whiteness being this, you know, power aggregating social construction, which defines itself by that which it's not, and disempowers those based on their lack of proximity to it, right? That's, God damn.
Not intending to.
Look, this isn't an Ouroboros that we're dealing with, right? So if you're just joining us, this is Caleb Maupin talking to Peter Coffin about the woke Ouroboros, right? Or if you're Caleb Maupin, the woke Burger King, right? But whatever you want to call it, like it's the snake that eats its own tail, just like wokeness is eating itself, just like the left will eat itself. That's the idea. That's what he's proposing here. And the funniest thing about this book is if you look at the book cover, it's Ouroboros, but the S is a $sign, right? Because I mean, I get, if you're Caleb Maupin, then we are the synthetic left. We're not the real left. We're the synthetic left. We're the recuperated left. We're the left that capitalism wants to exist, rather than the real left, which is them. You got to be a pat sock. You got to dye your beard blue. You got to say Burger King if you want to be a true leftist, right? These are the standard. You got to spank Caleb Maupin too, right? If you're not spanking Caleb Maupin, are you really a leftist? If you're not willing to, spank Caleb Maupin, despite not wanting to, you're not recognizing that he's the leader of the CPI. Are you really? Can you really call yourself a leftist?
You don't mean it. You're trying. Most of them think that they're being helpful. Like, that's the thing. Well, I shouldn't say most of them. The influencers, I think a lot of them
the
are
influencers. Oh my
aware
god,
of what they're doing. But
there's like so much salt to Peter Coffin. I feel like if I wanted to deconstruct Peter Coffin's like ideology, I'd have to start with like an emotional kind of breakdown of like, who is Peter Coffin big mad at, and how does that translate into his like warped ideology.
I think that it reinforces that urbanist, and that's the thing too. The urban ideology is the one that they want everybody,
the PMC, the influencers, okay,
across the United States to have. When in fact,
when are we going to get to baristas? When are we going to talk about the baristas? We need to talk about these bourgeois baristas and how they really are the labor aristocracy sitting there in their smug Starbucks uniform, making coffee. Right? A true mecha-tanky, okay? A true mecha-tanky does not order coffee from a bourgeois barista, right? A true mecha-tanky just plugs that coffee pod into their mecha suit, and it just kind of, the caffeine just slurps into you like in Dune.
A lot of people have different cultures. You go to the Appalachian Mountains, people are very different than...
He looked back at the city of Sodom and turned into a pillar of salt.
In New York City, even if there probably are some poor white people in New York City. I'm not saying like there's none. Obviously there are some,
sure.
But they're going to be very different than the poor white people in Appalachia. It's just not the same thing. Like, people have different local flavors, and part of the affront here is that local flavor is backwards. It's something that they associate with racism, even though they're sitting here and saying that white people are more powerful than black people.
Well, right. And that one of the problems that I would run into when I was, especially when I was in Cleveland, I'd be in the suburbs of Cleveland, doing outreach and stuff. And that you would meet low-income white people who, when you started talking about how the rich people run the government, they were with you. When you started talking about how people need healthcare and healthcare should be a right, it should be provided, they were with you. And, they were with you about the wars not being good. And the second you said police brutality, racism, or anything race-related, they would get this defensive, angry look. And then the argument was always the same. It was, I've suffered in my life, and I'm white, so therefore racism isn't real. And the problem is, their suffering doesn't in any way negate the existence of racism. It would be worse, obviously, for them if they were a person of color. But in their mind,
okay, wait. Caleb gets this. At least this aspect
has given them the class language to talk about their own suffering. And so their response to hearing about the oppression of black people.
But wait, what's the difference between this and like folding it all into? What's the difference between like the kind of like white person that Caleb's describing? That's unable to see like systemic racism as something that's real because of their own economic disempowerment and just like a class reductionist analysis, like folding everything back up into class and saying like, don't think about the rest of it, ignore the rest of it, right? It's just, class, right? And that's really convenient for people who are standing at the crossroads, the intersections of privilege, right? That's very comforting for people who have multiple axes of privilege, that to just kind of like forget about that and to not do any sort of work unpacking that, which I feel like that's a prerequisite for solidarity. And I feel like solidarity is, a prerequisite for revolution, right? And that we're not going to get anywhere without that basis of solidarity, and we're not going to achieve that solidarity without an acknowledgement of things like privilege and oppression, and maybe a better understanding of intersectionality.
Is just get this defensive. I've suffered too, so therefore I get angry when I hear about that, and it's very sad. And this is how the ruling class, they've very effectively engineered the conversation around politics in the United States to affect.
Granted, I mean, like I agree here that white fragility is a great tool in the in the capitalist like toolkit, like, right? That's really working for them, getting us to but like I don't blame black people for racism. I don't blame trans people for transphobia. I don't feel like, right, it doesn't, I feel like there's something that he's getting fundamentally backwards,
to especially render this kind of solution. I mean, one thing that's
what is the world Caleb lives in? Burger King.
Small town I grew up in. Occasionally you'd see a Confederate flag. We weren't in the South; it's in Ohio, right? So
Yeah.
occasionally, yeah, it'd be some biker would have a Confederate flag or something, but it was generally somebody was indicating that they were like a criminal or a biker. It was not associated with
They're
normal people.
badass, man.
Right. And they were displaying a symbol that was offensive, and it was not a polite thing to do. But from what I hear now, it's much more common to display a Confederate flag because it's low-income white folks that are on the defensive. They're Trump supporters and they're going out of their way to wave their Confederate flag because they feel like the media is talking about white privilege and they want to push back. And it's really, really sad. And it's really, really toxic because that Confederate flag is a symbol of, the Confederacy was not just.
So like, if I get Caleb right, it's not that he doesn't understand the impact of racism. It's not that he doesn't understand on some level like white fragility, but it's that he blames this on wokeness.
Disaster for the millions and millions of African Americans who were genocided and enslaved, and Angola, death camp basically in Louisiana, and the horrendous things that went on. But also white people in the South, they didn't have it good at all. Most white people in the South, that didn't own any slaves, they were living in extreme poverty, and they, because they were competing with people who worked for free. Slavery was awful for the white people of the South. The Confederacy was just an utter disaster. It held back the economic development of the country. It was basically an appendage of the British Empire, and it was there so the British could get cheap cotton for their textile mills. And the Confederate Constitution even had clauses in it opposing economic development and opposing government funding for building up the economy and such. And so, but to see that is the response, and it wasn't the case. People were obviously much less aware about racism when I was a kid, but people weren't waving Confederate flags. But now, in response to how weird politics has gotten in my town, there's a lot of Trump supporters, and now people are being more racist because they feel like somehow the anti-racism is an attack on them, which it isn't, right? And that's how weird these things are getting. So, I'm sure this.
That's why I wrote this. That's really why I wrote this. Like, I wrote Woke Ouroboros because I see that. Like, I'm from Michigan. I am from a small town as well. It's called Watervliet, Michigan is my hometown. It's 10 miles from a place called Benton Harbor, Michigan, which is often in the national news when they're talking about the lead-infested water in Flint.
This guy's voice is the phoniest voice. Are you talking about Caleb's voice or Peter Coffin's voice? I'm guessing Caleb, right?
Another city in Michigan that has the exact same problems. Median income, 17,000, 85% black. It's not as though Watervliet is a significantly richer place. There's a small lake where there are a lot of rich people around it, but rest of the town is basically not a lot better off. There's farms, so people have jobs, but it's not really a better per se place. But you don't have class language in between these two places, and you end up having certain segments of both towns, not necessarily my town specifically, but the whiter area. There's certain segments that just really hate each other, not because they have a real reason to, but for stupid reasons, like the ideologies that have been spread around the more primitive racism of earlier times and the ideologies of now, which has, like you said, people very defensive about their own problems because they're reducing them into, you're better off than black people, so you should need to shut the hell up. Like, and that's not the case. Like, an individual black.
Like, where's Peter Coffin getting this, right? That's what wokeism is about. It's telling like poor white people to shut up and love their minimum wage jobs in their right to work states, and the fact that they can't join a union. Like, that's not actually, I don't know where he's getting that. I don't know where they're getting this. An article about Agatha Christie books having slurs. Oh, I didn't know about this.
Black or white might be in the worst position or the best position. That's not something that is automatic. There's ideologies that justify black people's positions, but it's not just automatic that you're in a terrible position because you're black. It may be that it's more likely, like I said, because there's an ideology that justifies it. But these Trump supporters, and I try not to go after Trump supporters because I think that there are people who recognize a lot of real problems, but
you go after Trump supporters as your audience is what you do, and
misled ultimately by wokeness into thinking that their problems are not problems that.
So, I mean, I don't know what's going on now. Like, I know that there was a alliance between Peter Coffin, between Infrared Haas, and Caleb Maupin, and the evidence of this, you know, like from my own personal experience is that, like, when I got clipped talking about Infrared Haas, right, you know, disagreeing with Haas, that clip got sent from I guess a Nazgul fan of Chud Logics. This is the weirdest like set of events that I've ever experienced, right? I don't even know, you know, what is a Nazgul doing on Chud Logic's server? I don't know. Maybe they just like they both hate wokeness or something like that. But right. So I get clipped responding to Haas. That clip goes to Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin retweets it, sends it all over the Pat Sock sphere. And I've got all these Pat Socks being like, no comment chick doesn't understand socialism. She's criticizing Haas, but Haas is right. And, you know, this is like, this is so bizarre.
You know, polite society accepts as something, and thus they're not part of polite society. So they act in the way that they do. There are more, rebel flags around in the one of the northmost states in the country. Whenever I go back to Michigan, I do.
But yeah, my understanding is that, like, in Kexo, maybe if you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, there's been a break between Haas and Caleb and Coffin. Like, obviously Caleb and Coffin are still friends, but somehow the coalition didn't hold between them, right?
You see them, like I see them in trailer parks. I see them not in trailer.
And the fucked up thing here is that, like, I'm starting to hear what sounds like Peter Coffin backing away from MAGA Marxism after having embraced it, right? After having kissed Haas's ring and embraced, like, conservative communism, MAGA Marxism, patriotic socialism, what have you, right? He embraced that stuff, right? That is the Marxism of, like, somebody like Infrared Haas who, you know, basically, like, people will chant MAGA in Haas's chat. Like, they're unabashed about that. And probably part of, like, Coffin being accepted as an ally of Haas was Coffin accepting this MAGA Marxism, right? But you see him kind of trying to back away from. You see them trying to kind of back away from it. It seems like, I don't know. I can definitely not correct you. Have not engaged with this space since the lockdown. I mean, good for you again, based Kexo.
I see them in business windows. It's interesting, but it's unfortunate because, again, these problems, as you said,
oh god, the singlet,
are purely that of power relations, like, and racial problems.
Look, you can take the singlet off, but, like, you can't take the stain of the singlet off your soul, Peter. I don't know. I feel like you're going to be forever marked by your embrace of MAGA Marxism.
Those are ideologies that justify those power relations and inflict it worse on certain people, certainly. But yeah, that's pretty much.
Hey, no singlet shaming. I'm so glad these two white guys are informing me about the Black living experience, right?
Where I'm coming from on this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that come to mind. I mean, one theme that I keep coming back to on these streams is I talk about the Boston trap, right? And how, you know, in the early 70s, there was a layer.
Bring back the Boston trap. Tell everybody that it ain't no crap. Oh my God, no.
Of communists who realized that the hippies and the counterculture weren't going to make the revolution. And they didn't say out of the movement to the masses, but they had that understanding, the same thing about. And they tried, you know, the new communist movement. There were a number of different groups, the Revolutionary Union that became the RCP, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Communist Workers Party, the Communist Labor Party that Nelson Peary was the leader of. And there was an event that happened, which was in Boston. In the city of Boston, there was an anti-busing riot against school busing. It was a racist riot. I mean, these racist white Irish Americans didn't want their kids to go to school with black people. They were racist. And there were about 40 different, you know, fights that broke out and stabbings, and it was awful. And some of these communist groups, they were so into the, like, out of the movement to the masses mindset that they voiced some support for that, right? In the grounds that, well, communism is the answer, not busing, you know, and that was obviously a huge mistake, right? But then the memo that was sent out after 1974, after the Boston incident, the memo that was sent out is you can never align with anyone who's right wing, because look what happened in Boston. We made that mistake. Well, it was obviously wrong to align with the Boston racist, you know, anti-Boston folks. But that mindset that you should never align with anything that's quote unquote right wing is a trap that has led socialism off a cliff, I mean, if you look at it now,
Damn.
you have to support Ukraine. You know what?
Look, we want to ally with a right winger every now and then. Like, what's wrong with that? We got MAGA Marxism. We got conservative communism, right? This is literally what Theory Plebe tried to sell me on, right? Like, was like the last that I remember talking to Theory Plebe, right? And like, again, this is like the most like in this direction, you know, kind of person that I knew back in the day, right? I was criticizing Kelly Zahos. Does anybody know who Kelly Zahos? I guess Kelly Zahos is kind of irrelevant, right? But some of you may not know of Kelly Zahos. She was a mega fan of ContraPoints back in the day. Tried to make videos in the same vein as ContraPoints. Something happened, and you know, the bridge got burned, and maybe Kelly Zahos said some transphobic things at that point, but Kelly just kept on going, like, more and more transphobic, more and more anti-woke, more and more towards this kind of conservative communism. And when I criticized, or I was really just making fun of Kelly Zahos, because at some point Kelly Zahos just became a joke, right? She tried to do the ContraPoint style video with the heavy costuming and the sets and the, like, you know, conceptual artistic kind of like way that it was presented and everything, and it just didn't like work, right? It was like a really bad version of ContraPoints, right? And like at that point, you know, we were just laughing at Kelly Zahos. And I remember Theory Plebe getting really upset with me because apparently Plebe and Zahos were friends. And like, what I didn't understand is that there's also conservative communism. And even if I might not agree with it, I need to be able to accept it as part of the coalition that we're building, right? That was the kind of coalition that they were interested in building. And I really never talked to Theory Plebe after that. Like, that was, you know... Remember those times when socialists tried to ally with the right wing in Germany and China? How did that end up working? Yeah, exactly, Adadak. Theory Plebe and I were pen pals for a bit. It was wild. Yeah, I was friends too. How I ended up meeting Theory Plebe was that I was on Twitch and they were on YouTube, and their YouTube got banned, I think because they had this idea of promoting their YouTube by spamming copy pasta. They wrote copy pasta and spammed it on other people's comment sections. And of course, this is spamming, and spamming is against the terms of service, right? But, you know, I don't know. Plebe was really like kind of wedded to the idea of doing that, and ended up rebranding as Copy Pasta Agitprop, right? And then, you know, came onto Twitch and started raiding me, and I would raid Plebe. And like, you know, we were just friends, right? I didn't really know much about Plebe's like ideology. And then like it would like I ended up coming on to their stream, especially when they'd have panels and stuff, and like with all these like conservative communists, with all these, you know, kind of, these are like, I don't know, you could always call these people like the proto Pat Socks or something like that. And I would always disagree with Plebe's friends, and we stayed friends, and you know, I felt bad about them getting banned from YouTube. I mean, I do have to admit, looking back on it, that it seems like it would have been easily avoidable. Like, it seemed like that maybe getting banned might have been a predictable outcome. But, you know, I mean, I of course, a fellow, you know, leftist, you know, was what I, you know, thought of Plebe as at the time, and, you know, didn't really have, we just kind of wanted to help, wanted to see, you know, wanted to see them succeed and be all right. I met them through Faraday, so it kind of already, already had a sense. I wonder if a lot of Peter Coffin's bitterness towards marginalized people stems from the time that he got caught pretending to be his own Japanese online girlfriend. That's right, the Peter Coffin fake girlfriend drama.
Going to be right wing like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean,
Yeah.
We see that all the time. I mean, there's people that are listening to us now that can't distinguish what we're saying from people on Fox News. There's clearly a difference, but we're not just following the left. We're actually scientifically analyzing this and talking about this from a Marxist perspective. And yeah, that Boston trap. I keep coming back to that. And that part of the reason these communist groups made the mistake of supporting
Boston
those
trap
riots was because black nationalists also didn't support busing. The Black Panthers, they didn't support busing. They were for black schools for black children. They wanted to create like revolutionary schools for black people. The Nation of Islam had similar positions. So that made it, you know, because the black nationalist movement was seen as the vanguard of black people, it made it also a little bit more confusing. So, you know, that was the lesson that was learned in 1974. 1974 was a really long time ago, far before both you and I were born, I believe. So, you know, what's that?
I was gonna ask, like, yeah, it seems like a lot of like discussion of 1974 here for people who ostensibly weren't politically cognizant, let alone maybe even alive at that time, right? Pat Sox, conservative communists, etc., are all just obfuscation. What they really are is Strasserites. Yeah. I mean, I was, maybe too naive at the time to know that, right? I don't know. I think I fell victim for the whole, like, because a lot of the way that this space operates is that you do content, you meet people, you make friends with them, and you want to think the best about your friends. But sometimes you're going to find that your friends are causing harm. Sometimes you're going to find that your friends are espousing something that you just cannot get, you cannot be okay with. It's not, acceptable. And that's why, like, maturity in the sense of content creation is recognizing that this isn't a social group, right? And just because you may want to think the best about some person doesn't mean that you're right in that sense. And yeah, like, with these, all roads like lead to Strasser in terms of these movements. I think Kexos was right about that. Caleb Maupin scientifically analyzing international bankers, right? If racism is real, why are there poor whites? Is again one of the old stale arguments.
Years before I was born.
Yeah, and even longer before I was born. So it's like we need to kind of move into our own time. And this idea that, well, if the mainstream of the left is not doing something, or the mainstream of the left is against something, you either do it or you're with the right wing. That's just not how things work.
Well, that's another, like I said, purpose for writing Woke Boris.
I mean, look, the mainstream of the online left is the embodiment of white fragility in a lot of ways. I definitely stand apart from that, but that's a little different than embracing like conservatism or reactionary stuff, or like I don't know, because it has like a working class flavor to it or something. I feel like that's the fundamental sin of the dirtbag left, right? Is seeing like imbuing the idea of the working class with so much dignity that anything that it touches is somehow sanctified, right? And then wanting to, wanting to look at something as like busing, it's the example. Obviously they don't agree with the whole, anti-busing sentiment, but I mean, like, there were leftists at the time who did, right? Because of the fact that it was, they saw it as a movement of like disempowered, poor working white people, and yeah, again, we're kind of essentializing the working class and looking at it like, because okay, so this, right? In 2016, when you heard the media talking about like Hillary Clinton really speaks for no, they didn't say white working class, the working class, right? They meant the white working class, right? That was this essentialized version of the working class that pretends that queer people and black people and brown people aren't also part of the working class, right? And yeah, they're talking about essentialism as a liability, as a place where people go wrong, and they're not even noticing their own essentialism. Basically, Coffin was feuding with a Singaporean model and being backed up by his quote-unquote girlfriend, Kimi Kobayashi. I didn't remember that was what it started from. Yeah, model Peter Coffin was always like just mega drama. Like, ever since I've been aware of Peter Coffin, right? And like I'm told that Peter Coffin, like, his first claim to fame was that going on Stephen Harvey to kick himself in the pine nuts, right? Kicking himself in the I'm gonna describe them as different kinds of kicking himself in the pumpkin seeds. Yeah. There's so many there's so many reasons for people to be poor, not just race. Yeah, I'm white but not rich doesn't mean it's racism towards me, I think. Yeah, don't be reactionary. Yeah, exactly. Like, you obviously, that's what intersectionality is about, is taking into account how complex our identity is. That it's not just, you're not just, one thing. You're many things, and that almost shoots their whole like cultivated identity thing to hell, right? There's no consciousness of intersectionality. That's what all of these content creators that have these sort of dirtbag or class reductionist tendencies have in common. It's that they're gonna fail to understand and apply intersectionality, right? That's what they're missing.
The Snake book is I want criticism out there of these concepts that are ultimately like.
Also, Lacan is very important, and Hegel for reasons that are definitely not religious or conservative in nature.
Imperialist justification that isn't just going to tell people, well, you need to defend your group in the way that you have seen people do historically. Like, that is not the correct response to any of this, because there's historical precedent that leads people into these ideologies and ideas. There's historical precedent that puts people into the positions they're in. Like I said, the historical clustering of demographics. There's a lot going on.
White people complaining about racism against them have never been called the N-word from across the butts while being told to go back home. Where not a single person defends you because it's inconvenient. Yeah.
Beyond
they don't want to make a scene.
Just, hey, you're in a group.
And they don't consider, what's happening to you to be a scene.
Group, and they don't care about you. That's not what it is. There's so much more at play. And if we actually historicize it and talk about what leads into it, talk about why, for instance, a concern that might be legitimate is in fact, a snake eating its tail, you end up stuck. Again, I say this a lot. We're kind of stuck.
It's frustrating me. I'm a little bit frustrated by Peter Coffin's like take on this, because it's so incoherent, right? I mean, I get what he's saying, and I guess I get how he gets there, but there's so many inconsistencies. There's so many things that don't exactly line up. There's so many like square blocks that he's hammering into round holes, right? That it's painful. It's painful to watch. It's like watching someone kick themselves in the almonds, over and over again. It's like I mean, that's a great talent, Peter, but could you take it somewhere else? I don't want to see it. It's painful to watch. It's painful to, he's like intellectually kicking himself in the macadamias, right? He's intellectually kicking himself in the cashews.
In a mode where, the line is, hey, that person doesn't understand CRT, so you can't talk to them because that means they're racist.
Right.
And CRT ultimately
doesn't understand CRT. My God, like you're talking about a law school class, right? So like, no, people aren't getting discriminated against for not knowing CRT. My God.
One of the ideologies I criticize in here. It's just like a more aggressive form of intersectionality, which is just drawing a bunch of lines that aren't class lines.
A more aggressive form of intersectionality, yeah, because that's that's the thing about intersectionality, is it's so aggressive. That's the that's the essential quality of intersectionality. Like, do you remember the chapter where Kimberly Crenshaw wrote like, "I'm the best"? I'm trying to imagine an aggressive intersectionality. Cashews aren't nuts. Oh my God. Good point. Do you even know cashew research theory? Apparently not. Yeah. Cashews. Wait, what are they actually? Okay. So like there's the cashew tree, and then there's the cashew fruit, and then there's the cashew nut, which isn't a true nut. It's like something else. What is it though?
Through trans people and cis people. If you do that, that doesn't say anything about who has power. It's
cashews are seeds, not nuts.
As who has different ideologies. You're ultimately, you need to draw the line between classes. You need to understand the actual relationships that classify.
Are nuts legumes? Are nuts legumes, or is that only peanuts are legumes? Cashews are drupes? Wait, drupes are like, aren't drupes like berries? I'm so confused. The cashew gonad, right? Everyone on the left has to read Black Marxism, The Making of a Radical Tradition by Cedric Robinson. Like, please, oh my god, read it now. Oh, on the other hand, the fruits of the cashew, the almond, the pistachio plants are not true nuts. They're all drupes. Wait, I thought a drupe was like a berry. Drupes are fruits that are fleshy on the outside. Oh, okay, wait. So you're telling me that an almond is grown like at the center of a fruit? And a pistachio? And a cashew? I knew this about the cashew. But I thought that the cashew, is the cashew inside the fruit? Or is the cashew, like, I thought that the cashew was like on the end of the fruit. On the other hand, yeah, these are all drupes. Cashew trees make cashew apples, yeah? What's up, Nikki Bex? I'm so confused, but like, I guess less confused than I was. YouTube, what do you think about nuts? Do you have any strong feelings, YouTube? Because I haven't heard you, you know, chime in on this nuts discourse, right? So we got drupes with seeds, right? So wait, is like a D's nuts? Yeah, those nuts, all the nuts. You can get nuts at Burger King. Burger King now with nuts. Wait, so a drupe is like I thought a drupe was some kind of a berry, like, right? Isn't it like that? Like there's something about like a blackberry is not a true berry; it's a drupe. Yeah, and it has a seed inside of it. Oh my god, it's coming! It's coming! I got it! I get it! I get it. Yeah, what's up with YouTube? Yeah, that's a good question. I think what it is that YouTube thinks that I can't see what they type just because they're not on screen. They don't realize that they're not on screen because OBS fails to communicate with YouTube's chat and therefore cannot show them on screen, and that if I could have them on screen, I would have them on screen, but I'm still reading them nonetheless. I think that's the issue with YouTube chat. So you can't really blame them too much, right? We eat the seeds. Wait, so am I right about that? Am I right about that? YouTube chat has enough sense to stay away from the cashew discourse. Not like Twitch cat. Well, that's the thing, is we have weasels. They have weasels too. It's just the only difference is that their weasels don't move. Like their weasels are static weasels. And Twitch's weasels are wigglers. Whatever cashews are, I love them. I'm pro cashew, says Buffy Geek on YouTube chat. YouTube doesn't deserve to be on screen. I mean, I don't know. Like they're I don't want to agree with Kegso here, but wait, Soylent Green is seeds? Wait, so am I getting it right? Okay, so what are nuts? Okay, so a peanut is a legume, right? A peanut is a legume. And that's like a bean. So a legume is a bean, so a peanut is just a bean. A peanut is a bean that's crunchy and delicious, right? Unlike other beans which are only nutritious. And but beans are also fruit. They're magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you can compute. It raises your RAM. Oh my god, I'm so confused here. Most people don't want to agree with Kexo, but in the end, they always do. I mean, it happens, right? There's a picture of strawberries with seeds that sprout. Also tomato seeds. Wait, no, a strawberry is a citrus, right? Tomato is a fruit, yes. Tomato seeds inside the fruit starts to sprout. It's really cool. I like macadamia. Brazil nuts are so good, yeah. Brazil nuts are great, but like, did you know that only like, if you want your entire selenium requirement for like a month, you only have to eat like 1.5 of Brazil nuts. Like Brazil nuts have a prodigious amount of selenium in them. I would apologize to YouTube chat for instigating this diversion over the cashew discourse. Google says nuts are fruits. All nuts are fruits? Wait, I thought the nut was the seed in the fruit. No, wait, that's only certain nuts, right? Nuts are fruits? Yeah, because wait, a peanut's a legume. It has a pod, you open it up, there's peanuts inside there, right? I'm trying to think about other nuts. How do other nuts come? Did I say that the way that I think I said that? I think I said that the way that oh my God. I'm talking about nuts coming, chat. Like that's a thing now. That's definitely a thing. Strawberries are roses? What? Oh my God, Hobby Hoof, you just blew my mind. You just blew my mind. I really like macadamias, but they're so expensive, I never eat them. How do nuts come? I mean, they come in bunches, right? Is that how, that's the prostate, and tomatoes are good for the prostate. Oh my God, it all comes full circle, doesn't it? Oh my God, it comes full circle. I'm not trying to, like, nuts don't produce cum. That's the prostate. You squeeze the nuts to make nut milk. That's true. You got to put them in the nut bag. You got to you soak the nuts, soak your nuts first, and then you then you grind the nuts and put them in a nut bag. Clop and chipped. I'm thinking of the Bloodhound guy from Best in Show now reciting types of nuts. Also, nuts are sexually transmissible or allergies. It's easy to overdo it on the nuts. I've heard that you have to be gentle. I've heard that you have to treat the nuts gently. That's supposedly. I'm not a nut expert though. I'm not super comfortable around nuts. Like, right? It's a I'm always afraid that I'll bruise them somehow. Like, right? They like, I know that they have to be treated gently or something. What is wrong with me? Look, I feel like the problem is that talking about nuts is like more exciting than Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin put together. All I gotta say is they need to add nuts to Minecraft.
People differently, and it's not identity. Like there, like I said, are more trans people that aren't in the media, aren't dressing that way, aren't etc. than there are trans people that.
What? Can somebody translate? Can somebody? I know. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about nuts. Look, can somebody translate that for me? There are more trans people that aren't in the media that aren't dressing that way. Wait, what are we talking about? Like, your partner will go into anaphylactic shock. Oh, what? Are you serious? Oh my God, that shit's real then. I remember this, right? I remember this being a thing that people would talk about, like, that like the taste of the nut was dependent on the diet of the nut haver, right? And so like that if like the nut was like less than flavorful, you could maybe have the nut host drink something like pineapple juice, which would improve the flavor to a certain degree. Also that vegans tasted better. That was the I remember learning all these things. I can't validate any of them, but that's what I heard. Talking about nuts is more entertaining than listening to these two dicks, Chad Alpha. Oh my God. Chad Alpha with the comment of the day, possibly, right? Nut juice mostly contains zinc, not yeah, there's no protein. That's the sad thing about the nut juice, is you would think that it would be incredibly proteinaceous, but it's just not as high in protein as you think. It doesn't really have a lot of necessary nutrients. It does, I guess, contain some zinc. That's important. The zinc is important to the nut. But yeah, it's like that.
They are generally, according to a lot of studies, science, research, much more likely to be impoverished, much more likely to be in a bad economic position. And that's not what they want to talk about when they talk about trans people. They want to talk about representation. They want to talk about
let me go back.
identity.
I can't tell
like I said,
what
a bunch
is
of lines that aren't class lines. If you draw
I'm trying to figure out what Peter Coffin is saying about trans people.
a line through trans people and cis people,
Okay, draw a line through trans people and cis people.
if you do that, that doesn't say anything about who has power. It says
What? What? Wait, what is this conceptual line through trans people and cis people? I don't get it. I don't get it. Get your daily dose of zinc by massaging nut. Yeah. Now I want some nuts. Oh, nuez? Ice cream? Ooh, okay. Do they call it nut cream? No, they don't call it nut cream. They call it, never mind. That's Irene being horny on Maine once again, ruining everybody's good time by being absolutely ridiculous and not taking care of, anyway. Very healthy and moisturizing. It's good for the skin, it's good for the face, it's good for the hair. It's definitely, it always ends up in the hair. So, I mean, I'm glad it's good for the hair.
who has different ideologies. You're ultimately, you need to draw the line between classes. You need to understand the actual relationships that classify people differently.
Okay, so, like, look, if you're going to make an argument that being trans in a, you know, as like a white person in the upper class is vastly different than being trans as a black person in the working class, yeah, sure, I agree. Vastly different, right? But if you're going to argue that there's not much difference in privilege between a wealthy trans person and a wealthy cis person, or a wealthy white trans person and a wealthy white cis person, I'm going to have to get... I cannot agree with that. It's the magic power line. Mongongo nut is good, but you can only eat it once. It has been through the digestive system of an elephant. That's how they harvest the ones that can be eaten? Wait, isn't there also a coffee bean that has to be digested by a cat before you can make coffee out of it? Caitlyn Jenner and Random Trans Girl are the same. Yeah.
And it's not identity. Like I said, are more trans people that aren't in the media, aren't dressing that way, aren't etc. than there are trans people that are.
What does he mean by what do they mean by dressing that way?
Are. Like they are generally, according to a lot of studies, science, research, much more likely to be impoverished, much more likely to be in a bad economic position. And that's not what they want to talk about when they talk about trans people. They want to talk about representation. They want to talk about...
Wait. I mean, there is a fact, there is a concept that trans people get essentialized, like, right? So, like, a lot of people, you know, if you say trans people and have them close their eyes and, okay, imagine trans person, the person that they're imagining is white and is fairly well off. Sometimes, though, you know what? Actually, I don't even know if this is true. Maybe this isn't as universal as Peter Coffin thinks, right? But yeah, there is a way in which, you know, queer people in general are like essentialized as being well off, and a lot of, you know, queer people who like who aren't are just sort of erased. But yeah, college educated, maybe even you know, with an advanced degree, you know, like, yeah, it's a whole stereotype of what you imagine, what most people imagine when they say like trans person.
Using the right words, they want to talk about those things rather than the actual physical problems that the vast majority of trans people actually have, like legitimately have. Like I'm not.
Wait, they want to talk about what things?
Get into that. That's
But here, I'll tell you something, Peter. I'll tell you something that happened to me a long time ago. So years ago, you know, I was a student activist in Cleveland. I went to like a socialist conference in New York City. And at the last minute, they grabbed me and they said, Caleb, we'd like you to chair the panel, meaning that you read the bio of the speakers and then during the Q&A, you call on people. And I said, all right, I will. You know, I mean, they needed me. I stepped up to the task, got up there. I introduced the speakers spoke. And then I didn't even get to pick who was being called on. They were like telling me, call on this person, call on that person.
Right.
But before I started calling on people, they handed me a slip of paper. And it said something to the effect of, you know, you have to read this. Our organization practices affirmative action and gives priority to people of color color and women and marginal groups when calling on people during our Q&A discussion. So I just read word for word the piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
And then they were telling me who to call on. So I would call on this person, call on that person, right?
Right.
Anyway, I thought everything was fine. Everyone clapped. The panel was over. So I'm walking out the door. And this African-American woman who was like probably like a year younger than I was, like walks right over to me. May I speak with you, sir? May I speak with you, sir? You know, I'm just like ready to jump.
I'm ready to jump. Caleb sounds like such a cartoon character.
Like, what did I do? My God, you know, who do you think you are to tell me that you're gonna, give me?
Oh no! Oh no! Are we getting a nice? Oh my God! I feel like
priority to speak. I can speak if I want to speak, and I'm just like, holy shit! Like, what did I do? Like, and I'm just like, and of course, I mean, you have to surrender. I'm not gonna fight back and say, look, I just read the paper they gave me, but I'm just like, and I'm just, and she's just yelling at me, and you need to apologize to all these people, and I remember I took some of the people aside and I said, did I do something wrong? They said, actually, no, you did everything right, and it's just like stuff like that, and I look at that and I feel like that incident. Now, luckily, whatever, I'm a tough guy, I can deal with that, and obviously, people of color have to deal with stuff way worse than that on account of their race, and that wasn't because of my race.
Yeah, exactly. He was accosted by a caricature of a black woman.
Was just in the wrong place or said something that someone perceived as the wrong thing. So it's not like I'm a victim here, right? That's not the point. The point is, though, it's like that moment, right? If you think about that moment, that's the essence of what, wokeness is trying to achieve. It's not trying to achieve a liberated society. It's trying to achieve that moment where that person who has been from a marginal group got to attack somebody and yell.
Exactly.
That's all that they're trying to achieve there. That's the great victory, is that she got to yell at me for reading this piece of paper. I got to, kind of like, surrender, and she got to yell, and that's the great victory. That's what wokeness achieves. And it's like that in and of itself is not anything we should be striving for, I don't think.
Yeah, and arguably,
he was accosted by his own imagination.
Arguably, what that is about is two just separate ideologies in terms of
probably received some mild criticism and wet himself in terror because a person of color spoke to him. I mean, like, there is a sense in which, like, the path of least resistance in a white supremacist society with the systemic privilege and oppression in operation is that a white guy is going to be somewhat protected from, it's going to be a lot more easy for somebody like Caleb to yell at a black woman than vice versa, right? And I could, sometimes fragility manifests where the person reacts to a situation in which the shoe is somewhat on the other foot, although not really, because Caleb's been asked to speak here. Caleb's definitely in a position of power. The people that were that brought Caleb said that Caleb didn't do anything wrong. So there wasn't a sense in which Caleb wasn't dogpiled because he was white. But the fact that somebody could express their displeasure with him without being hauled off, maybe in Caleb's mind is somehow a expression of wokeness that he would rather not experience. But in reality, it's not even equality. It's just Caleb tries to sound like a middle-aged Midwestern pipe fitter who just got done reading the sports page on the Akron Acorn newspaper. These white boys just want to find a way to be able to be openly racist with impunity, yeah.
critique of racism. I would even say that if she was simply having a discussion with you, her criticisms might have been quite valid, because it sounded like she felt infantilized by that. And instead of having a conversation, the incentive and the pushing is you're supposed to call this person out. You're supposed to make them admit that they were wrong and apologize, rather than we want to address the actual issue here. You could argue, in fact, I would argue that having it so that you, in a panel, give preferential treatment to certain people to ask questions, that would ultimately prevent an understanding of the other ideology that we're talking about. It would, in effect, cement the idea that white people are not being paid attention to, and that'll create that grievance and encourage that type of racist reaction, while at the same time we're doing the exact same thing to this black woman, and she's not feeling heard. She's feeling like she's being handed out pity, more or less.
Yeah.
And the way that we're trained to all interact here, it's just conflict, it's just anger, it's just calling people out. To go back to, I put out another book on cancel culture, a documentary. It's about whether you can exchange social capital by, forcing that guy to surrender. Like, I had a real point and that guy listened.
Oh my God. So if you have a hydrating beverage right now, take a drink, because we just got a social capital, right? I knew that Peter Coffin was not going to make it through an entire talk with Caleb Maupin without bringing up social capital. And here we have it. Social capital submitted for your approval. Peter Coffin's incoherent notion of social capital. The implication that oppression is its very own form of privilege. Interesting, Peter. I mean, there is an Ouroboros eating its own tail here, but it's not wokeness, right? In some way, we're coming full circle to Peter Coffin kicking themselves in the nuts, just like they did so many years ago. That's what this is. A completely incoherent, narrative by Peter Coffin in an attempt to, accuse wokeness, whatever that is, right? Just whatever you want it to be, right? It sells. It's basically a one size fits all villain, like wokeness, whatever you want wokeness to be, right? That's what it is. But like this is a narrative of wokeness causing some of the same problems that it seeks to ameliorate, and when in reality, it's just Coffin, right? Projecting that onto wokeness.
To me, and he said sorry. He backed off of it, and I won.
Right. And it's so much easier to defeat some guy than it is to actually score a victory against racism or actually score a victory against the system. It's much easier to triumph over some guy on social media who's being canceled or some person in your life who's done something wrong. And that's why I think a lot of people fall into this trap. Some of these people, I do think it takes on the genuine form of a mental illness. They obsess with certain individuals, and it's just like, how can I go after somebody? And it's unhealthy, but it's like, that's something they can do. They can't fight big pharma. They can't fight.
But on some level, I want to not defend Caleb Maupin, but what I have been trying to get across here is that some of his tendencies are tendencies that you see in the wider online left, right? And that they don't get called out when they're there. There's some of this sort of class reductionism. You can find it in Vosh people. You can find it on Twitch politics. It's not just Caleb Maupin, but there he goes making any sort of there's other people doing things as bad as Caleb, is just kind
canceled or some person in your life who's done something wrong. And that's why I think a lot of people fall into this trap. Some of these people, I do think it takes on the genuine form of a mental illness. They obsess with certain individuals.
But there he goes with, it's a mental illness. Wokeness is a mental illness. Okay, that's...
individuals, and it's just like, how can I go after somebody? And
the city building tendency.
It's unhealthy, but it's like
you can find it in whole organizations. That's the thing, and that's why I think that people like Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, despite the fact that they don't have the same influence that they once did, they're not. Peter Coffin was a big figure in the online left, circa 2015 maybe, right? Had a presence, had influence, right? Since then, a lot of things have happened that have just really made Peter Coffin into a little more than a joke. Same thing could be said with Caleb Maupin. I mean, just these people's personal foibles kind of, keep them thankfully from being more influential than they are. But I do like to talk about their class reductionism, because I think it's emblematic of class reductionism elsewhere on the left. It's more pronounced, easier to spot, easier to make fun of. But some of these tendencies are the same tendencies that you'll see from debate bozo streamers.
Something they can do. They can't fight big pharma. They can't fight the military industrial complex. They can fight some guy, or some woman.
I beat that guy good on Twitter.
Yeah. You got
it.
Yeah,
you're 100% right though.
Look, Peter, I didn't mean to beat you good on Twitter, but you just posted cringe, and I literally just responded. and it was too much for you and you blocked me, right? So I'm not gonna sit here and like revel in like I don't think I didn't do the like fucking parade for myself of like Peter Coffin blocked me on Twitter, right? But look, I can't like you're the one that's kicking yourself in the nuts time and time again. Caleb thinks trans people are intrinsically woke, so you can just make the connections when it comes to the statement about mental illness. Good point, Shakespeare. Good point. They strike me as a very bougie recuperation of leftist ideas. They're focused solely on their own interest. Had major influence. Caleb set up a litter cult. Wait, a litter cult? Wait, like a cat litter cult? Like, okay, so wait, were these the city builders? Is the cult a literal cult? Oh my god, that makes so much more sense than a litter cult. Oh my god. I was thinking of Joe Rogan. When you said litter cult, I literally was like, wait, are we talking about the litter boxes in the classroom? And the students that are forced to watch as their classmates relieve themselves in the middle of the class because somehow that's what I don't know. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that kind of. We're talking about a literal cult. Yeah, a weird, scary cult. Just so much misery. That was what struck me about the narrative of like Caleb Maupin. Was that the city builders? Were those people the city builders? Like, right? They're being like relied on to, to basically, prop themselves up while doing work for the org and basically put into these impossible situations where, they're just like suffering, right? And it seems like Caleb's not suffering. It seems like Caleb's all right. It seems like Caleb's being well taken care of, while some of his city builders are just dealing with this kind of struggle. Watching your classmates poop in a box builds character. True. That's what Joe Rogan told me.
Because we're not supposed to see each other as actual, to use the actual original definition of the word allies. We're not supposed to see each other that way, and therefore we're not supposed to gain the capability to take on the larger forces. We're supposed to stay away from that stuff, and they're given this as an alternative. And again, there is a degree of sympathy I have for it, because it's not them that did that. The ruling ideology is the ideology of the ruling class, obviously. And it sucks because instead of understanding that, and instead of trying to put out criticism on these ideologies that actually takes into account that a lot of these grievances are legitimate, instead of that,
the city builders, they're actually colonizer brained. They were the ones who would show up in Central Park to hula hoop holding pictures of Lyndon LaRouche.
It's
oh my
about
god,
how bad that group of people are for having that dumb ideology, and that ends up dividing us rather than
like I have encountered LaRouches, and I don't know, I'm not an expert or anything, but there was just some strange stuff that went on. There was some really strange stuff that went on with the people that I knew that got sucked into the LaRouche movement.
Educating each other and uniting each other, which is essentially what Marxism at its best is able to do. It says to this person, look, I understand that you are in a bad place. I have overlapping interests with you. Can we work together? That's really what the root of the result of applying a Marxist critique is.
Yeah, so we have a super chat here from David Fox. He says the immediate aim of communists is the same as that of all other proletarian parties, the formation of the proletariat into a class.
I wish somebody would do a deep dive on LaRouche, to be honest. It's oh my god. Yeah. And like you can see kind of like, I mean, they're I do see like there's a strong like resemblance. Like there's like some kind of like I can see the connection between like somebody like Caleb Maupin and his the orgs that he's been involved with and LaRouche, right? That's and also like Haas, Infrared Haas is kind of made common cause with a lot of LaRouches, has done like, I don't remember exactly what, but there's a connection between Haas and LaRouche too.
Overthrow the bourgeois supremacy and the conquest of political power by the proletariat. I think David is quoting the Communist Manifesto. What do you have to say to that, Peter?
Well, I think that, a lot of the words, a lot of people don't know them today, like proletariat, like there's, even people who know what it means argue about it all day long on Twitter again. But yeah, that's pretty much, it's hard to argue with that. Like, that's really the point. Like the bourgeois rule, which again, a lot of people don't know what bourgeoisie or bourgeois means. It's the capitalist ruling class. But Yeah, I mean, I actually
I heard it's when you work at Starbucks.
intentionally tried to minimize my usage of bourgeoisie and proletariat in the book. I use it a few times, but I tried to generally keep it at capitalist ruling class and workers, just for the sake of the fact that I understand, definitions change, usage changes, a lot of words fall out of use in the general public. And that's a lot of, there is a lot of critique of language in...
Donald Parkinson from Marxist Unity Group and Cosmonaut did a deep dive on them.
And not language like you should use this word and not use this word, but rather how they transform what would otherwise be critical language that is actually pointing at the ruling class and saying, hey, no, this is not good. They change that stuff to ultimately be on their side. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody in the capitalist ruling class.
Are we just does Peter also not want to use the word recuperation?
That would say racism's good. They wouldn't. They would generally say racism is bad. And now children are awake. You can't come in here when I'm on the thing. Hold on a second.
Sure thing. All right. Yeah, well, this is Peter's book, Woke Ouroboros, and I think you can get it on Amazon. I think that's where you can get a copy of it. But I really enjoyed it, honestly. I really did get a kick out of it. I read a lot of it. I read different sections of it, and he said a lot of things that need to be said. And
I feel like Caleb didn't read it though. I feel like Caleb does anybody else feel like maybe Caleb didn't read the book? And I don't blame you, Caleb. Look, if you didn't read Peter Coffin's book, you're the same as me.
I think it's really important that this book is out there. I think it's a really important thing that it's out there. I really do recommend it. I also want to mention, I guess I'll have to tell him when he comes back, that, here's Peter.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Ouroboros is literally a favorite symbol enjoyed by neo-Nazis. So it could be, oh my God. Well, usually it's Caleb's the one with the dog whistles, right? But maybe this time it's Peter Coffin. I mean, Caleb would literally post pictures of LaRouche books, and the director of the LaRouche Foundation literally shows up at every CPI meeting and invites Caleb and to their LaRouche events to speak. Yeah, didn't Haas spoke at I'm pretty sure that Haas spoke at a LaRouche event or something like that, right? There is a connection there somewhere. I don't think any of the I read this book on wokeness people actually read them. They're talk about a tall order, right? Read this terrible book by a terrible author.
Well, Peter, where can people get a copy of your book?
Haas did speak at a LaRouche event. Okay, so I'm not making that up. I think it was this fall.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
It's available on Amazon.
No, you're better that way. Stay muted.
You can get it as a Kindle ebook, or you can get it as paperback, as Caleb is showing currently. I want to get it into an audio book sometime soon. Looking into that. It's very complicated to do on your own, so I don't know exactly how to do that yet, but I'm looking into that.
Wait, is it complicated to do on your own? But by on your own, do you mean record your voice reading the book? Because the Ouroboros is a universal. It's fine. Well, I'm not saying that. I don't think Shakespeare was trying to imply that that the Ouroboros is always a sign of somebody being a far right fascist or something like that. Yeah, it's an old mythological symbol, and most of the time it's probably innocuous. I think the only reason it's even catching anybody's attention in that sense is who we're dealing with. These Pat socks and their kind of Strasserite connections. It's it becomes a little bit more likely that the Ouroboros in this case might be more than just an Ouroboros.
Oh, yeah, it's available on Amazon. If you don't like going to Amazon, I don't really know what to say yet. It's sometimes books do well enough on Amazon that they're ordered by bookstores.
What I always tell people is just go to your local bookstore and tell them you want a copy.
Ouroboros, or a snake giving itself head.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll do that.
And they generally will do that for you. If you don't want to use Amazon, go to your local
Yeah, I mean, a Black Sun would be a much more unambiguous
bookstore and say, oh, I would like Woke Ouroboros by Peter Coffin, and and they'll order it for you generally. That's generally what I tell people.
No, here's what you do. You get in a group of your fellow Peter Coffin heads, okay? And you march down to the bookstore carrying signs that says whatever the bookstore is I don't know, you call them synthetic leftists or something. And then you go and do your chant. You're like, woke Ouroboros, woke Ouroboros. We want the woke Ouroboros. Yeah, woke Ouroboros. Yeah. Yeah, you just get into a rhythm of that, right? You just force them to carry the woke Ouroboros. You create you astroturf, you do a flash mob, and you make it seem like there's this like grassroots desire for the woke Ouroboros when all it is just a bunch of coffinites. Okay, well, I mean, is that it?
So you might want to look up the ISBN. I mean, that's the
I mean, this is not the exciting part of the stream. Okay, so we beat it. We beat Caleb Maupin and Peter Coffin. We took care of business once again. Caleb's video explaining his spanking fetish is peak internet. Really? Should we watch that? Wait, does anybody have that? Wait, the only thing about it is I don't want to shame, look, liking to be spanked there's nothing wrong with that, right? In and of itself. Now, using the institutional power of the org that you head to get people to like twist people's arms to spanking you, that's another matter altogether, right? But the spanking in and of itself is like the least of our problems here. Is not a problem. A peak internet Caleb's spanking video is an advanced internet. Really? Okay, so should we watch the spanking video? The LaRouche movement was instrumental in creating the modern militia movement alongside... I didn't know that, actually. I knew that it was far right, but I hadn't connected it to the modern militia movement, alongside a ton of other far-right orgs during the farm crisis of the 1980s.
Ultimate way to find it. But they don't even need that necessarily. I think they just need the name and author usually. But yeah, do you have anything else you want to add before we conclude here?
No, I think, I mean, it's a really far-reaching book.
Wait, is it okay to talk about liking to be spanked? Because if it is, then I have a presentation to deliver to the chat.
There's a lot of stuff covered, like you said, talks about Congress of Cultural Freedom, co-option of Marxism.
Kink isn't bad, abusing and exploiting people is bad. Wait, is there really a video like this? I don't even know what video people are talking about. Caleb Maupin spanking. Spankaholic cult leader. Okay, that's one way to describe it. God damn, this is such low-hanging fruit. Wait, Spanky. Okay, that's Caleb Maupin is Spanky the Tanky. Oh, is it this one? Oh my god, we watched this. Chat, this is the one and only video that I did on mobile, right? We watched this though. Is this the one?
I'm back. So is this.
Is this what we're talking about? The really weird filter and Caleb Maupin by the seaside?
Center for Political Innovation. Glad to be here. Now,
He sells. They sell seashells
the reason that we've been silent
by the seashore
for so long is because on August 19th, a document was published by some former members of the CPI. Now, this document made some pretty outrageous claims about the nature of our organization.
Oh yeah, really bad audio too. I forgot about this.
It also exposed some deeply personal information about me.
Is this what people were talking about? The deeply that sounds like what we're talking about.
Now, before they published this, the folks who put this document together went around to different media personalities, different associates, and person after person told them not to do it. They told them that this was not necessary, that they shouldn't publish this document. They didn't listen. They had every opportunity to negotiate some kind of restorative justice, to try and get reforms inside the organization, to negotiate with me somehow. They didn't want to do that. They were determined to go public with this document. Why? Clout. They wanted to get more likes, more shares, more Facebook views, more attention.
Is that the Yankee tank? Wait, that's the Yankee Tanky, right? Is that the Yankee Tanky? I can't remember which one is who. There's the Yankee Tanky is one of them. Right? These are the baddies of the Caleb Maupin organizations. These are the people that they had all the chance to have some sort of restorative justice with him, to talk to him, to negotiate with him. And they didn't want to do it because it's all about clout. That is Yankee Tanky. I watched a Bad Empanada about this. Yeah, you should have watched an Irene, although I understand if you didn't, because like I was on a mobile and it was terrible. I don't know. I mean, it could have been worse, but like my audio. Oh yeah, that's what happened. Now I remember. I had headphones on because I was afraid of having like bleed through and an echo or like a shrill like whining sound that sometimes happens when audio feeds back, right? I was really worried about feedback, so I had headphones on, but what I didn't realize is that the headphones were also acting as microphones, right? And we're talking about Bluetooth headphones, like the ones you wear with your phone, that kind of stuff. We're talking about cheap Bluetooth headphones, right? And that was what my audio came through. So I had a video for you, but it is some of the worst and most cringe audio I have ever put to tape. So I kind of don't mind watching this again if people are people interested in rehashing because I don't really remember the spanking controversy. I just remember it happened when my computer was broken, and so I had to do a stream on mobile.
And that's why I have waited so long to give an answer to this. I don't want to get into a social media back and forth with them about every detail of what they wrote. I'm going to answer this once and then never speak about this again. Now, often my live streams get very psychological. We talk about trauma and history and...
Look, I can understand not wanting to get stuck in a cycle of drama, but let's be real. With Caleb, it's because he doesn't have a leg to stand on, right? He's trying to tell his whatever followers he has left, right? He's trying to say, listen, like, you're going to watch me talk about this. I'm going to give some kind of refutation that hopefully you will just believe without being critical, without matching it up, without looking and seeing if it's consistent, without anything like that, right? You're just going to be like, okay, that's your explanation. Good. Thank you, Caleb. We knew that you were good. We knew that you did nothing wrong, right? So, yeah, like when we're talking about Caleb, the reason he doesn't want that back and forth is because he couldn't take it. Like, his whatever narrative he's going to give to us here is not going to stand up to any scrutiny at all. So he doesn't want it to be subjected to that. I must have missed that stream. Yeah, I mean, possibly, right? I don't know. People, like, wait, is everybody getting their notifications? Somebody said that they're not getting notifications, despite being a rabid NCC head.
Abuse and how it affects people. I apologize.
I don't know what I can do about that. Like, if I can, add, Twitch support or something.
As if you thought I was talking about this in a way that meant it didn't apply to me. It does apply to me. I do, like many of you, have abuse in my personal history, and it has affected me as an adult. I would have preferred to keep this private, but it is now all over the internet. Now, spanking isn't just my deep, dark personal secret. It's America's deep, dark secret. 19 U.S. states still allow for corporal punishment in public schools. There's not a day that goes by in Alabama or Mississippi or Texas that some school child isn't being struck with a heavy piece of wood by a teacher, someone who's supposed to be their caretaker. Now, studies show that corporal punishment is an ineffective and harmful way of raising a child. Furthermore, the way we practice corporal punishment in Anglo countries has a particularly sexual undertone to it. Pain is inflicted on a specific part of the body. It often includes forced nudity and other humiliations. The United States needs to join with 128 other countries and outlaw the practice of corporal punishment in school. Parents need to be educated about more healthy ways of disciplining their children. We as a society...
Okay, one, yes, corporal punishment is fucked up. It should be outlawed, right? I'm definitely with you there, Caleb. Corporal punishment is terrible, right? Two, he is about to justify, something that, in and of itself shouldn't have to be justified, right? Having a spanking, being into being spanked, you don't have to give an explanation. You don't have to blame, you're, I don't know. Is there anybody else who's uncomfortable with this, right? Because what he's gonna say is that listen, I never should have been into spanking. I was only into spanking because this inhumane, punishment with a sexual aspect of forced nudity and striking a particular part of the body, right? This was inflicted upon me. I should have been normal. It's not my fault, right? That's you know what I'm saying? He's defending himself against the part that's not, there's nothing wrong with it, right? You being into spanking is not wrong, Caleb. That's you being judged for being into spanking is messed up, right? And I'm definitely not trying to do that here, and I'm not trying to, laugh at you for that or anything like that. But oh my God, bounce. But what is wrong is using your power as the head of an organization over people that were, using that to bring people into scenarios involving spanking you that they really didn't properly consent to, and because the power, dynamic could not consent to. That's the problem, is right, the breach of consent, not the spanking, right?
We need to get past this harmful practice that has left so many hidden scars and wounds on so many of us. I'm deeply moved by the number of people in my community who reached out to me and said that they have experienced similar things in their life, and I know that I'm not the
Shakespeare, it's because you read your book too hard. You read it really, when you're reading too voraciously, sometimes it breaks the book. I haven't been getting notifications from Twitch for anyone for a year. Well, I mean, if you turn it off, it makes sense. I don't know. It might be a device thing, or I don't even know. Clearly demonstrating that he doesn't understand consent. Yeah, or doesn't care, right? And he already showed us he doesn't understand privilege, right? So he definitely doesn't understand the mechanism of power and how it impacts the acts that he kind of pushed others to engage in with him.
only person who's been affected this way. So now on to the matter at hand. What did I do wrong? Well,
okay.
I brought my personal life.
You don't have to justify liking to be spanked, right? I don't think that I don't even particularly like the idea that look, being into being spanked is super weird, but you shouldn't judge the people who are, because this is a punishment that's inflicted on children, and that's where it comes from, right? I'm pretty sure there are people who enjoy being spanked that did not get corporal punishment as a kid, right? It's just a thing that you can be into, right? That's literally all it is, and associating it on this one-to-one basis with being a symptom of abuse. Am I the only one who's uncomfortable with this? This aspect of it, right? He managed to take the one thing that I saw no fault in, and instead of him being made fun of because of that, which I think that, or criticized because of that, which that's the wrong thing to be worried about here, right? He's the one putting a pejorative to it. He's the one associating it with. It's very uncomfortable. Okay, I'm not the only one that feels that way. Yeah, this is kind of, I'm
life into a political space, and I shouldn't have done that. And to everyone,
I just wonder how common is this point? How common is this thought, right? How it's the old BDSM is caused by trauma, and it isn't healthy. Yeah, that's what bothers me. That's what messes with me, right? And I just wonder how common, how many people think this is real? Oh yeah, BDSM exists because you were abused. This is his apology. Wait. So is this this is the right video? Okay, good. I'm just making sure.
Who was affected by that, I deeply.
He took something beautiful and pure and he sullied it with his dirty. Yeah, his weird anti. I don't know. It almost seems like he's looking at it as a degeneracy in a degeneracy framework.
Apologize. I've taken time off to get the help I need to make sure I do not make this mistake again.
Wait.
But let me emphasize, all that I'm accused of is a few interactions, mostly conversations with consenting adults. And that's all I'm accused of doing. However, immediately after this document was published, news articles showed up accusing me of sexual assault. This document does not accuse me of sexual assault. All over Twitter, I've been called a groomer, a pedophile, and all kinds of things. I've even been called a rapist. None of those things are in this document that was published. It's pretty clear this whole situation is being manipulated by outside forces, but we'll get to that later. And one of the most common claims that's been floating around is the allegation.
Chat. Is he talking about outside forces? Is that what he's saying? Is he getting anti-Semitic this early in the video? 3 minutes and 40 seconds is when the anti-Semitism comes out. We've got 22 minutes to go. And he's already fucking dog whistling. He's always anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Everything I don't like is bourgeois decadence. Caleb, probably. Well, I mean, it's Caleb Maupin that we're talking about, right? Everything this guy does is a dog whistle. I mean, not necessarily. I'm sure you could say outside forces in a way that, you know, it like, but when you say it in this like mysterious conspiratorial sort of way, right? I guess he could be implying CIA, right? He could be implying that it's a government agency that's got it in for him, and they manipulated the data, they manipulated the social media, they made everybody call him all these bad things that, you know, and all he did was have a few not great conversations. All he did is make some screenshots that are pretty uncomfortable and pretty yikes. I mean, he was just talking about his political group. I assumed he was talking about people outside of that group. Well, no, like outside of the social media, right? So he's talking about that the document itself from the group got presented to social media and then became characterized in a way that he thinks is inconsistent with the accusations according to outside forces. And it's really only because Caleb Maupin's got kind of a track record of dog whistling, right? That we're even, you know, that would even occur to me, right? That's what he means by outside forces. The other thing is, yeah, he could be, you know, he does have a lot of like, you know, wait, he's the guy that said that BreadTube was like a CIA like operation, right? He means the Jews, so Shakespeare. Yeah, I mean, like very, very likely. And I mean, just because we know Caleb so well, right? I mean, I like making fun of Caleb purely because he is supposedly a devout Christian. Oh, I didn't know that.
That somehow CPI was a, quote, sex cult. Well, the accusers themselves, the people who put
Wait, I know about his cult, but
this document together were the first.
And it's not just a sex cult, okay? Listen, is he gonna try to do a Xander Hall and be like, they accused me of having a sex cult, but there was no sex cult? Just a really yikesy Discord server, right? Just an inappropriate interaction between, you know, fans of a streamer and the streamer themselves. Nothing like a sex cult, right? I don't know. Look, whatever kind of cult he's running, it's definitely not just a sex cult. A lot of what they do is like there's videos of them. Like, don't they show up and do like chants together, like at their meetings and stuff? Like, not just like chants in terms of, you know, in terms of protest, but like chants, like group chants and stuff. I mean, after having experienced Satan at the Fountainhead, it's all code for Jewish people. Oh yeah, I always forget that. Yeah, Ayn Rand was Jewish as well.
To speak up and say that that's not the case. Well, I appreciate that from them, but they know how the internet works. As soon as this was published, immediately every anti-China, anti-Russia BreadTube troll jumped on it and made it into something that it wasn't. And they knew that this would happen, but they didn't care.
But yeah, you see how the double messaging works, right? Because like it's easy, you know, if you know about objectivism, to really despise Ayn Rand and her philosophy, but they're, you know, to an anti-Semitic eye, right? He's also like, what did somebody said that Sophie from Mars had a quote where she said that whenever Caleb's pointing, it's like there's always a Jewish person at the other end of that that he's pointing to. Whenever Caleb's like placing blame, it just always happens to be like a Jewish person that he's pointing at.
It was so important to them to inflict emotional pain on me, on my wife, on my parents.
We are city builders. We are city builders.
On others in the organization, that they really didn't mind that it was going to be picked up and used for other purposes. It was so important to them to hurt me that they just had to do this. Now, in addition to this,
it has been so long since I watched Satan at the Satan at the Fountainhead stream. Like, oh yeah, I think I remember watching that and being afraid that like I mean, because like people told me that there was dog whistles, that there was like anti-Semitic stuff in that book, right? Did Bad Empanada read that book on stream? I remember there was like a few people. Sophie from Mars did some content on it. I think it was Bad Empanada did it too. And like I remember watching somebody like read it and being just like so worried that something was going to come down the wire that was like Twitch, you know, TOS.
sex drama, the document goes on to imply a number of things that are just not true. One of the biggest false narratives in the
Oh, BreadTube is CIA. That was the one that Bad Empanada read.
document involves an unnamed person who is referred to as a heroin addict and a sex worker. Now, this document gives the impression that this person never would have been a sex worker, never would have relapsed in their heroin addiction if it wasn't for me. The document basically says that I maniacally conspired to make this person lose their job, to make this person relapse on their heroin addiction, all so I could have them right where I want them. Well, that's bullshit, and people familiar with the situation know that. The truth of the situation is that this person would never have moved in with the other volunteers if it wasn't for the fact that their partner, also a heroin addict, beat them up so badly they had to go to the hospital. We were trying to protect this person and give them a safe place to stay and get clean. This person lied to us and said that they were sober, they were no longer using drugs. And let me add that what happened between me and this person did not take place until long after they had already moved out from the housing. At that point, they weren't participating very much in CPI activities. After this person had moved out of the housing with the other volunteers, I continued to buy this person many meals. This person made clear to me that they were desperate and that they were low on money.
Wait, but this is the person that he like leaned on to do the wait, this is the person that he had spank him, right? Like, this is that person.
That they also were interested in pursuing certain activities with me. Now, I should have had the foresight and the self-control not to continue to engage with this person. I made a mistake. I'm from a small town in Ohio. The way sex workers and drug addicts operate is not something I'm deeply familiar with. Somebody got inside my head. I got emotionally wrapped up, and that's a mistake that will not be repeated. Now, if you really want to believe that I'm
The way that sex workers and drug addicts work.
kind of maniacally evil person who takes innocent, charming young college students and transforms
No, it's not me. It's the sex workers and the drug addicts. They're the evil ones. You know that, right? That's just how sex workers and drug addicts are.
them into heroin-addicted sex workers, I can't stop
But
you from
I'm an upstanding, leader and a city builder, and I'm not bad.
believing that. But anyone who's familiar
If I have any fault, it's just that I trust people too much. It's just that I wanted to help this person. That was my only mistake.
with this situation knows that's not what happened, and anyone who knows me knows that's not the person that I am. Now, you'll notice the document never actually directly says this. It just kind of implies it. And it's pretty clear these people had some assistance
I want to know what this filter is.
in putting together this piece in order to frame me in the most
Is this just sepia?
negative light, but avoid me suing them for defamation. Now, the second big lie in the document, not directly stated, but just implied, is that somehow I was financially benefiting from CPI. Well, that's bullshit. I was constantly running out of money. I was panicking about how to pay for things like trips to Nicaragua, the conference in Austin, the retreat, the conference in Chicago. We got some big donations, and it helped. But this idea that I was living it up like Hunter Biden, all off of the money people donated or gave in their dues.
Hunter Biden! Oh, I didn't know we were gonna. This is the one moment that we get like Hunter Biden, right? We get like this is the one moment that we get like anything but just Caleb Maupin on the screen. Like, right, we get the sound effects, we get the pictures of Hunter Biden. Like, it wasn't just like Hunter Biden. I mentioned Hunter Biden. I might as well show a picture of him. Let me flash the picture across the screen. There he is. Cool, right? No, it was like Hunter Biden. Right? We're gonna like, yeah. That you want to see a bad person? You want to see a degenerate? Caleb Maupin is not a degenerate. No, Hunter Biden. He's the bad one. He's a drug addict. He's consorting with sex workers. Never mind the man behind the sepia filter, right? It's Hunter Biden that you want. It's like, yeah, remember Hunter Biden? Yeah, he's really bad. I'm not like him. Ha ha ha. I'm fine.
That's ridiculous. From the time that CPI began collecting dues to our temporary shutdown in August, we only ever collected about $8,000 in
Wait,
dues.
was it a temporary shutdown? Are they back? Are they back?
Money. But if you add up everything that we spent money on, from housing the volunteers to the conferences to the retreat in Chicago, it cost way, way more than that. Let me add that there were many months that the volunteers were staying in Texas as I paid for their housing, as I paid for their food, when they really weren't doing anything to build the organization. They were just hanging out in Texas, maybe doing a little volunteer work with San Angelo Solidarity, with me footing the bill. This idea that I was living in luxury off of $1 bill donations collected while people were distributing buttons in New York City parks, that just doesn't add up. I mean, the facts just aren't there. I was frazzled and worried about money the entire time the volunteers were operating. Now, one of the people in the document who seems to believe that I exploited him would be in prison if it wasn't for me, and we have a screenshot to prove this. This person would have gone back to jail if money that CPI had raised was not used to pay their court fines. This person was basically homeless in Pennsylvania, but we opened our doors to them with the understanding they would help us.
Okay, does anybody remember who this was? I'm trying to remember the story too, because there was like, he's talking about Texas. There was also like a lot of the time they were talking about being in New York, and that's where I remember like the kind of deprivation that some of these people experienced seemed to be the most acute. But the person that he's talking about that would have gone to jail without the CPI money, right? Like, does anybody know who that is? Because if that is a person that was being like, like if that's the person that spanked Caleb Maupin, that is really, really messed up, right? Because like, it's like, it sounds like you have like power over them. It sounds like you have pull over them, right? It sounds like, like all these people are kind of in a way that they are at, they're like under Caleb's power just from the situation that they're in, right? And so if those wind up being the people that are, asked to, do the whatever, then that's where that's where these allegations come from. That's where, like, the line becomes blurry of like, what exactly did you do to them, right? Because, that's not consensual whatever in the situation where, you're paying somebody's bail.
Do political work. Not only has this person been convicted of a firearms-related felony, they've been kicked out of many mutual aid groups and have been caught doing quite a bit of shady things on the internet. You can believe them, though, if you want. No one was coerced into doing anything. These people were all adults with free will, and they lived in Texas for months with me.
I feel like the reason for that filter has got to be that it makes his goatee kind of pop. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the only good thing that this filter is doing. Other than that, it's a really bizarre choice for, like, because, it does kind of, like, it takes the ruddiness of his skin and it turns it more orange. I mean, I don't think it makes him look good, right? It's a weird choice, I think. But the only thing that I can imagine it's really benefiting is the way that his goatee looks. They were all grown adults with free will. The libertarian argument, right? Sounds like human so I'm reading chat here. Sounds like human trafficking, imprisoned people, or people who are in danger of imprisonment. I mean, there's definitely some, there's definitely like a power that he's got over them in this situation, or at least that's the allegedly what the that's what the article alleges, right? Like, I brought so many dinners, dinners that to me. So me coercing them is okay because they're a heroin addict and a sex worker. Yeah, it's disgusting. Yeah. And the way that he's using that, like, okay, so established, this person is a sex worker and a drug user, and therefore, do you really want to believe them? Or could it be, like, he's just like, they're basically the scum of the earth, right? They're lucky to have had a Caleb Maupin looking out for them, in other words, right?
The bill for their housing and their food. This narrative where I'm an exploitive predator living off of them and constantly driving them to work harder in order to enrich myself, it just doesn't add up to facts. It's
Dube's whole vibe is, I just got fired from unpaid supervillain sidekick internship.
malarkey. Now, don't get me wrong in this next part.
He kind of, they kind of did. They kind of did, or Caleb Maupin, like Caleb Maupin was for a time Haas's sidekick, right? And definitely has that sidekick, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. I never thought of this, but that's why Caleb Maupin is so, pathetic seeming when he's like on his own, when he doesn't have like a larger content creator to. I mean, I guess, is Peter Coffin a larger content creator? What an absolute hero, right? Yeah, it's hero shit. It's hero shit. That's what this is, right? What did I with Haas? Everything is hero shit. Apparently, that's pure Sigma Chad energy there, like, right? Look, like, some people might say that Haas is a waste of a himbo. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And I have been attracted to some, like, less than great people before, like, right? I've definitely had some really suspect taste that, yeah, it's verifiable, chat, that my tastes are sus, right? But, like, Yeah, I never really saw it in Oz. I don't
These
know.
accusers are definitely real people, and their feelings about me certainly represent real grievances that they have. But for this next part, we're going to get into a section I call Isn't It Interesting? Now, you all know who I am. I work for Russian media. I have ties to various revolutionary anti-imperialist governments and movements around the world. I'm on the Ukrainian government's list of information terrorists. Now, isn't it interesting that just hours after this document was published, Daria Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, was murdered by a car bomb? We all know that one of the main talking points against me by the BreadTube universe is the fact that I met with Alexander Dugin once in 2018. They constantly call me a Duginist. Isn't it interesting that the
That's me. He's talking about me. No, he's talking about a bunch of people. But yeah, I had him. You know, that picture that he just showed. I used that in a thumbnail, and I was mainly talking about Dugin, right? I don't think I actually talked about Caleb in that video, but I was looking for a picture of Dugin, and that was the one that I got, and it happened to have Caleb in it, and he was all kinds of mad in my comment section. Caleb Maupin himself showed up in my comment section before the video even premiered, so he hadn't even seen the video yet, right? And you know, he wasn't aware of the fact that, like, we're not talking about you. You're not that interesting, right? You're not that influential. Like, I'm trying to talk about, like, the origins of different types of National Bolshevism, Eurasianism being one of those, right? So, like, you know, when we talk, you don't really understand somebody like Infrared Haas until you understand what who Alexander Dugin is and what Duginism is about, and you know, you see it as like a form of fascism that arises in you know, in a different setting, right, with different characteristics.
Communist Party USA, a group that spends all of its time campaigning for Democrats and has been trying to smear me as a neo-Nazi despite
Bro didn't just meet Dugin, he gushed all over him.
Anti-racist activism, had a resolution condemning me, all prepared to send out the very next day after this document was published. This resolution that they published supposedly took months to prepare. They had this resolution finally ready to send out to their membership just after this document was published. Now, isn't it interesting that the Party of Communists, one of the only other leftist groups to stand with Russia during the whole Ukraine crisis, just got hit in a similar manner? Almost immediately after I was subject to these smears, you'll notice that the Party of Communists had their website commandeered with a manifesto accusing them of similar things. I think we can all see what's going on here. Now, it's also interesting to note
what are
that
we supposed
one of
to
the people
see?
I exposed in my BreadTube book was Dr. Steve Hassan. Steve Hassan used to be associated with something called the cult awareness.
Oh, Steve Hassan. Wait, I'm trying to remember this guy. Oh my God, Buffy, are you here by chance? This is your dude, Buffy. No, like, this is somebody that Buffy knows a lot about, right? Cult Awareness. No, wait, no, Cult Awareness Network. I'm trying to remember. Was that the one that got, like, bought by Scientology? But yeah, this is like an anti-cult guy, but there's something really wrong with him. I'm trying to remember what it is. Is he like massively conservative or something? There's something really sus about this guy. Like, right? So it's I don't think it's what Caleb's saying, but
Now, it's also interesting to note that one of the people I exposed in my BreadTube book was Dr. Steve Hassan. Steve Hassan used to be associated with something called the cult.
Steve Hassan, famous bread tuber. Really? Why was this in your BreadTube book?
Cult Awareness Network, and he's
Cult Awareness. Okay, maybe he was associated with before Scientology took it over.
one of the leading cult analysts and experts on cults who appears on CNN. He called for a mass deprogramming of the country after January 6th. I exposed that Dr. Steve Hassan was involved in advising prominent BreadTube personalities. Isn't it interesting?
What? Is this even real? Oh my God. We need our Stephen Hassan expert.
That much of this document reads like something out of one of his books. All of his key talking points about brainwashing and mind control seem to have been worked into this document. Now, isn't it interesting that in the aftermath of this piece being published, people in CPI that are still sympathetic and working with me have been getting text messages from some of the accusers, offering to help them be deprogrammed. Now, it's also interesting to note that I have received...
Wait, oh my God, people in the CPI got text messages from the people that, like, the I guess, like, I don't know if it was like the Yankee Tanky necessarily, but those people, right? The people that were with Caleb and then were no longer with Caleb, they messaged the CPI people being like, hey, do you need help getting deprogrammed? Because you're like in a cult now. This is a cult and you can get out. I was in a cult too. It's okay.
reports that one of the authors of this document has been spotted near Russian
Let's
Orthodox
de-radicalize each other over coffee.
churches around the country. He's been walking up to people, telling them all about me and how bad I am, and then from there telling them that he has ties to European monarchies and that he wants to set up some kind of pro-Russian commune, and he really needs people to sit down with him and talk to him without their cell phones. Now, at one of these Russian Orthodox
Wait,
churches,
what? What are we talking about? This really like went
where
off.
he was camping out and making these claims, the locals seemed to believe he was a cop. Now, some others seem to think he may just be having kind of a psychological meltdown of some kind. But it's well known that this individual is now a traditionalist Catholic and a full-on anti-communist. It's also very important to know
What? Who else is ready to move to Montana, build a town, refuse to accept modernity, and prepare to do battle with the Antichrist?
that as soon as I heard this document was in the works, I called up the individual in question.
I am so confused. Did anybody follow that? Did anybody, like, I am totally confused. Is this Hassan? Is this Stephen Hassan that he's talking about? Wait, who's the person that went around the Russian Orthodox churches and became a like some kind of traditionalist?
The sex worker. I called this person up on the phone and apologized to them. They told me they did not feel victimized by what went on between us, but rather
Just being a Catholic mean you can't be a commie? Wait, I don't think so. Have you ever watched stuff on stream about the National Redoubt? No.
they were upset about an argument that we'd had months later. They accepted my apology. Then on the phone, they told me, quote,
I'm not comfortable with people using this to get their revenge.
I am not comfortable with people using this to get their revenge. Now, I've also gotten reports from people who were initially invited to join the accusations against me that this person seemed very reluctant to be involved. They kept saying things like, why don't we all just go talk to Caleb? So ask yourself, how ethical is it to pressure someone in life circumstances like this to come forward and draw public attention to themselves when they don't even feel personally victimized?
There are many base Catholic priests, especially in South America.
Now, I can't prove that this person was under threat or they were
I'm a Catholic, and I like a lot of communist ideas.
compensated for what they did. I do know that their name was left out of the document, and I will be protecting their privacy as much as I possibly
Well, with the traditionalist Catholic, there's various branches of this, but the one that I'm familiar with is the one that they don't like Vatican II, right? And Vatican II was like a meeting of all the Catholic, people, all the Catholic people, all the Catholic leadership, all the Catholic Church leadership, right? Met and they decided, hey, you know, like how we're really anti-Semitic. We have all this stuff in our theology that's like, anti-Jewish. Let's like not do that anymore. Can we like not do that anymore? And most of the Catholics were like, yeah, we should stop doing that. That's bad. But we shouldn't do that anymore. So they agreed. And there are groups of Catholics that don't agree. In other words, they're like, no, anti-Semitism is part of my beliefs, and I will hold on. Like, right? They want to be, they want to stay with their old version of, Catholic doctrine, which included, really like anti-Semitic ideas. And this is the SSPX is literally we need to install fascism, so we can have a devout giga-chad Catholic monarch who will make the entire world be Catholic. Oh my God. Liberation theology, yeah, is very popular in Latin America.
Now, one thing I do know is that this person had legal troubles over the past year. And one thing that we should be aware of is the fact that when people are facing criminal charges, often plea deals involve the person agreeing to cooperate.
I'm Roman Catholic. As far as I know, it's not anti-Semitic. At least my priest never acted that way. Well, yeah, most of the Roman Catholic Church officially broke away from all the old doctrine, and that's what Vatican II was about, was them meeting and saying, this shit is fucked up, we're not going to do it anymore, right? So they went away from that, right? The main line, like Catholic Church, stop fucking with that, right? And then the people that were like the mainline Catholic Church is wrong, you just stick with the stuff. Those are like the those are like the traditionalist Catholic like people that do that like the people that Shaxby is talking about, the SSPX that hold these ideals. So yeah, it's not mainline. It's not the official like Catholic Church. It's something that the official Catholic Church officially moved away from, right? Oh no, it's not Orthodox. Orthodox is different, right? This is something that split off from the Roman Catholic Church at many years ago, right? This was many I don't know how many years ago, but in the 20th century, I can tell you that it happened. I'm pretty sure Vatican II happened in the 20th century, and that's when that stuff stopped being part of the doctrine. I mean, I only went to like school.
Police investigations and covert police activities. Now, someone who's not a fan of me at all, someone named Bad Empanada, pointed out that to him,
Bad
it sounded like
Empanada making a guest appearance. Oh wait, now this is so funny though. This is Bad Empanada not exactly defending Caleb Maupin. Obviously, Bad Empanada is not a Caleb Maupin fan, but the video is called "Caleb Maupin Isn't a Nazgul. His actual politics are better than many of his." God damn! I just said he's not defending Caleb Maupin, but that title sounds like a defense, doesn't it? It's not exactly. Obviously, Bad Empanada is not a fan. But I kind of disagree here. His actual politics are better than many of his detractors, right? Look, I mean, say what you will about his detractors, but I don't see a lot of them making the like anti-Semitic like dog whistles that Caleb does regularly. The SSPX was founded in 1970 because that was after Vatican II ended. The anti-Semitism is the rug that holds the room's traditions together. Wait, let's see. Regular in communion with Rome churches, except that Jewish people didn't commit the old belief was blaming putting guilt on all Jewish people for the crucifixion, and that's what Vatican II abolished. Interesting. Bad Empanada's beard looks lighter than it looks now. Guess that's lighting. It could be the lighting, or it could be the fact that this isn't really Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada has been, is tied up in his own closet, and this is a LaRouche cult member that is broken into his house to record a video and use his stream key to, put this up on stream where, he's defending Caleb Maupin, but in actuality, Bad Empanada is tied up in the closet being like, right? That's what actual Bad Empanada is not, able to stop this fake Bad Empanada from making this video that is clearly not really Bad Empanada, but a doppelganger. A doppelganger of Bad Empanada has broken into Bad Empanada's house. This is definitely some LaRouche activity going on here. This is what happens when you mess with the LaRouches, right? They come in and they tie you up and in the closet and they impersonate you and do a video as you. That's what's going on. I believe this. Just because Maupin occasionally uses leftist terminology, he has good politics. Like how, it's like, I guess it's a little bit of clickbait because obviously, and this, you've seen Bad Empanada make fun of Maupin, criticize Maupin. Bad Empanada doesn't like Maupin, but what he's saying here, I guess, is more of a dig at Vosh and people like that by saying that somehow they're worse than Caleb Maupin. I don't agree, and I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of Nazgul is. I don't know. What do people feel about this? He is some kind of sussy baka. He is a reactionary in leftist clothes. Right? But if you don't want to call that a Nazgul for some reason, I mean, that's not the... Because if you want to get like super technical, there's like a difference between you know, there's a difference between the different types of third positionists, right? And an Nazgul is a specific thing, and you know, like you could even and like Haas will make this distinction between a Eurasianist such as himself and a Nazgul, right? Because there literally was a Nazgul party in the former Soviet Union and in Russia. There was like a Nazgul party, and it split apart, and Dugin like went his own separate way and formed the Eurasian Conference, whereas the other oh my god, I'm trying to remember their names. There's two other like leaders of the National Bolshevik Party in you know, like some of these flags were wild too, right? And the fucked up thing is that like of all the like Nazgul National Bolshevik former members of the National Bolshevik Party of Russia, Dugin is the most reactionary, right? There were two others that, like, depending on what time you were talking about, they had like very different politics, and they had their symbol. The symbol for the National Bolshevik Party was literally, you take the hammer and sickle and you put it in the circle of the Nazi flag, right? So no swastika, but a hammer and sickle in there instead. Like that was their flag, right? But yeah, Dugin is probably the most reactionary of any of these people. So some of them were just kind of working for you know, whoever they could cozy up to in power in Russia. They would just kind of change to you know, adapt to being allied with them. So yeah, it's kind of a strange phenomenon, a post Soviet phenomenon in Russia, the whole Nazgul arc. Dugin literally wrote the founding charter of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, which is pro Putin and has nothing to do with the CPSU. He may have read theory, but he hasn't read good theory. Say what you want about Caleb Maupin, really, I don't mind. Saddest thing about Dugin's daughter getting blown up is that Dugin chose to take a second car at the last minute.
The entire document was written by a single person. The whole thing had a similar narrative flow to it. It looks a lot like what happened was that some ex-members of CPI were assembled, and they had very different grievances, very different feelings. Some of them liked Keaton, some of them hated Keaton. They were brought together and interviewed, and then some kind of curator sat down and compiled their personal grievances into one document that had a single narrative flow to it. An atmosphere was created for these people to one-up each other and their stories about my supposed manipulations. Despite all these people having different grievances and different feelings, this document was put together and given a narrative flow so that it served one particular purpose. Now,
oh my god, I keep on forgetting to... Hey, you might have a very few minutes before the next ad break, right? And so if you're getting those ad breaks, I've got a solution. I hope I'm not saying this during the ad break, because that would be irony of ironies. That would mean the people that need to hear this are going to be stuck in an ad break and they're not going to be able to hear this. But let me say it really quickly, okay? You have got several ways to get out of those ad breaks, right? I know they're annoying. I know they happen twice every hour. It's quite disruptive. It makes it hard to, you know, watch the stream and degrades your experience, right? So there's ways to get out of this, right? One way you may not know is through Amazon Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime, you have a free sub on Twitch to give to your favorite streamer, which is obviously me. And that gets you out of the ads. Anytime you're in the stream, you will no longer be subject to ads. It also gives you access to all the VODs on Twitch, as well as special bonus content that goes up from time to time. That's one way to get out of it. Another way to get out of it is if you have $5 that is not, you know, and you have $5 to spare, because seriously, if you're in a position where, you know, you're tight on money, I definitely don't want you, I'm not asking for you to spend money, but if you do have $5 that you can spare, that is all that it takes to get you out of the ad breaks. That works as well. And the other way is just to be your awesome self in chat and talk a lot. And when somebody is feeling generous and wants to give a bunch of gift subs and sees your name with no Persona 2 head by it and feels sorry for you, they will very likely give you that gift sub that you're so much craving. So those are the ways that you take care of the ad break on Twitch. My supposed manipulation? Fucker, you're using multiple cameras for your frank explanation, yeah.
Now, anyone who's familiar with Dr. Steve Hassan and the Cult Awareness Network should recognize this style of work. This is how they tend to carry out their operations. It's also worth noting that this is very similar to how the Democratic Party operates against its political rivals. There have been a number of Democratic primary campaigns that have been taken down in a similar manner. They find some sex drama related to the group, and they get into all kinds of complicated details. They publish a piece, very long and complicated, encompassing all kinds of people's negative feelings about some kind of sexual drama, and they publish it online, and people see it, and they get grossed out, and they look away. Rape is rape. Sexual assault is sexual assault.
But, like, I mean, you're the one who got sexual with people, in your organization, right? That's different than, like, they create a sexual drama where none exists, or right? That's, like...
assault. But I'm not accused of anything like that in this document. When it really gets down to it, this document doesn't really accuse me of very much at all. Amid all the innuendo about me being an evil, manipulative cult leader, all that they claim I did was engage in consensual interactions with 2 consenting adults, most of which were just conversations. And all the paragraphs they had maligning my character, that's all they could really accuse me of. Now, they did manage to find the grossest screenshots they could possibly find, and they're really counting on people not actually reading this entire document. They want people to just be grossed out and disgusted. Now, if CPI were a sex cult, they would have a lot more to accuse me of, and a lot more people to come forward with sexual allegations against me. Furthermore, if CPI were a sex...
Nobody's saying it's strictly a sex cult. They're saying that you, like, abused your power. Wait, are they... Does anybody know? Like, I read the thing, but I kind of skimmed over it. I don't remember a lot of it. I don't remember them being like, the entire organization is a sex cult where people are, like, groomed into, like, being shunted into a relationship with Caleb, or, like, I don't remember anything about him effing all the CPI members. I think it was just certain people that he was, certain volunteers that he was working with that he was accused of. I just got an email that they want to host a conference in my field in Israel. Why would they even host it there?
Sex cult, the accusers themselves would not be saying otherwise. The idea that
Wait,
I wrote...
whoa, what's that synthetic left in Vosh or something, right? Wait, what is this? Did you see that tweet?
CPI were a sex cult, the accusers themselves would not be saying...
Okay, that's the Yankee Tanky. We never claimed it was a sex cult. That's the synthetic left, like Vosh, which I plan on debating. Wait, this happened! This happened! Yankee Tanky did debate Vosh. I don't remember what it was about. I don't know if it was about the sex cult, but... Oh my god, no! What is going on here? What is even going on?
Otherwise. The idea that I wrote books that are hundreds of pages in length, that I spent thousands of dollars putting on events, that I spent years and years trying to put together an organization, all just as some kind of elaborate scheme to get sexual favors out of people, is utterly ridiculous. Now, I know there are some people that are going to have a lot of PTSD and
He was in an
a lot of
ally?
traumatic experiences in their past, and they are going to be compelled to believe such a thing. And there's nothing I can do about that. But if you believe that, you're not processing information properly. That's just not the reality of the situation. The people who published this document and made it possible for such claims to be made against me should really be ashamed of themselves. They knew this would happen. They knew this would be used against all anti-imperialists, but they just had to do this. Their temper tantrum against me, their personal resentment and anger was so important that this had to be all over the internet, and it had to hurt our whole community. Now, some of the claims in the document just don't add up. For example, there's this claim that I separate people from their families. Well, is it true that a number of young adults get stuck living at home and that becomes a source of psychological frustration and problems for them? It hurts their self-esteem? Sure, and I do encourage people to get out on their own, have independence from their parents. But it's important to point out that...
Yo, the place to start your independence from your parents is not in a situation like the ones that are described in the, allegations, right? Like, this is like, if that's your way out of your, the inertia of like living at home, like, it's such a bad idea, because, right, Like like the way he's describing it is like just makes the people sound like they're ripe for exploitation. Like it's not helping his case. Yankee Tanky's neighbors yelled at him. I'll wager that Israel lobbies pretty. I'm not going, but now I don't want to go to this conference ever again. I don't know which university it's going to be hosted at yet, but I think it's yeah. Oh my God.
Retreat that happened in Kansas, one of our attendees brought his father with him. His dad was there the entire time, participating in group
Sexual drama,
activities,
right?
sitting in on the classes, engaging in discussions with people. Another attendee brought his wife.
Okay, so dads and wives can go to these CPI conferences. Therefore, I'm not really separating anybody from their...
And his 2 small children with him. They slept in a tent. The idea that I am manipulatively separating people from their families so I can exploit them is just not true. There is not a single person that I've...
But like the other thing that was weird about it too was like that. Oh my God, I'm starting to remember stuff now. Like there was a I'm trying to remember this. Like, oh my God, because this was a while ago when this happened. One of the most damning receipts from the whole Caleb Maupin drop was his DMs with his, I guess his wife, right? His wife at the time. He tells her that he's leaving her and that he's gonna form some compound with the kids, right? He says, the kids, right? And he's talking about these volunteers. And like, yeah, they're like, they're like 18, and he's more middle-aged, right? These are people that he's admitting have never, in some cases, been away from home, and that their first experience away from home is in a where he's sort of using them to do this work, and they don't really know like what's normal, like, right, when you're away from when you're away from home for the first time, like, you don't really know what to expect. So yeah, you're kind of ripe for manipulation, right? You want to be in a situation where something like that is not going to happen, right? But he's kind of, it feels like this is, I don't know, is this who he's looking for, right? Is this who he could get to agree to come? Because other people would have been like, oh, that doesn't really sound like a great situation that I want to be in. They can sort of tell, they can see the red flags, they can see the warning signs, whereas people this age maybe don't recognize that as readily.
Ever separated from their family or forced to cut off their loved ones. Now, do we practice for our CPI events? Absolutely. Do we chant at our events? Yep. Do we sing? Yep.
Oh my God, I can feel the energy in that room.
And we're going to keep doing that. If you want CPI events to be boring, you're in the wrong organization.
You want to make it boring because you want to take away our chants. We love chanting. Here at CPI, we chant all the time, and you're not going to stop us. We're going to chant, chant, chant. I don't care how much of a cult you think we are.
I built CPI because I like to have exciting events with emotional speeches and passionate moments where people can come together. I want to build a community of solidarity where people who've been left behind by this system can find a place to belong and can feel empowered as we study revolutionary ideology. Now, if you don't want to participate in it, that's fine. But there's really no reason to invoke Jim Jones and...
Is it all men? I don't think so.
Waco because you don't approve of a good show. Now, the people who published this document claimed it wasn't about cancel culture, but that's exactly what it was. This wasn't about justice. This wasn't about trying to get reforms in our organization. This was about inflicting pain. They wanted to humiliate me. They wanted to give a piece of ammunition to those who don't like me that they could use to cyberbully me and make fun of me for years to come. And that is the reality. Imagine having trauma like...
He's the victim of cyberbullying. Have we got this all wrong? Is Caleb Maupin the victim of cyberbullying? I don't see many women. I mean, that's probably correct. But I know that there was somebody in this cohort of volunteers that he's accused of acting improperly with. I'm pretty sure there was at least one person was a woman. Didn't mean to bring up the conference. Oh, I mean, like, that's, that's real.
like this in your past. Imagine that it's affected you this way as an adult. And now imagine that all kinds of people who don't know anything about you except your view of foreign policy or the character that's been painted of you in BreadTube videos having access to it. Every time I open Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, I am going to see people taking things that happened to me in my childhood and mocking them and distorting them and using them to ridicule me. Regardless of the mistakes that I made, I did not deserve this. The people who put this document out should be ashamed of themselves. What they did was a very nasty, vindictive thing that did not help anything and did not really advance the struggle for justice in any way. Now, the Center for Political Innovation is back, but some things have changed. We are now incorporated as the CPI Education Project in the state of Oregon. Now, I do not control the bank accounts, and I will not be playing an administrative role in the organization. There will be other people who take on those tasks. I'm written into the bylaws as the ideological leader, but other people will be running the day-to-day activities of the organization. Former CPI members are welcome to rejoin, and new people are welcome as well. Go ahead and click the link down below. You can become a
Yo, this is like when this is, oh my God, you're defending your accusations of sexual impropriety, but you want to make sure that you're gonna like throw in like a join the CPI like along with like, right? Is anybody else find this strange? Like the point of this is a refutation of allegations, or putting things into perspective, saying that he's not as bad as everybody says he is. Some of the things that have been said about him are exaggerations. These people, they were motivated. They wanted to destroy the organization. They're really bad. Somehow Steve Hassan was involved. Like, it's fucking random too. It's like, wait, how do you know Steven? Because so he exposed something about Steven Hassan working with BreadTube or something, like advising like BreadTube figures. And then he talks about Steven Hassan, like he hasn't really shown anything though. Neville says hi Neville, meow. This is wild. He hasn't shown what he's talking about, like in terms of like, this is the proof that Steven Hassan, like there, it's just like, I mean, maybe it's in his BreadTube in the synthetic left video, but it's definitely not here.
Member of the CPI now that we're back in business. Forgiveness is offered to those who maybe overreacted or flipped out in response to this whole situation. I made mistakes. So did others. We all said some things we wish we could take back. This whole situation has been rough for all of us. It's been a tough few months, and I'm glad we're back. The people who signed this document are not welcome back in CPI. The point is not to punish them. I have a feeling a number of them already regret having put this out there. This is about protecting our organization. The reason they are permanently banned is because their presence puts the entire group in danger. They regret having put this out there. This is about protecting our organization.
Okay, wait, so member 1, member 2, I'm guessing these are people that didn't want their names to be outed. So there's 2 people that don't want to be named. And then the rest of them, like, some of them are, they're ostensibly their real names are given here. Some of them just their first names and their usernames. One person, like the place they live is mentioned, yeah. So there's like what, 1, 2. There's 2 people. No, there's 3 people that are first name, last name, right? Everybody else is either member 1, for the ones whose names are totally redacted. Sometimes their first name, sometimes their initials, sometimes. Yeah. There's and sometimes with their social media name.
The reason they are permanently banned is because their presence puts the entire group in danger. If they are capable of doing this...
So they endorsed a document that was the document of accusations that they're banned.
Over such petty grievances. Imagine what they might...
Oh, yeah. So, like, Caleb Maupin has been talking about Steven Hassan, right? And I was mentioning that, I was like, is Buffy Geek in chat? Because I feel like Buffy Geek might have something to say about this. But basically, he's implied that Steven Hassan is involved and is advising certain BreadTube figures, and that there were instances of members of his group being like contacted via text by people offering to deprogram them. He's trying to kind of paint Stephen Hassan as this shadowy figure that has something to do with the with the way that these charges have affected him and the organization, when in reality it's just that, like, yeah, you know, there were texts of Caleb published that were him talking to his wife and saying, I am gonna leave you, nah 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 nah, and she's like saying, like, you're delusional, like, right? He's saying, I'm gonna leave you and go live with the kids in a compound, right? He's talking about getting a compound, right? And so this is where the cult stuff kind of comes from. But he's acting like, you know, this has to be some shadowy outside force. And yeah, he's mentioned Stephen Hassan a number of times, and yeah, he's a bummer. He's a cult expert who was convinced. Oh, that's what he got into, is into GC stuff. Convinced by GC people that sissy hypnoporn is a real indoctrination tactic that is oh my god. No, this I've seen people talk about this before, right? That is some Facebook shit right there. The idea that, like, the sissy hypno pipeline. Yeah, I've heard of this, right? This is it's a weird right-wing thing.
Do to your community, your organization, or your family. I admitted that I needed help in order to get more self-control and make sure I didn't repeat the mistakes I made. These people also need help, and unless you want your dirty laundry all over the internet, my advice is to steer clear of them. At the very least, they are easily manipulated. Now, I'm a Christian and I believe in forgiveness, and I've spent a long time trying to process why these people would go out of their way to do something so vengeful and mean-spirited. A couple weeks after this document was published, one of the accusers texted me, "You won." I didn't reply, of course, but I looked at it and I thought, how did I win? How did anyone win here? All that came out of this was that CPI temporarily dissolved. I had to be silent for a couple months. And those who don't support Venezuela, Iran, Russia, or China got a new piece of information to ridicule all of us that are anti-imperialist with. Now, it's worth noting that the two people that came forward with allegations
So just like
against
Trump, they're not coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in their way. That's what he's saying.
me were members of Students and Youth for a New America before the pandemic, when we operated a little bit differently. Back in those days, I would rent a classroom, give a lecture on communist history, and then afterwards we would all go out to the diner. Now, the kind of things you might share with a small group of friends is very different than the kind of things you would share with those that you work with in a full-on professional organization with real funding. Now, one of the people who wrote the document said she couldn't understand why I was always saying not to be anti-American and not to talk about left adventurism or terrorism and criminal activities, but yet I wanted her to go on a trip to Venezuela. Apparently, the idea of visiting a socialist country that's under threat from the United States really scared her. Another one of the people who signed the document couldn't understand why I was angry with him because of the fact that we raised quite a bit of money to send him to Nicaragua, and he then bailed on the trip and left us with the bill. Almost all the people who signed this document are in their late 20s, almost 30, but still living at home. They love being communists on the internet, but being involved in an actual organization and doing actual work where people are relying on you is something that they're just pretty freaked out by. Things like being part of a community, engaging in international travel, are things that just make them quite uncomfortable. They'd rather be safe at home with mom and dad. Now, I opened a lot of doors for these people. I got one of them on the Tucker Carlson show. I was always encouraging them to write more and speak more. I wanted them to step up and find their own voices. If this was some kind of cult, I would have made it all about me.
Yeah, he's not right-wing at all, though. He's not, Caleb Maupin, don't say that he's right-wing. He just got somebody on the Tucker Carlson show.
And suppress them and push them down, but I didn't do that. Instead, I opened doors for these people, and they fell on their faces. Now, my frustrations in the revolutionary movement over the years was always feeling that I had been suppressed. I always felt like I was not being given the opportunity to speak and to write and to perform the way that I could. I always felt like there were certain individuals that were holding back my potential and my ability to make a contribution. And I always made a point of not doing that. I always appreciated people who gave me an opportunity to shine before the world. But I guess for some people who've been given opportunities and then fallen on their faces and not been able to look good, they might come to resent somebody. They might feel like someone pushed them forward only to make a fool of themselves. Well, that wasn't my intention. I was only trying to help these people and give them opportunities. They seem to have fell on their faces and they resent me for it. And now they've decided to spit in my face. Well, I'm sure that they are still in pain. The libidinal rush they got from taking me down with this document went away after a couple weeks. They're still living at home. They're still full of resentment. They're still lonely. They're still angry.
You gotta tell these people that they're losers. Make sure that they understand they're losers. Wait, am I a bad leftist? I've never been to Nicaragua.
Angry, they're still frustrated, they're still depressed, they're still hopeless, they're still bitter, and they're still not going anywhere in this world. The idea that publishing this document and trying to take me down was going to make their lives better was an illusion.
Listen, I'm convinced now. Caleb Maupin is a persona villain. Caleb Bob, like this is so wild, like, right?
They're right back where they started. They've showed the world how
You've shown that you're just a failure. You thought you could take me down, but you can't even manage your own life. You're all, yeah, like this is totally a Persona 5 villain.
willing they are to inflict pain on other people, to embarrass other people. And exposing me, they expose themselves.
You've never been out of the US?
The fact that I can look into the camera every day and do my job on international television.
It is wild that other countries exist, like, right? I don't know. The fact that they're so different, like that, like when your first time out of the US, it's kind of wild.
Despite having my deepest, darkest personal secrets all over the internet.
Communism is when international travel
Shows that I'm pretty resilient. They didn't take me down with their long, drawn-out internet gossip column. The city-building tendency and the Center for Political Innovation.
The city-building tendency? That's really what it's called? I thought somebody was joking about that.
And our constructive, optimistic socialism is still here. We're going to keep marching ahead. Catch you on the next stream.
Are you going to still use, like, this filter on the next stream? Did he just... I thought he came out of the water! I thought he dunked his head in the water! Like, that's... Wow! Wow, okay. I was like, wait, is he getting baptized? What's going on? He's a bit of a... he definitely gives the...
You are from RT, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I like you.
Thank you. Very good.
Yeah, wish you everything good.
Oh, and same to you.
Yeah, you're Russian.
Oh, very good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Very good. Okay.
Wait, did somebody say fuck off? Okay, well... that's Caleb Maupin for you. That's Caleb Maupin for you. Yeah, kind of an anime villain speech, right? Yeah, but like a particular kind of villain, right? You know, like that's why I said Persona 5, because so many of the villains are like the teacher, or like the, you know, the art teacher, or the like overbearing dad, or you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of villain that you have in Persona 5. And like it's like the villain that wants to talk you down like a parent or a mentor would talk you down, right? They want to get in your head, but they're not just like, you know, they're not just like, you are weak and I will fuck you up. They're like this is another sign of you failing to follow through, right? They're like the disappointed parent villain. You know what I'm talking about? There's like it's like a subgenre, and that's what Caleb Maupin is here. That's what he sounds like. I gave them all the opportunities that a young person could want, and they went and betrayed me and threw it back in my face and spread all my dirty laundry all over the internet. Don't trust these people. You don't want them in your organization. They'll spread all your dirty laundry out there too, right? It's just like... did he just do that whole speech in a public place where people could walk past and listen? Yeah, well, I mean, it was, yeah, like some kind of waterfront. That's what he was filming. You know, he was filming with multiple cameras on a waterfront. And it was supposed to be like a candid, like a little tiny bit of a mea culpa, but mostly like, you know, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong. CPI is fine. Please donate to us. Please volunteer for us. We're here to stay. Like, this was just a little hissy fit by these immature young people who we gave all kinds of chances to, only to have them betray us. Wow, Vosh is sure happy about that. Like, you know, you made Vosh happy. Good job. You did just what the synthetic left and the CIA wanted you to do, and you fucked up, you know, Caleb's org. He was on the waterfront of Long Island. I couldn't tell what the I never got. What is that camera filter? Like, what is that filter?
Hey everybody, I'm back. So is the Center for
Everybody,
Political
let's watch
Innovation.
it again.
Glad to be here.
It was so good the first time. No, we're switching over to a different kind of content now. Let's change this to EoT roasts. Xan and RGR. See, I can't fit it all in. I can't fit it all in. It's so much. It's so much. There we go. And this next one, what do we have? We have J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling coming mask off today. J.K. Rowling mask off. Yeah, you knew that she was right wing. You knew that she was TERF. You knew that she was transphobic. You knew that she was horrible in all sorts of ways. You knew that she had like weird anti-Semitic shit crawling all over Hogwarts and that all of her IPs, right? You knew about all this stuff, right? But there's a few things that we've learned recently, right? She has taken to calling trans women trans-identified males, right? Which, you know, I mean, like, this is a TERF thing, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal, because most of us know that J.K. Rowling's a TERF. She's using TERF language, right? It's not really that weird. But you do still get the people that will say, you think that J.K. Rowling is transphobic? Please. When has she ever said anything transphobic, right? And like, true, in most of her transphobic tweets, she kind of hides behind certain things and, you know, tries to obfuscate and tries to hide her power level. But when she calls trans women trans-identified males, she makes it pretty clear. So, you know, there's that. There's also her defending Posey Parker. She's defending a fascist, right? Posey, yeah, Posey Parker, right? Oh my God. I'm so afraid of getting it mixed up, right? Because Parker Posey did nothing wrong, as far as we know. Like, right? None of this stuff is anything about. Don't get it confused. This isn't about Parker Posey. This is about Posey Parker. Who? Wait, what? Does anybody remember Posey Parker's real name? Maybe I should just start talking about Posey Parker under like the other name, because otherwise I'm gonna say it the wrong way, and I'm gonna imply that a perfectly innocent person is doing horrible stuff. But Posey Parker has a verifiable connection to the far right. Posey Parker is not just transphobic. Posey Parker is, you know, racist and, you know, conservative, like reactionary, right? Kelly J. Keene Mitchell, Kelly J. KJK. Sea lion noises, right? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, so So yeah, I mean, like, when Posey Parker, when Kelly J. Keene Mitchell, um, got arrived in I think in Auckland, um, she had reserved like a gazebo to speak at, and the idea would be that she'd stand on the gazebo and speak to a crowd, right? That's, you know, I guess a common enough way of giving a speech, right? However, the protesters showed up, and there were so many protesters that she was basically surrounded on all sides by people that were not fans of hers, right? And as she went into the gazebo, she got tomato sauce poured on her, and eventually just left without speaking, because really the people that she wanted to speak to weren't even there, because, you know, there was a massive protest, in no small part due to the fact that Nazis, literal like Nazis, showed up to side with her in her event in Australia, right? So you know, after that happened, like it became higher profile, and a bunch of people showed up. So it didn't go off very well, right? J.K. Rowling is now claiming that Posey Parker was the victim of violence, and she's gone off on a whole ass transphobic thing. The other thing she did, well, let's take a look, right? It was actually tomato soup, was it? I wanted it to be tomato sauce or ketchup or dressing or something, right? I think I would have used, not that I would have done anything like that, chat, but like, I mean, dressing is good, you know, or cocktail sauce. She got tomato juice and fled the country without giving a speech. On her way out of the country, she said, "This country is effed." Well, let's take a look at her her trend today. J.K. Rowling's trend, that is. Okay, so here's one of them, right? This is a The Neon Requiem, or Rudy. Queer was never joyous. It wasn't joyous when my fellow gay men were being beaten to unalive status by homophobes, screaming the word at them, screaming the word gay, or screaming the word queer. Okay, I guess this is... And it isn't joyous now when it's used by men who beat women up and the corporations that support them. And so what this is, like, right, J.K. Rowling retweeted this, right? It says, "Get your shit off our flag." And they're erasing the black, the brown, and the trans pride colors off of the diversity flag, right? J.K. Rowling saw this, you know, calling basically all these groups represented here, you know, and she said, fuck yeah, retweeted that, okay? So yeah, there's the first thing. Okay, so here's my post. If you haven't engaged with this already, right, this is a, oh, look at that, people are engaging with it, right? If you want to engage in it, here, let me give you the thread. That's the thread, that's my thread, right? I kind of tried to sum up, like, what's going on with J.K. Rowling today. Oh my god, you know what I missed is, switching over to this scene. Because I really want you to be able to see this. Okay, I guess I'll move it like that or so. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Like that. There we go. That works better. Okay. So yeah, this is the thing that she retweeted. Now here's what she said about, here's her using a new slur. And it's just new to her, right? This is a classic TERF slur. When TERFs get called TERFs, they want to have something to call trans women, in this case, right? And their weapon of choice is to call trans women trans-identified males. And so this is her replying to somebody saying there's zero evidence that trans-identified males don't retain male patterns of criminalities. And two, they are proportionally more trans-identified males. And you can imagine her saying this, right? This is a slur that she's using, right? That's in jail in the UK for sex offenses than among male prisoners as a whole. Wait, what? So that's, you know, that's a new development. And then here's the Posey Parker apologia. And this is her attacking Austin Sheridan. Austin Sheridan tweeted out some tomato soup and said, oh my god, I can't make it get big. I'm trying to remember, basically, like, I can't help but thinking of, for some reason I always think of Posey Parker when I eat tomato soup or something like that. And then she's got a close-up of what looks like somebody putting their hand around Posey Parker's neck, but you actually can't tell because it's a hyper close-up and a crop. And then, that's what she said, yeah. That's what she's, So anyway, this is, you know, this is her, we've all met progressive men who think male violence against women they don't agree with is a right old laugh. What's new is seeing them being this open about it. Maybe Hamza will let you write his gags if you manage to get him elected. Ha 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 ha. Austin R. Sheridan. Now I need to find the tweet from that this was from, right? This was like, so there's the trans-identified males thing. There is the Posey Parker defense, and there's retweeting this tweet calling comparing, like, you know, black and brown and trans people to yeah. Okay, so there's more. So this is Jesse Gender's response. J.K. Rowling is openly using a slur for trans people. Trans-identified male, or TIM, is often used on gender-critical TERF sites as a slur, as well as an attempt to delegitimize trans women's humanity as women. Oh, do convictions for sex work count as sex crimes? Because if they do, then yeah, it could tell a very different story. Good point. Okay, so this is interesting. Oh my god. This is what I love about Twitter. I don't love this, right? It's like, it's hard to show you stuff on stream. Okay, so it starts off, J.K. Rowling regularly posts transphobic rhetoric immediately after events where trans people have been attacked or killed. She doesn't really hold this standard, just wants to act through, act as though trans people are the aggressors. And then J.K. Rowling answers, says, examples, please? What, like the time you framed yourself as if you're the victim of a witch hunt by trans people days after the killing of Brianna J? And then J.K. Rowling, show the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said, I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people. And then somebody replies, this is gay. Your podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Yes, a podcast on which I never once said I'm the victim of... The title of the podcast is The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Who would be conducting the trial if not trans people? I never once said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people, and people who disagree with me also feature... Wait, what? Okay, that's wild. Okay, so we still got the, wow, this is from March 16th, the Death Eaters thing, right? Remember the time where she compared trans people to Death Eaters? That's the thing about trends, is you're going to also see stuff that's from the last time this person was trending. And I'd almost forgotten. In fact, I was hoping I could maybe forget. J.K. Rowling deleted this tweet, which is unusual. Various people are claiming this man was actually security for the gender-critical movement and may have been threatening a legal action over her tweet. All unconfirmed. Maybe J.K. Rowling could explain why she deleted it. So this is J.K. Rowling saying men often react to women's words, speaking and writing as if they were acts of violence. Sometimes men react to women's words with violence. Most women have experienced enough dominance from men, control, violence, insult, contempt. Okay, so it's just an Andrea Dworkin tweet, and so far as I know, Dworkin is not a TERF. Am I right? Am I still right about that? But yeah, this is supposedly a member of the security for the gender critical side of things, and they were threatening to sue, or might have sued, I guess. Oh yeah, somebody's bringing this up, the idea that sex offense, right? She's citing statistics about sex offenses. Sex offense includes prostitution. Referring to a trans woman as a trans, yeah, that's a transphobic thing to do. Okay, so it's just a clapback on said this earlier today, says Jessie Gender, but bears repeating for disingenuous, but she said nothing wrong. Tell me what she said that was transphobic. J.K. Rowling is openly defending a fascist today. Yeah, openly defending Posey Parker. So this person's talking about the Posey Parker incident. J.K. Rowling and a horde of British anti-trans extremists predictably launched a misinformation assault overnight to try to spin the narrative of what occurred yesterday, despite being on the other side of the world. They know Parker's tour set them back significantly. So they're trying to recast the tour. Okay, so I can't show you... Wait, do you see what's down here? Okay, there's Jessie Gender's tweet. Let me scroll down a little bit. Okay. So this is Posey Parker's This is Posey Parker's Twitter profile. I cannot scroll down further. Dworkin is awful, but hopefully not that awful. But, like, there's a reason that I can't scroll down farther. And does anybody know what that reason is? So this is, Posey Parker's, Twitter page. That is indeed a Barbie. That Barbie has on a uniform that is a World War II era German uniform. And as you might have guessed, were I to scroll down, we would see a hate symbol on the armband of the Barbie doll, right? So instead of scrolling down further, it's SS Barbie. So instead of scrolling down further, I'm going to scroll up. Because I am not trying to look at any hate symbols on Twitch today. That's... Thank you, but no thank you. I feel like there's one other... Oh my god, how do I scroll past this? I gotta turn this off temporarily. There. Do we turn it off temporarily? Scroll. There's the offending symbol. Okay. I'll turn it back on now. So look at what somebody did with this. Oh no! Fuck! Okay. Well, it's turned to the side, so... Oh my god, I can't get away from it! Okay, god damn it! I thought I could show it without showing the thing. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, it wasn't like fully shown, so but Yeah, that's what somebody did. Somebody put J.K. Rowling's face on Posey Parker's Fash Barbie, SS Barbie. That like she literally puts that up on her thing, right? That's who she is. When somebody, tells you who they are, you best believe them. Okay, so we've got one more video to look at today, and that's Essence of Thought. So, Essence of Thought, actually, when I first became aware of Riley Grace Rochong, aka RGR, it was when she started going on Xander Hall's stream, and she was trying to like, well, I mean, like in her mind, like she was trying to solve a dispute, right? In reality, she was on Xander Hall's side, right? She wasn't there. She tried to present herself as like a neutral arbiter, but that's not who she was, and she did a lot of harm. She and Xander Hall did a lot of harm, whether it was bringing Calvin Guerra on or attacking Essence of Thought. I didn't actually know how bad it was, though. This was stuff that I'd heard about years ago, and I just didn't really know what it was about until now. So Ethel, Essence of Thought, has made a video on Riley Grace Rochong's inhuman cruelty and why it matters, right? Because like Riley Grace Rochong, as far as we know, not involved in content creation currently, right? She had a go at it. She debated Demon Mama. It went pretty badly for her. She lost most of her community. Her community got replaced by Destiny people. And then she went on and tried to pedo jacket Doe and really, really like ruined her reputation that way. When we last heard about her, she was on some board with Dylan Burns where the president of the board resigned and demanded that all the other members, including Riley, resign, said that they had like kind of strayed from their mission and they weren't it was just had become like a bed of white fragility and racism, right? So that was the last we heard about Riley Grace Rochong. This is kind of an update and kind of like a prequel, right? This is who Riley was before all that happened, and it turns out, yep, Riley was always bad. So Ethel's going to be talking about Riley, going to be talking about Xander Hall, and also, I guess, Luck Xander here.
She, her, they, them, and it's time to actually... My work is a balancing act, with me trying to maintain both the academic and human components of what it is I'm covering. It's way too easy to lean one way and neglect the other, and this is a problem that only becomes more prevalent as the topic becomes more personal. That's why, in March of 2021, I revisited my criticism of ContraPoints and her video defending a domestic abuser. It's why I remade my video on Xander's efforts to exploit my history as a...
So the abuser being Buck Angel.
...type of abuse, because I felt like I'd failed the first time around. I had tethered my own emotions, limiting myself in ignoring the deep psychological impact they'd had on me. So you can probably imagine how difficult it must be to discuss the facts that Riley Grace Rochong used a recent death in my family to kick me whilst I was down. And nobody said anything. Well, I haven't forgotten, so let's take a look at what happened and why acts like these define the dirtbag movement. But before we can delve deeper into all that,
So Ethel's using the word dirtbag, right? Now, a lot of these people we could also call debate bozos, debate bros, right? They're, debate streamers. Reactionaries, like, right, there's a lot of names we could use for the people that Ethel's talking about here, but she chooses Ethel, they choose dirtbag rather than another term. And this is a term that kind of has a history. It kind of goes way back, and When we're talking about, like, Peter Coffin back in the day, we talked about Douglas Lane earlier. I think I mentioned Chapo. Chapo definitely gets mentioned as part of the dirtbag left, right? It really comes out of a moment in which there were some disingenuous attacks by Hillary Clinton on the Bernie Sanders campaign that implied that the people who wanted Bernie Sanders to be the candidate were, an overwhelmingly male group of quote unquote brocialists, right? The Bernie Bros. The Bernie Bros meme was born, right? And, Hillary Clinton, I guess you could say, used her identity in a lot of ways as a fig leaf, used her, identity to compensate from her just wildly, reactionary platform and rhetoric, right? This left a really bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And you had kind of the birth of the dirtbag left, right? Which established itself as being anti-identity politics. Hillary Clinton's disingenuous actions were pared down to being a symptom of identity politics, when in actuality, they were a symptom of a fundamentally flawed candidate who could not win a primary without this kind of tactic, without slamming her opponent, and who was trying to kind of sell herself as as being to the right of Bernie in some way, or sorry, being to the left of Bernie in some ways, when in actuality she was to the right? So, like I said, that left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, and you had this emergence of, like, now granted, we're talking about Democratic Party politics, right? So this isn't leftist shit, right? Not even Bernie, right? You don't delude yourself into thinking that Bernie's revolution was going to be, a disruption of the capitalist system, right? At the best case scenario, Bernie was offering like a more SOCDEM kind of policies, right? Bernie wasn't, proposing some sort of a radical revolutionary change at all, right? So these are all Democratic Party politics, right? But because of the nature of Bernie's candidacy as awakening people to the possibility of an actual left in the US, right, is kind of what brings leftism into it. That when you saw a candidate who in the past had called himself a socialist, who was running in the Democratic Party and proposing remedies which honestly are a lot more robust than anything that you get from a standard Democratic Party politician, right? This caused like an emerging consciousness, an expanding Overton window, right? In a big way, because of the fact that one of the first criticisms, one of the first attempts to shut Bernie down was, dude is a communist, all right? You know, like the USSR, like the commies, like the gulags, all that stuff. That's Bernie. That's bad. I thought we all knew that was bad. I thought that's bad. You can't support a communist. He's a socialist. That's like basically a communist. Like, how can you? Do you want Venezuela? This is how you get Venezuela. That was one of the objections to Bernie Sanders, not just from the right, but from the left. Dude is a communist, right? And like, they thought that this might be all it takes to get rid of Bernie. Dude is a communist. You can't support communism. Communism's bad. But when people heard dude is a communist, some of those people were like, yeah, dude's a communist. That's why I'm voting for him. Right? Yeah, thanks capitalism for telling me dude's a communist. Thanks for telling me that you're afraid of this guy. I'm going to vote for him even harder now, right? So dude is a communist did not work against Bernie. And that's a big part of what allowed the Overton window to expand. There was a recognition that supporting socialism, supporting communism, having that as part of your CV in Bernie's case, or having that as part of your, policy, as something that you support, was not the kiss of death that it used to be. It was a recognition that with the Cold War having been over for so long, so was the McCarthyite rhetoric and the ability to shut the door on somebody based on association with leftism, right? So, I mean, that's really where the opportunity for something like BreadTube, as flawed as it was, came from, right? It was that emergence, right? And along with that, you have this, contingent of Bernie supporters who, in the end, maybe were stronger in their hatred of Hillary and of the party establishment than they were in their desire to advance, something along the lines of Bernie's, of our revolution, right? To move us closer to like a, to move us out of like neoliberalism as a default policy, because that's what we've had ever since like Carter. Basically, every single president has been a neoliberal. So, there was that moment, and there was a group of people whose fundamental takeaway from the 2016 election was that identity politics is killing the left. And they forgot that those identity politics were not like leftist intersectional politics. They were centrist, center-right, Hillary Clinton, like bad faith politics, right? It only used right. So this group emerged, and this is where Peter Coffin came from. This is where this is some of the energy that Haas was feeding off of. Like a lot of these like bad reactionary leftists, right? A lot of these, you could even say Vosh to a certain extent too, like emerged out of the 2016 election as not just a widening of the Overton window to encompass actual leftism, but as a with that kind of anti-identity politics / anti-SJW politics that came with it. That's where this comes from. That's what I'm trying to. That is the fundamental unity between the things that I'm covering today, between the Essence of Thought thing and the Peter Coffin / Caleb Maupin thing. And yes, I do realize I need to change my text.
Just need to give a content warning for the following: COVID death, ableism, domestic abuse, childhood sexual assault, gaslighting, transmisia, and transmisogyny. If you like our work, please consider supporting the channel via Patreon. You can also support us by liking, commenting, and sharing this video on social media. Hi there, my name is Apple Thurston, she, her, they, them, and it's time to actually finish the fourth and final installment in my series, Meet the Dirtbag YouTubers. It's been almost 2 years since I published the last one, but better late than never. So let's start with a hypothetical.
Come on, NCC, can you let a leftist dream?
Imagine you're a trans YouTuber who has been open about their history as a victim of domestic abuse and child sexual assault for the past decade. Imagine that a popular trans YouTuber, someone you once looked up to, came out in defense of a man who had publicly abused his ex-wife. That the popular YouTuber covered for him by lying about what had taken place, whilst making out that anyone with access to the very public evidence of his abuse was a Nazi stalker pretending to be trans. Imagine that, as you spoke up on the issue, a cis person who openly admits he was once a Nazi began hurling ableist and transmissive abuse at you in defense of this popular trans YouTuber, going so far as to violate your history of abuse and childhood sexual assault, weaponizing it as a means to frame your criticism of abusers as the signs of mental illness. They even go so far as to present it as evidence that you, a victim of domestic abuse and childhood sexual assault, must be an abuser yourself. Then imagine that a third person, someone many people saw as a kind and compassionate member of the non-binary community, cheered the cis person on as he turned to said violence, only to resort to transmisogyny itself when you called the non-binary person out on its own actions. How might you feel at this point? Well, I want you to imagine that it doesn't end there. Imagine that a person who was, until recently, an open Trump supporter, decided to insert herself among that conversation. Imagine that she approached you.
No, yeah, this is a weird thing about Riley's conservatism, right? When I met Riley, and yeah, Riley, hated my guts too. Riley famously live tweeted a debate where she thought that I was going to do something really horrible in the like she believed the clickbait that had been baked into the thumbnail that that NCC was supporting blackface in some way in this video, and she was excited and happy to see that, and was live tweeting it, right? Was gonna be like, yes, I heard her say it, she said the thing, right? And obviously I don't say the thing, right? Obviously that's irrelevant, trying to scumbag me, right? Trying to basically compare gender self-ID to blackface, right? He was the one that was making the odious comparison, not me. But Riley, ends up deleting the tweet before she gets to the part that she was looking forward to. So that's Riley. She's always been kind of right-wing. I didn't know she was a Trump supporter, but I guess it doesn't completely surprise me, because she was always more right-wing than I could have imagined. She was always like, I remember one time when she deleted she unfollowed everybody on Twitter and then started refollowing people, and the first people were like Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, right? So yeah, this is Riley.
Pretending that she simply wanted to end the tension, whilst in reality, she just wanted you to silence yourself. Imagine that, as you were left distraught from a recent loss in your family during a global pandemic, trapped thousands of kilometers from the rest of your
See, now this is the stuff about Riley that I did not know, right? Somehow I missed this whole thing.
family, that said person goes out of her way to imply that you don't really care about your deceased loved one. All because you didn't respond to her in the time nor the manner she demanded. The sad fact is, I don't have to imagine any of this, since that is my very real experience with the dirtbags, ContraPoints, Xanderhole, and finally, Riley Grace Bushong. Now, I've already covered the first three in separate videos, each one fully referenced, and watching them will give you a greater understanding of this video, so do check Bushong. Now, I've already covered the first goes out of her way to imply that you don't really care about your deceased loved one.
Sorry I hiccuped like that. Let me play it again just so we have a good version
All
for
because
this.
you didn't respond to her in the time nor the manner she demanded. The sad fact is, I don't have to imagine any of this, since that is my very real experience with the dirtbags, ContraPoints, Xanderhole, Luxembourg, and finally, Riley Grace Bushong. Now, I've already covered the first three in separate videos, each one fully referenced, and watching them will give you a greater understanding of this video, so do check them out. That said, you could probably get by with just the Xanderhole video, which is key due to Riley and Xanderhole's close relationship, at least at one point in time. Now, we'll get to Riley's emotional grave robbing in a bit, but first, I need to give you a basic understanding of how I first came into contact with her. I also wanted to talk about how her approach is intellectually dishonest, as well as how she enabled Xanderhole's exploitation of my history as a survivor, something I think speaks very strongly to why systems such as rape culture and victim blaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main reason I was surprised by Riley being as conservative as she ended up being is that, my first experience of her content was just like her doing video stories about her transition, right? Her talking about her transition. I think I even, she had a good video on trans women in sports, right? I just kind of wasn't expecting conservatism to come out of somebody like that. RGR is also a Christian. It doesn't necessarily make her conservative, but doesn't surprise me when I find out Christians
are so prolific in Western legal systems. Because if you didn't know, Riley's training to become a lawyer, or at least she was when I started this video, way back in 2021. And whilst not all lawyers are terrible, Riley is very clearly indicative of a mindset that legal training does nothing to remove, resulting in incredibly sadistic behavior going unchallenged. She genuinely seems to get pleasure out of making people suffer. Now, I realize I'm not alone in this. There are many people Riley has treated this way. This is why she left YouTube at one point, and whilst looking to return a year later, has largely failed to. I am not looking to erase what anyone else has been put through, I am merely looking to finally have my say about this woman, at which point, I'll finally be able to move on. When she first reached out to me, I had absolutely no idea.
So yeah, something to take into consideration, right, is that Riley Race Rochang is not a popular like topic at the moment, right? This isn't like this isn't the kind of video that is going to be rewarding in any sense, right? Like just like when you have a stream where you don't get any followers, right? This is a video that's not likely to get a lot of views and not, do a lot of things in terms of positive momentum for Ethel's channel, right? She's doing this because she feels like when this happened, she was silenced, and she wants to have her say, right? This is this is kind of the video that she's trying to make here, and it's true, right? She doesn't. There's not a lot to be gained, as far as her channel growth or anything like that, from doing a video about like a former YouTuber that nobody really thinks about anymore. But it does involve like Xander Hall and Luxander, who are still making content, and I can sort of understand Ethel. I mean, especially considering what she went through, and I had no idea. There's no cloud in this. Yeah, no, not at all.
She was. Hell,
there's like negative cloud in this.
I had no idea who Xanderhall was until he came at me out of nowhere, and it was her efforts regarding me that would lead the two of them buddying up in 2020. So Riley emerged shortly after our stream detailing Xanderhall's transmissic and ableist behavior. Riley reached out, letting me know that she created a response titled Armchair Psychology, Is Xanderhall Ableist?, after having watched Xanderhall's follow-up stream to the one we'd just done. Quick note, she'd later admit that she hadn't watched the actual stream by myself and Levi, which Xanderhall cuts off early into his stream, meaning she didn't actually know our arguments, so yeah, not the best first impression. But I watched her video anyway and wrote a response thread detailing several concerns I had, including how Riley just accepted what people stated about me in the comments of her video. The example I gave was a comment in which someone stated I'd criticized Zoomer Nation for defending pedophilia. Only problem is, I don't know who Zoomer Nation is. Not that I didn't.
This is so relatable. This is so relatable. Whenever I see like another content creator talk about me, often their chat will volunteer information, and it's not information of good quality, let's just say. It's unreliable at best.
No, I still don't. Riley replied by simply accepting it, saying that,
but, I mean, it's so weird how, like, little scrutiny there is, right? She doesn't know who Zoomer Nation is. There's somebody in the comments being like, oh yeah, remember the time that, remember the time that Essence of Thought accused Zoomer Nation of XYZ? And they don't know who Zoomer Nation is. They literally do not know. I don't really remember. Like, I know Zoomer Nation at some point was like involved in the, would have been like on debates on Chud Logic stream. Maybe one of the more left voices on that stream, but I don't know about any like sussy like opinions that Zoomer Nation might have had. I don't really know much at all about Zoomer Nation, to be honest, so.
I was kind of figuring this out when it was just patently false. Again, not the best first impression. I also took issue with how she framed Xanderhall's demands that I allow him to abuse me live as a conversation, noting how it ignored the context of the threats of physical violence Xanderhall had publicly encouraged. I noted how Riley continuously used trivializing language like beef to describe the issues I took with this behavior.
So calling something beef, chalking it up to beef, calling it drama.
Then we get to the big
that kind of thing.
My criticism of the way in which Riley framed Xanderhall trying to force the answer he wanted out of his fans in regards to my history of abuse, apparently proving that I had an abusive personality, was him listening. Like, hell no. Not only did he have to be told to stop repeatedly, but he'd circle back and try again later with the notable support of Luxander. Suffice to say, the video was a big old platter of nothing, and none of this filled me with much confidence regarding Riley. However, she'd later update the description in her video. I acknowledged that she'd made it with only half the story, which was still her responsibility, but she was rather new to all this and was just finding her feet. I remember how rough around the edges I was when I first started on YouTube, so I thought that maybe we could have a conversation and asked when she had in mind. That's when she sent me a Google document listing her issues with my video, which, wow, there is a lot of bullshit here. My main issue, and the one I raised with Riley...
Riley sent a document! Riley sent a document! Look at this! Look at this! This is so Riley! This is so Riley! Yeah, send you an incoherent document and, expect you to engage with it like it's some academic paper, right? That's Riley for you. In fact, you know what's funny? And I was talking to somebody about this the other day, right? There is like another content creator or set of content creators who I would say are you could say are like the almost like the like have inherited this role in the content universe, right? Constantly making documents, quasi-academic documents, demanding people to engage with them seriously when they're just kind of incoherent and inconsistent, and the end of the day don't really add up to much, right? And some of you probably know who I'm talking about, but we probably don't need to say their name in chat.
Was the way in which, in spite of completely accepting the facts that what Xanderhol had done was both ableist and transmissic, and that he'd continued to do these things after being informed on this repeatedly, he somehow still wasn't a bigot, at least according to Riley. No actual explanation of how, just magic. My confidence in Riley's ability to look at things objectively was completely destroyed. She was playing defense lawyer with actual abuse I suffered, in spite of her not getting paid. Like, at least if she was getting money, I could kinda understand that as a motive, but no. She was doing this for fun. So after Riley responded by claiming I'd mischaracterized her, without explaining how, and attempted to make the conversation all about intent, ignoring how intent becomes irrelevant if you continue to cause harm after you've had it explained to you, I told her I was no longer interested in talking to her. Riley responded by informing me that she'd go on to talk to Xanderhol before producing videos on the topic. And produce videos she did. She published What is an Argument on the 26th of March 2020, What is Bigotry on the 4th of April 2020, and What is Bias on the 12th of April 2020. The total runtime of which was 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's worth noting that she also removed her original response, which, whilst watery as fuck, was still a damn sight more critical than her 3 follow-up pieces, the reason for which was pretty clear. By this point, Xanderhol had begun taking Riley under his wing as his token trans person to pinkwash the ever-growing transmedia scandal surrounding his name, which, for the uninitiated, is why he rebranded his channel from Pig Puncher to Xanderhol in the first.
Now, this I didn't know, and I mean, we don't have any confirming documentation. I don't know how you would confirm this. This, like, why did Xanderhol become Xanderhol when before Xanderhol's name was Pig Puncher? I don't know. I really don't know. But
now there is a little more to this.
Ethel was around at that time, so I mean, I have reasonable faith that this is the best explanation I've heard for the change in name. If you listen to Xanderhol, I think I remember his explanation was this: when he got when he was under threat of being swatted or worried about being swatted, he talked to the police in his area, and like there's like a protocol that streamers can do to contact the police and basically let them know I am a streamer, I am subject to some controversy, and there is a chance that I might be swatted at some point. Here are my details. Here's my phone number. If any concern should arise, you know how to contact me, and the hopes is, and I don't know how well this works, that you won't get swatted, after doing this. I know Xanderhol did this, right? And he said that when he did this, he felt really uncomfortable because the cops asked him what his online name was, right? Because they want to know, okay, so like, who are you online? Who do we make this note for? And he says Pig Puncher, right? He says Pig Puncher to a cop, and he realized that maybe he might not get the best protection from if he's if his name is that. Which sort of makes sense. God, I think I have to make this stuff.
Story, a couple more exchanges by Twitter that we'll come back to later, but in large...
Xanderhal is a better name than Pig Puncher. My understanding is that Pig Puncher referred to Minecraft. Xanderhal, you know, is big into Minecraft, big into that that Anarchy server, 2B2T, and canonically actually killed me in Minecraft, although maybe that didn't really happen, but I did get killed in you know, an Anarchy server once, and it might have been Xanderhal for all I know.
That was my early experience with Riley. She was someone
it is
set on
bad
wasting
to
time
punch
with everyone else,
pigs in
dragging discussion
Minecraft.
about important topics like
Or any other
bigotry
time,
and violence
too.
to the semantic extreme. The absurdity of which I hadn't witnessed since my days arguing with young Earth creationists about the definition of atheism and scientific theory. And that's an impression that only grew as I began to review Riley's videos. The level of intellectual dishonesty Riley relies on is just incredible. Allow me to give you a couple of examples of some of the most absurd instances of what I mean. Starting, of course, with Riley's apparent confusion as to whether or not I own a prison. No, I am not kidding. She genuinely doesn't seem to know whether I'm capable of locking Xanderhal away. Why do I say that?
So yeah, this is what Riley does. Like, right, so she in you know, in setting up this question of like and my understanding is like this all started with Xanderhal attacking Ethel, right? But in adjudicating this drama, Riley sets up a quasi-legal proceeding, and you know, basically places Xanderhal as the accused, as if it was a criminal you know, trial, and is basically like, you know, operating on the premise that, like, in order for Xanderhal to be wrong, in order to, you know, find on the behalf of Ethel, you'd have to have proof beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt, right? So the standard of evidence for a criminal proceeding, and that's what Riley basically creates, you know, a farce of a court proceeding. I mean, look, it's understandable because that's what Riley's studying in university or I don't know. She might even be in law school at this moment. But right, she's basically so into law that she's like, oh yeah, you want me to adjudicate this matter between you and Xanderhal? Yeah, let me set it up like a criminal proceeding, right? And Ethel is rightly pointing out that she does not own a jail. She does not have the capacity to be able to, like, lock Xanderhal up or to, you know, make the decision that would necessitate his imprisonment. Like, right, this is kind of a farce here.
Video What is Bigotry, Riley begins talking about the standards of proof used in court at the 46-minute mark. The two main standards being beyond reasonable doubt and preponderance of evidence. Beyond reasonable doubt requires the plaintiff, the person bringing someone to court, to disprove all reasonable alternatives being the highest level of evidence required in a case. Preponderance of evidence, meanwhile,
You knew that was
going to
happen.
merely show that what they are accusing the defendant of is simply more likely than not. Now, how do the courts arrive at a decision about which standard to use? Well, thankfully, Riley tells us in her video.
The thing about these standards is that they are both textual and policy justifications for either standard. So generally speaking, I don't know if y'all can hear that. The city is still burning around us. I apologize. But anyway, when you use a beyond a reasonable doubt, so we're just going to talk about like when you...
So did you hear what she said? She's in Baltimore right now when she's saying the city is still burning behind us. She's talking about the protests.
You do it in the court of law, right? When you use a beyond a reasonable doubt standard, it's A, when you are in a criminal trial, and B, when you are looking at prison sentence as a punishment, right? Whereas preponderance of the evidence is used more for suits, right? Lawsuits, things which are not going to result in jail time, right? Primarily, those are the main difference in how those standards are applied.
Putting aside the facts that this is not a...
But check out how she justifies applying the standard of reasonable doubt to Xanderhal's thing. Check, this is a work of
case
super bad faith.
These standards have absolutely no relevance here and are only being brought in as part of Riley's ego. Accepting the hypothetical she's brought forward, I hadn't accused Xanderhal of a criminal action, and I certainly do not have control over a prison. So preponderance of evidence would clearly be the correct standard, right? Right?
Right?
Well, Riley's not so sure.
And so the reason why I had a little trouble choosing between which standard to use here is because there's not really a great analogy to the law as far as like a claim for bigotry, right? Like this is a social context. This is like a very social construct, right? It's something which is for the most part protected as free speech. Of course, you have a right to be an asshole. Now, there are certain contexts where people's free speech are not protected. That's a whole nother discussion. But generally speaking, from my understanding as a law student, there's not a great analogy to be able to draw here. So it's not like I can textually...
Bad faith and misapplication of the law. Yeah, true.
And if we're making policy decisions, this sort of goes back to the conversation on cancel culture, right? Because this could be described by Xanderhal as an attempt to cancel him, as an attempt to try and ruin his career.
So step one, this could be described by Xanderhal as an attempt to cancel him, ruin his career. That's pretty bad. Getting locked in jail is also pretty bad. So doesn't it make sense that we'd use the same standard of evidence for each situation?
By, coloring his moral character poorly. But Essence of Thought might also make the argument that it's not that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this is what gets people mad at you. This is what, especially these debate bozos, mad at you worse than anything in the world. They feel like they have been wronged if you have impugned their morality. That's what got Dylan mad at me. That's what, got, President Sunday mad at Polly. That's always what leads to these, like, ridiculous, like this kind of weird cry bullying game that they do on you, right?
Like the Essence of Thought and the people who are criticizing or attacking whoever you ask, as Xanderhal, are
so this is the Essence of Thought attacking Xanderhal, even though Xanderhal was the one who started
criticizing
this.
him, and that they would argue that he would actually suffer no harm as a result, right? So you have two different arguments for either burden. I can't say which one to apply, so I'm just going to analyze under both, and I'm going to let you as the audience do what you will with that. All right? Cool.
Did you notice how Xanderhal is just criticizing me, whilst Riley lets slip the idea that I'm attacking him? This is in spite of the fact that Xanderhal came after me, violating my history as a survivor, hurling transmisic and ableist rhetoric at me for no reason, all whilst encouraging physical violence against me. All I'd done is hold a mirror to his actions. But Riley is very deliberately choosing the language that paints
the worst sin of
in the most
all.
charitable light.
That's the only real sin according to these people, right? Like, doing harm to somebody, no problem. But holding a mirror to the harm that they've done, oh my god, you monster.
Whilst painting me as the aggressor. Transmisogyny rears its ugly head once again. Fact is, whether or not my criticism of Xanderhal leads to his career being harmed is completely irrelevant, since that is a financial loss which would be analogous to a civil lawsuit. It is not, and I can't believe I'm having to explain this to a law student, it is not equivalent to being put in prison. But this really is demonstrative of Riley's abilities, or more accurately, lack thereof. She can't structure an argument for shit, and she can't follow a thought experiment to its conclusion. That's why she wastes everyone's time with vapid nitpicking regarding the definitions of words that the rest of us have a functioning understanding of. Riley's entire channel was built around her engaging in rampant sophistry. It's an act designed to give her the appearance of being intellectually capable to a passerby. Meanwhile, the moment you scratch the surface, the whole thing just collapses in on itself. You realize she's a fraud. This incident, by the way, is why myself and Levi began joking about me keeping him in a birdcage, the cage being the non-existent prison Riley seems to believe I own. Because that's the level of absurdity Riley is selling her viewers. But it gets worse, since not only is Riley engaging in sophistry to build her career, but she's uncritically promoting far-right propaganda, as can be seen in this section.
We're going to do something interesting today. We're going to start with 3 hypotheticals. First, imagine that we have a baker. Let's say that they live somewhere in the South. Let's say more the rural South, the kind of place that you probably, if you are of a minority status, probably want to avoid. And let's say that this baker gets some customers that comes into his shop. Let's say it's 2 men, and it's 2 men who go up to him and ask this baker to make a cake for their wedding. And let's say in response, the baker responds that he will never make a cake for them. And specifically, the reason that he says he will never make a cake for them is that he will not do something which he says, quote, violates his religious beliefs. All right, so that's first hypothetical.
Now, to any LGBT+ person who has been online the past decade, you probably recognize this narrative as the one Republicans began screaming from the rooftops in 2013 during the Sweet Cakes by Melissa case. What they always leave out, however, is the fact that the Christian bakers in question, Aaron and Melissa Klein, not only refused to bake a cake for a lesbian couple, but subsequently published their private information online. Because whilst the far right would have you believe that this is simply a case about Christian bakers...
And now this is interesting, right? Because I remember hearing about this I never heard that there was a doxing, you know, like all I heard about was like the they didn't want to bake a cake, and they claimed it was, you know, they thought that, you know, a gay marriage was immoral, and therefore they refused to do it, and the right's inability to see this as kind of like a fundamental you know, civil right. Like, if you can be refused service for being gay, then that has some echoes back to some you know, just kind of that has bad historical overtones, right? But I wasn't actually aware that it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that. It was that they refused to bake the cake, and then they posted these people's information on Facebook, on their Facebook. You know, it got picked up by the right wing, and just basically, you know, their name got doxed to people who hate gay people. That was an aspect of this case that I wasn't even aware of until Ethel brought it up.
Using to bake for a lesbian couple, the truth is much, much darker than that. The lesbians in question, Rachel and Lowell Bowman Cryer, were getting married after the sudden death of a close friend so that they could legally adopt the friend's 2 daughters, Lizzie and Anastasia, whom they were currently fostering. Both girls are autistic, with Anastasia having not said a word since her mother died. It's also worth mentioning that Lizzie has cerebral palsy, and
yeah,
thus
the bakers doxed their customers,
and the Cryers felt that they were in the best position to provide that, whilst also allowing Lizzie and Anastasia to stay in the same community they'd grown up in. But in order to make the fostering permanent, they needed to get married, or at least that had helped their case, which is where the Kleins come in. Yes, the Kleins refused to bake the Cryers a cake when approached, but what's important is the fact that the Cryers reported their discrimination using the proper means, resulting in a copy of said complaint being delivered to the Kleins' bakery. That's when the Kleins published the Cryers' private details, including their home address, phone and email, to Aaron's Facebook, leading to said post going viral with homophobic hatred. Now, not only were the Cryers terrified of losing the children, but the abuse got so bad that they had to move town just to escape it. This is the origin of the far right. The bakers simply refused to bake a cake. This is the narrative that Riley is helping propagate, bulldozing what actually happened and helping them bury it.
So that's what the criticism is, right? Is that that basically Riley's echoing, you know, Riley's got the conservative version of the story and she's repeating it, she's echoing it, she's promulgating this, you know, deception.
What really gets me here is that she's talking about a legal case, you know, her area of interest, and yet I actually know what happened better than her. Either that, or she's deliberately misportraying the case to make the far right seem more reasonable. Nah, I'm sure the self-admitted former Trump supporter wouldn't be doing that now. But yeah, if you support Riley, whether financially, vocally, or any other way, this is what you're supporting. Piss-poor arguments mixed with far-right propaganda. That's all you're supporting. How people like Xanderhol and Riley expect to be taken seriously by the left when they've done absolutely nothing to deprogram the reactionary part of their being is beyond me. But hey, since when have reactionaries actually resorted to, you know, reasoning? So, with Riley destroyed on an academic level, among other things, let's move on to how she enabled Xanderhol's ableism, specifically his violation of my trauma as a survivor of domestic abuse and childhood sexual assault. This whole thing escalated when Xanderhol, who was defending ContraPoint's open worship of known domestic abuser Buck Angel, decided to try and exploit my history as a survivor of domestic abuse and childhood sexual assault to conclude that I must have a, quote, abusive personality, end quote. Why? All because I dared call him out on his history of ableism and transmisia. And that's when Riley decided to insert herself into the conversation to play defense lawyer, part of which is the assertion that he's changed, as can be seen in this clip.
So what happened was that I ended up having a conversation with Xanderhol, all right? And we ended up having a conversation basically to the effect of the issues I've talked about so far. And I wanted to ask him specifically about his intent for why he made the arguments that he did. And this is a clip where he talks specifically about that. I'm going to let it play. I'm not going to interrupt. I'm not going to mince his words. I'm going to let him just say his piece, and then we'll resume the conversation. The thing that I take issue with is like taking that to imply some sort of mental defect or disease, right? Like that seems like sort of a non sequitur. It's that like As far as your argument goes, it does not necessarily seem to be like I don't understand the necessity to connect that to like a mental defect or disease. Like it seems both unnecessary for your argument. Like you don't need to make it for your merits. You can just say that Essence of Thought, if they did that, is a bad person. I don't see why trying to imply something beyond that is necessary for you.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things I regret about my covering of Essence of Thought is I don't feel like I did the best job of like covering myself on the ableism claim. My claim was never that like Essence of Thought has some sort of mental condition that makes them act the way they do, and so that is why they engage in the bad faith, abusive behavior they do. My take was more so that people who, and I think you'll agree with this, I don't think this, like you need to agree with this. Generally, if you grow up in a fluff situation, there's a high likelihood that you're going to go through your life believing that kind of behavior is acceptable, right? So if you have like abusive parents that like lashed out and hit you when you were a kid, whenever you did something wrong, you may grow up thinking that it's acceptable to hit somebody or get violent. If that's what you're, that doesn't mean you have any type of mental condition, but it is an explanation or a possible reason for why you think it would be.
Oh my god, I gotta slow this down just because this is you're gonna miss how ridiculous what Xander Hall's saying is otherwise.
Myself on the ableism claim. My claim was never that like Essence of Thought has some sort of mental condition that makes them act the way that they do, and so that is why they engage in the bad faith, abusive behavior that they do. My take was more so that people who, and I think you'll agree with this, I don't think this like you need to agree with this. Generally, if you grow up in a fucked situation, there's a high likelihood that you're going to go through your life believing that kind of behavior is acceptable, right? So if you have like abusive parents that like lashed out and hit you when you were a kid, whenever you did something wrong, you may grow up thinking that it's acceptable to hit somebody or get violent if that's what you're in. That doesn't mean you have any type of mental condition, but it is an explanation or a possible reason for why you think it would be appropriate to behave in that way. And I feel like that's probably what happened with Essence of Thought. I guess that's armchair psychology, but just from my experience, that was my assumption.
I guess that's armchair psychology.
In life, and
yeah,
it just seemed like a reasonable conclusion to come to.
Twice in a row. I'm sorry. I'm really trying my best.
What the hell? What the hell? Like, no, I wasn't trying to be ableist. I was just saying that if you're like the victim of abuse, you're more likely to be an abuser yourself. So, like, I'm not saying that there's. Oh my god, what the hell was that? What the hell was that? Can we turn this into Xan being an XCO? What is a CO?
It's also very late and I've had a long week, but anyway, no time for excuses. Let's get going.
Wait, Xander Hall being an ex-con?
And so in case you did not hear,
and that's why they call him Slander Lol.
Effectively,
Slander
what
Lol.
Xander Hall said was this, right? That
Wasn't Xander Hall? Oh, ex-conservative. Oh, I see. Yeah. Sorry. When you said ex-con, I thought you were talking about like Xander Hall was an ex-convict, and I'm like, I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this.
Hall did not
ex-conservative.
The Xander Hall was not trying.
He was definitely an anti-SJW.
Talk so much about Essence of Thought having any sort of mental disease, but just
it's
that
hypothetical all the way
because
down.
They had certain mental issues that Essence of Thought has talked about before.
I'm just saying that if you we're not talking about mental issues. We're talking about like, personal history, right? And we're saying that because of the personal history, having potentially normalized some things that shouldn't be normalized, that maybe perhaps Essence of Thought might be easier for Essence of Thought to violate other people's boundaries. It's a victim blaming argument. It is pure. And given the fact that, do you remember why Riley finally bit the dust as a content creator, right? It was going after like a CSA survivor as being a perpetrator based on Doe not wearing its shoes in public, right? Around a partner that had a foot fetish. That constituted a essentially abuse of any children who would witness that, right? So Riley pedo-jacketed Doe, and that was the last straw. That was the final thing that was just like too much, that were even people like Dylan Burns, right, who had been a huge supporter of Riley Grace Rochong. So, when the Demon Mama Destiny thing happened, obviously all the Destiny people hated Demon Mama. Obviously, like most of the Vosh people were on Demon Mama's side. Dylan was a little different, actually. I remember Dylan calling Demon Mama in front of his community and kind of like going after her. And the explanation that I got was that like Dylan's community hated her guts at that point, and that to see Dylan like, you know, this was her punishment, right? That she needed to take this public punishment, right? So, you know, there was always that kind of thing going on. And indeed, like, you know, Dylan was really close to Riley, was on the same board as Riley, you know, maybe even a personal friend, or I mean, if I remember correctly, and was one of the last people to withdraw support. But yeah, after the Doe thing, I think that's when Dylan finally withdrew support, right? And Destiny was like, whoa, a little too yikes for me, you know, doing its little. I'm sorry, I had to do the Destiny voice. But like that's at that point, just Riley had done stuff that nobody was willing to defend her for, and that was sort of the last straw as far as Riley as a content creator. But you see the seeds of this. You see Riley doing kind of the same thing to Essence of Thought, only nobody spoke up for Essence of Thought, right? When it happened to Doe, you know, there was like a network of people to jump in there and kind of hold Riley accountable. When it happened to Essence of Thought, nobody cared. RGR is directly responsible for me developing a fondness for kinky neoprene puppy masks. Thank you, Riley.
And that
thank you, Riley.
This Essence of Thought has been the victim of abuse from a younger age, then that would make it more likely that Essence of Thought would become an abuser later on.
Oh my God.
So is that
these are such tortured thinking patterns. This is so messed up what Riley's doing.
Vanderhold did the exact same thing as before, nothing substantial was changed. And yet Riley
wait, worse, a correction? Oh yeah, I thought CEO meant a corrections officer. Okay, yeah, an ex-conservative.
Has the bloody nerve to piss down my back and claim it's raining?
Oh my God.
It does not matter.
And here's the thing, if you know EoT, like, they don't get... That's not a typical thing for them to say. Like, right, this is about as animated as I've seen EoT.
Matter how Vanderhold phrases what he said. He has no fucking right to resort to such psychological violence to violate and exploit my history as a survivor of domestic abuse and childhood sexual assault to assert said history proves I must have an abusive personality. There is no way to do that and for it not to be violent. None.
And this is the thing, every time Xanderhall's accused of doing something wrong, somebody else has got to take the blame. Somebody else has got to get, like, ostracized, right? It's like, you know, whether it's like EoT has an abusive personality or whether Xan's ex has an addictive personality. It's somebody else's personality issue. It's never anything to do with Xan, right?
And for Riley to bring up my PTSD, referring what Vanderhold said, whilst also referring to it as a, quote, mental disease, end quote, is proof that she is just as disgusting as he is. Yet Riley continues to smile, acting as if this is a slam dunk, because cruelty is the point of all this, not empathy or finding common ground, because she sees it as her job as a would-be lawyer to inflict as much pain on the victim as possible to try and force them into silence. That's who she is as a person, that's how she perceives the world. A fact only demonstrated further by Riley's emotional grave robbing. So as mentioned towards the end of the section discussing my history of Riley, that wasn't where things ended. Riley kept sending me her videos as they came out, trying to get a response from me. However, something else, something far more important, had happened by this point. On the 25th of March, the day before Riley posted the first of her videos, myself and Adita were struck by the loss of my great Tante Nell due to COVID. My mum had called us and explained the situation. We were distraught. Not only had we suffered a loss in the family, but I was trapped on a completely different continent to the rest of my family. I couldn't be there for them, especially my mum, herself being separated from my extended family. So when Riley tagged me into a thread with her video, I simply quote tweeted our announcement, leaving things at that, and she seemed to accept this, telling me to take as much time as I needed. Problem is, I'm a workaholic. It's hard for me to just turn off and do nothing, particularly at a time where it feels like my entire world has just shifted. there's always going to be a part of me that wants to carry on as normal to prove.
I'm kind of curious because it's yeah, do you see this? Riley Grace Shoshong, red name. Now, that's Shinigami Eyes, right? That's a plugin that you can use on Twitter. And in general, the idea of Shinigami Eyes is for you to see, like, you'll see Essence of Thought or you'll see No Comment Check in green, right? People that have been reported for making, positive pro-trans tweets, right? And then you'll see people like J.K. Rowling, for instance, would be red. J.K. Rowling is, a known, transphobe and a TERF, right? So, it's generally like, I mean, it extends to more than just like being trans, right? But that is like kind of the impetus of it, right? Now, Riley Grace Rochon, you see, name is in red. That can actually happen for one of two reasons. Because let's say that there's somebody on online that you regard, that they are transphobic, and maybe they're not showing up as red on Shinigami Eyes. If you report one of their tweets and say, this tweet right here is, transphobic, like, it won't necessarily change their rating for other people, because it's more of an aggregate, right? And they're really careful not to like just bait. If somebody's red on Shinigami Eyes, generally there's a good reason for it, right? But when you check that, when you can turn the person's name red yourself, so that if you just kind of want to leave their name red, just so you'll know, like, that when I see this person, this is not a friend of trans people, right? It'll let you do that. So I don't know if in other words, I don't know if Riley's red on Essence of Thought's Shinigami Eyes because of Riley being red universally, right? Or if Riley's red because of Essence of Thought's experience with Riley, and that EoT marked Riley as red.
She seemed to accept this, telling me to take as much time as I needed. Problem is, I'm a workaholic. It's hard for me to just turn off and do nothing, particularly at a time where it feels like my entire world has just shifted. There's always going to be a part of me that wants to carry on as normal to prove to myself that things are the same as before, which is why I began watching Riley's videos. That was entirely my mistake, and I accept full responsibility for that. Because what I saw, the lies, the bullshit, the far-right talking points I'd been dealing with for years, dressed up as progressive, it triggered me. And I mean that in the most sincere sense of the term. I went in thinking I was strong enough to deal with such reactionary talking points. I quickly found out that I was very wrong. Problem is, that grenade pin had already been pulled. I had this spiteful rhetoric bouncing around inside my head, and I needed to get it out. I needed to vent. Of course, I wasn't in any sort of mind to get into a fight, so I took to something virtually unheard of for me. I vague tweeted on the 30th of March, stating the following.
Yeah, if you know Essence of Thought, you know that they don't vague tweet very much.
Quote, "For those unaware, saying I refuse to waste time debating semantics largely agreed upon by everyone, not acting as a defense attorney for bigots, is not the same as asserting that discussion over the definition of bigotry is forbidden. It simply means I don't see said conversation taking place in good faith, since you have a clear bias intended to get your client off. You're not arguing on grounds of honesty or objectivity, and describing the facts that words have a more broad meaning than the 2 to 3 synonyms typically offered in the dictionary is not the atmosphere effect. It's a basic fact about language. This discussion reminds me strongly of the way MRAs, priests, and their defense lawyers like to run around asserting that it's not technically rape unless penetration has taken place, acting as if that strict medical definition applies to all circles and usage outside of said strict definition results in the breakdown of the English language and debate. No, that's just a slippery slope fallacy." End quote. Again, vague tweeting is something practically unheard of for me. I'm someone who has carved a name for herself in standing up to people many times larger than me, enduring months of targeted abuse and harassment. Riley, meanwhile, was just starting out and had no such power. She only had a couple thousand subscribers by this point. Therefore, the fact that this was the only way I could process my emotions regarding Riley's reactionary views, allowing me to focus on my family and my recovery, is very telling of just how bad of a mindset I was in. Now, Riley found out about the thread, and in spite of the fact that she wasn't named, decided to make out that I jeopardized her entire career. Why? Because I said she was acting like a defense attorney. This was in spite of the fact that, by her later admission, the only way she could get in trouble over this would be if Sanderhall assumed she'd passed the bar, used her advice, only for things to explode in his face. So even if what I said wasn't clear, that's an issue easily resolved by, her telling Sanderhall that she's not actually his lawyer. So it was a non-issue brought up by her as justification for smearing me. But things didn't end there. For you see, Riley couldn't help but decide to target my Tante Nell in her video. After reading out our exchanges, getting in a huffy about the fact that I didn't respond how she wanted, when she wanted, instead prioritizing my immediate health and the well-being of my loved ones above her perceived claim to fame, this is what she had to say.
So they didn't really need that much time to, rest from their tragedy, but anyway, let's go on. So they didn't really need that much time to, rest from their tragedy, but anyway, let's go on.
That's, wow.
Riley was willing to target the love I felt for a recently deceased family member, all because I bruised her ego. There was absolutely no reason for this comment, save for the desire to inflict pain and provoke further response.
Moonproofed.
It was an act of pure cruelty.
Moonproofed indeed.
A fact reinforced by the face Riley decides to pull whilst making this comment. Though Riley is not alone in this approach. Cruelty is and always has been the modus operandi of the dirtbags in general. Just take a minute to think about all the dirtbags you know and compare how they present themselves to how they actually act. Dirtbags love to claim that they fulfill a service to the left, in that they don't expect people to be perfect, meaning that they can unite more people under one banner. Yet when you look at what they mean by imperfection, so racism, transmisia, and ableism to name the big three, they are responsible for like 90% of the big incidents. What's more is, they are completely immune to growth. Why? Because they don't actually care about uniting the left. They care about causing as much chaos, as much turmoil as possible, so that they can profit off of it.
So this is crucial. This is key, right? This is the thing. This is they'll always rely on this like talking point of like you're causing leftist infighting, right? As they attack you. I mean, this is something that I've experienced
Infighting
too.
on the left is their trade. That's why Natalie Wynn made the pivot to centering her apparent cancelling as she made bank on Patreon, taking shots at marginalized communities she has always looked down upon. That's why a person like Sanderhall will happily break bread with Nazis whilst violating something as deeply traumatic as my history of domestic and childhood sexual abuse as evidence that I too must be an abuser.
And you can see like Sanderhall doing the same thing to Ethel that that Riley did to Doe, and that was considered, beyond the pale. Like, everybody agreed, like, that Riley went too far. Nobody would defend, what Riley did that time, but nobody was really critical of Xanderhall for doing the same thing.
Why people like Luxander cheer on these efforts, openly admitting that it's afraid of being called out on its own bigotry, and that it would rather have a system of zero accountability. That's why Riley swooped in, claiming to be a neutral party, looking to settle discussion, only to lash out the moment I didn't treat her like an authority. Dirtbags are to community conflict what arms dealers are to war. The sooner we realize that, the sooner we can start fixing the problem. The last thing I like to cover in this video is why I'm making this video now. Why haven't I just allowed things to fade? I am well aware that, over the last 4 years, the content of my channel has drifted further away from tackling arguments and more into doing exposés of abusive people, something that leads many of my critics to accuse me of drama mongering, an accusation I fully expect to be launched at this video. But to those who claim such a thing, I have to ask, what's the appropriate reaction to being targeted like this? Why is the onus on me to always ignore the harm people are doing to me? Why is it never on the people enacting said harm?
Needs to be a ContraPoints fan. I think she does her best, but I just can't keep up with her. Yeah, I mean, she's there's been a few encouraging things, like the fact that she stood up for Cat Black when Vosh attacked Cat Black last year, and Vosh kept on trying to badger her to get her on his side, and her response was eventually just like, "I've had enough, Vosh," and she blocks him, right? So Doe was a sympathetic or deserving victim and openly wept while RGR continued to attack. But EoT's is incisive in their criticisms and speaks in an emotionally controlled tone. Well, I mean, like, but it's also the fact that, like, EoT isn't, like a big reason that Doe paid the price for, or sorry, not Doe, sorry. The big reason that Riley paid the price for, jacketing Doe and victim blaming Doe was that Doe was connected to Demon Mama. Demon Mama was connected to Vosh. Right, there were people that would speak up for it in a way that there weren't people to speak up for EoT.
To be better. Reminder that this entire thing started because I, a survivor of childhood domestic abuse, took issue with ContraPoints.
Oh wait, yeah, you're bringing up the Lily Orchard, Lily Orchard thing. I've never really seen that. Like, I ended up weighing in on that, without really knowing much of what was going on. I think because Vosh was criticizing, the Lily Orchard video essay, right? There was a video essay by Lily Orchard. It mentions Vosh. Of course, Vosh is going to watch that, right? If that's something that's being produced, right? Vosh ends up, so I ended up watching that because of that, and then I came across, I guess, Xena and Poppy also criticized Lily's video essay. And then when we were going through that, somebody wanted me to watch Essence of Thoughts issues with Lily Orchard, Lily Orchard, and there was like I'm trying to remember. There was like a My Little Pony fanfiction that EoT was had a clip of Lily saying, "Oh yeah, I wrote that one," and then Lily denying it, and it was kind of hard to make heads or tails of what was going on from the outside. But I do vaguely remember EoT and Lily Orchid had a thing.
A known domestic abuser while simultaneously accusing her non-binary critics of being secret Nazis, only pretending to be non-binary. You know, the same style of accusation transmissus launch at trans women.
Yeah, good point, Jules. It shouldn't matter if she appears vulnerable or not.
Bathroom access. That we're all liars and has some sinister ulterior motive. Nothing I said was abusive. I wasn't refusing to engage in conversation. I merely provided the facts of the situation and said my piece.
I hear a dolphin.
And yet, because a cis guy decided to engage in incredible psychological violence with the support of both Luxander and Riley, I'm supposed to just move on. Where is the justice in that? I'm genuinely curious as to people's response, since every step of the way, as I've done my best to process what I've been put through as a trans YouTuber, I've been told that I just need to get over it and stop dragging up drama. God, I fucking hate that word and how it's become a staple of abuse culture. I'm reminded of all the times I was told as a kid at school that if I just ignored my bullies, they'd go away. Do you want to know what actually happened? The bullying got worse. That's why, when I started college, I promised myself I would never limit myself for the couple of others when it came to standing up against abuse and cruelty. I don't react to these things because I can't ignore them. I react to them because no human being...
Yo, I mean, like, I've definitely dealt with situations where I try to bring up a serious issue of harm to trans people being done by somebody's platform, and I get accused of creating drama, right? That there was nothing bad happening, that, like, you know, it's totally fine to bring a transphobe on, have him gish gallop, let him spill tropes into a bunch of people's heads, and, you know, just sit there and fucking tank it. Tank it like a boss, because you're not there for them. As a trans person, right? Tangential to, you know, like a cis debate bro, you are not... They're not there for you, you are there for them, right? And the second that you're not there for them, the second that having you in their orbit is like inconvenient for them and results in, you know, being called to be accountable, they will attack you, they will lie about you, and, you know, they'll do stuff that results in 2 years of harassment.
Should have to ignore the violence being done to them.
One of my least favorite things is being told just to ignore something. Yeah,
that is a
I agree.
principle I preach to others. Thus, it is a principle I try to live by myself. To set an example, to be the change I want to see in the world. And yet, in spite of all of that, I cannot deny that I still fucking hate the fact that I'm having to do this. Don't get me wrong, I understand why it's necessary, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it or that I get some kick from it. I feel as if I was standing in a hole which reached above my head, trying to climb out, only to be buried up to my waist in sand. Sure, I would much rather climb out to focus on other things, but every attempt I make is just drained by the sand. So I start digging it out, tossing it as far out of the hole as possible. Until I start closing off these issues, having my final say on things and getting that closure for the abuses I've been made to suffer, I'm not going anywhere. Because the situation won't let me. So if making this video 3 years later helps with that, then damn right, I'm going to make that video. This is in spite of the fact that, as far as I'm aware, Riley is dead as a topic on YouTube, having abandoned it long ago after she got dragged for targeting her fellow dirtbags. Interesting how they're okay with abusing anyone except the people in their circle. Point is, there's no finance.
Yeah, we can see it. You can see like some elements of like, you know, these are some things I've experienced too. If you criticize or give a critique of Debate Bros, they call it drama. Meanwhile, they criticize other creators' ideas. It's not drama. It's Debate Bro logic. I go back and forth between nothing my parents and hating them if I think about them. I was always told just ignore things. and roll with the punches of life so that they could be comfortable. Yeah.
Financial or algorithmic benefit here? I fully expect this video to bomb, but that's okay. Not every video has to be for the greater good. Sometimes just having my say is what matters. That said, if you appreciate what we do here and want to help out, please consider becoming one of our wonderful patrons who make all this possible. On that note, we'd just like to thank the following people: Matthew Kovac, Gert Van Voorst, Hannah Banghart, Marble Wings, Sosh Daniels, Flynn, and Higgins the Seagull. And from myself, Adita, and Levi, take care now.
So somebody told me that this Philosophy Tube video, this is with Finster, friend of the VOD, Finster, right? This is with Finster. This video, the rich have their own ethics, effective altruism, and the...
course of a year, you will ever so slightly impact.
And the crypto crash, right? So this is Philosophy Tube, with Finster, talking about this concept called effective altruism, and it's this idea that to be truly altruistic, you don't just see somebody in need and give to them. You calculate where your giving can be the most effective, and go via that. And even if it means ignoring deprivation that you're seeing right in front of you, you go with the effective altruism. Crypto crash is tied into this because what is his name? I can't remember his name. The guy that ran Sam Bankman-Fried, I think, was the proprietor of, what was it called? It's a crypto trading network, right? So he was one of these effective altruists, and I don't know much about this, so kind of curious. Holding Ideas just put out a new video an hour ago. What's it about? You can become as small as you want for other people, but you're never going to be small enough, I suppose. Oh yeah, to not get attacked. They didn't want a queer kid. I was very aware that it was my fault to them, and that it was my job to change and become as small as possible in their lives, so I was easier to carry around in store when I wasn't good for a display, which was often. Yeah, so it's that being treated like a possession, and you can become as small as you want for other people, but you're never going to be small enough, I suppose. It's about the crypto crash and the metaverse being a dead mall. Interesting. I mean, it's more than that, but yeah, dead mall. Oh, it's all about the dead mall vibes.
I got another big idea. Let's get AMC to put a theater in Decentraland. What if they not only got into online in a big way, but
Decentraland?
Still kept the spirit of physically going to the theaters and hanging out with friends. They can sell tickets that you can buy using mana. Users would be able to walk to a pizza kiosk and order a pizza, and then go to theater and hang out with their friends and watch a movie together, all without leaving their house and the game. Edit. It's happening. Someone built a theater. Yo, AMC, where you at? You don't want to miss this opportunity.
Man, when I walked in, it blew my mind. Something was playing. I watched it for at least 5 minutes. Sound and video was clear as fuck. Checked it out and it blew me away. This is absolutely sick. Who owns it? This will be awesome once VR is integrated and you can do screen sharing with a group of friends, so it'll be like watching the movie together. I could even see Decentraland movie gift cards being sold at the supermarket in the area where all those
Okay, wow, the music's very,
cards are located. That'd be so cool. I wish could take all my Bitcoin and live inside this world. Dope ass. Clap, 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 thumbs up, okay, high five, 100, 100.
This is metaverse stuff, right? The future is a dead mall. Hey, what's up, Bread Bro? This is extremely long. It's about Metaverse Decentraland. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is pretty long. I like that they have bubbles sounds. Bubble sounds like they feed my soul. Sometimes more than just my soul, but
what you're looking
mostly,
at is Decentraland.
Mostly just my soul.
Conceived by Argentine developers Esteban Ordano and Ari Melik as a virtual reality world for unconstrained markets and presently advertising itself as a decentralized metaverse owned by its users. In the pitch version, Decentraland is a true virtual space, a whole new parallel world that you access via virtual reality, a world where you can shop, buy things, invest, purchase goods, and go to stores unconstrained by the law.
I heard that noise, and I thought that was, you know, we are coming upon the time that you'll get phantoms, right, in Minecraft if you don't have a bed, so... Just trying to see, it's capitalism 2.0, right?
Laws that govern the place where your
What's up,
physical
Boiled
body
Peanut?
eats and sleeps. A product so promising that it commands a valuation in the billions of dollars. In practice, it's just a bad video game made up of smaller, worse video games, wrapped in a real estate scheme cosplaying as the Matrix.
Oh my
Most of what
god, I love
Decentraland
this, I love this, I love this. We raid folding ideas sometimes, right?
Does, and what it fails to do, are things that would be considered forgivable or quaint in a Kickstarter MMO that had clearly bitten off more than the creators could ever chew, but given that this is a project founded on cryptocurrency, all of those foibles are laced with the language of finance.
Did I figure out how to get to the ancient city? So I restarted in another world that has not only an ancient city, but it also has a it has two ancient cities. They're connected, and they're underneath a village. So like, should be a pretty good setup. Oh my god, I think I hear what do you call them? I think I hear the drowned splashing around down there.
Landlordism. Strolling down Decentraland's spacious boulevards at 5 frames per second rewards the user with a seemingly endless parade of virtual billboards brightly proclaiming that the space you see is all available to rent. This is because of a pretty basic chain of incentives that are laid bare by Decentraland's history. While the nominally playable game launched in February 2020, the actual launch was in 2017, broken into 2 parts. First, an initial coin offering in August where their mana token sales raised approximately $24 million denominated in crypto coins, and second, with the...
Wait, you're telling me that people have already spent $24 million on this shit? Oh no.
Terraforming event, where parcels of land denominated in land tokens were auctioned off for an additional $28 million in crypto, predominantly bought by guys like this.
I'm not selling it until it's worth at least 10 million.
This being crypto, the obsession with scarcity is so pervasive that it's almost a waste of time to even mention it, but the land tokens were limited to 90,000, which, of course, centered a lot of the discussion of Decentraland around the hypothetical value of the virtual plots of land in the event that Decentraland won the future and became the Manhattan of
it looks like Roblox for crypto
the metaverse, the go-to destination for virtual life. The initial buyers' plans for the land overwhelmingly veered
it's worth
towards
much
pitching
less now.
cryptocurrency or financial services, or just sitting on the land with the intent of renting it out later. This is all baked in. Decentraland's initial pitch hinges on it.
What if you could own the virtual world? Create, develop, and trade without limits. Make genuine connections. And earn real money. Decentraland. A fully immersive...
You're showing me gambling, you're like, earn real money. Yeah, that's...
platform powered by the blockchain. Buy land. Design your experience and transform the way people see the world. Purchase the first ever virtual real estate. Get started today.
Now, there's a lot of ground that needs to be covered and a not insubstantial amount of theory that I would like to get out there, but I suspect the main thing you might be here for is...
Yeah, it does. Like, well, what is it with all the metaverse stuff that all of it looks worse than, like, you know, like Second Life has been around for what, like 20 years or something? Like, I swear to God, Second Life is really old. And, like, a lot of this stuff does not look any more advanced than, you know, Second Life from like the 2000s, if even that, right?
Failure. So just to whet your appetite, here is a list of things you can expect to see as we talk about Decentraland, what it is, and what it isn't. Decentraland Records presents the only collection of failure you'll ever need. Bad graphics, poor performance, dead mall vibes, missing geometry, weed leaves, loading boxes, and so much more.
Loading boxes are my favorite. Would you play it on your own? Did you like RE4 Remake, by the way? Wait, RE4 Remake? Resident Evil? Oh, God, you know, I haven't played that yet. Like, I actually don't have that game. I've been seeing people play it. I've been hearing good things about it, but yeah, I've never... This is gonna be embarrassing, chat. I've never played a Resident Evil. Should I? Is it fun? Is it worth it? Is it cool? You can buy a house in Second Life. I think not. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can buy an ugly house in this. You can live in a dead mall. That's what this promises you, right? Like, do you want that backrooms ambiance without actually the coolness of being isekai'd into the backrooms? Well, here you go. Your wish is granted. Decentraland.
But before we can get into that, we've got to talk about the metaverse.
Talking about the metaverse. Talking about the metaverse.
In the past 2 years, you have likely been inundated with attempts to explain and define the metaverse, and yet, despite the numerous attempts, you probably feel no closer to having an actual workable definition in your head, one that maps to something you can visualize actually integrating.
Listen, I know what the metaverse is. It's when I get to go into a cybernetic world with Mark Zuckerberg and smoke meats. I gotta be smoking some meats. It's not the metaverse if I don't get to smoke the meats, right? I need to smoke meats.
With your life. There are a lot of definitions out there. Most of them are incredibly flimsy. Many of them are outright insane. Very few agree on anything other than the broad strokes. And almost all of them fall back on gesturing towards Ready Player One and going, you know, that thing. It'll be like that. In the mainstream, the metaverse has been somewhat hijacked by the crypto and Web3 crowd. An interesting element to that is that while they are extremely aggressively pushing the word metaverse out into the public consciousness, they are late arriving parasites. They will typically nod their heads at any metaverse vision before throwing it back at you with their crypto junk grafted onto it. They don't care about the form or content of the metaverse, but both crypto and the metaverse require spontaneity.
Is NCC using smoking meats as a euphemism? Chat, what video game do you want me to play? Like, right, is Resident Evil 2, like, what would be fun? Like, right, because obviously Minecraft is the game that I really know super well, and I'm trying to get to an ancient city for us. I want to see what the ancient city looks like.
Mass adoption to make sense, so the two are somewhat...
But obviously, I also play SMT-like types of role-playing games, which I'm being told not to call JRPG. They're now just like role-playing games because JRPG apparently had like a pejorative at some point.
Attico in that regard. In sharp contrast, we have the writing of Ryan Bolger. A theologian, Bolger's vision of the metaverse is that of a reified space that sits on top of the real world, a one-to-one digital clone. You can leave a digital letter for someone on a park bench and they need to go to that same bench.
Okay, we're gonna get out of here.
A clone so accurate that self-driving cars will navigate not via sensors that monitor the world around them, but by referencing the current position of things in the metaverse, the most jacked version of Google Maps you can imagine. For Bulger, traditional websites and apps are just a stopgap to the ultimate aim, which should be to astrally project via VR into a McDonald's, where a cashier will then see you through AR glasses and take your order as if you were in the space. The goal of this degree of reification was to create a space so
like the you're projecting yourself through augmented reality into a McDonald's, right? But you're not really in the McDonald's. But the employee there sees you as if you are in the McDonald's, even though you're not in the McDonald's, and they make food of your avatar? I don't understand. Like, this really doesn't make sense. Cars driving via the metaverse? Yeah, what good is that supposed to do? Like, right? Like, do you get McDonald's delivered to you? Is that the idea? You want to, like, no, because that's the whole point of, if you're getting food delivered to you, right? The one thing I'm not missing at all is the part about, like, going into the restaurant to be like, I'd like blah, 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 blah with blah, 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 and make sure not to blah, blah, blah with the blah, blah, blah. I want the blah, blah, blah that's blah, 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 right? That's not the fun part. The fun part is eating. And so if you can just press a button or, like, you know, click on a menu item and, I don't know, whatever, like, you know, with brown rice, like, right? That seems preferable. So I really don't get where I would go into McDonald's and
real and legitimate that you
tech bros just want to live in a video game. They want us to live in their video game. They make food for the hologram you so you can go and get it anyway. Yeah.
The metaverse
really? Yeah, exactly.
Of containing divinity.
Don't blah 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 me, young lady. You'll hear from your father when you get home. He'll show you blah 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 blah. There's an ideal way to play the games: Resident 1 remake, Resident 2 remake, Resident 3 remake, optional, Resident 4 original, Resident 5 optional solely because it's fun. Also a racist nightmare. Skip Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7 optional. 8 is and then the 4 remake, and go back for the older games with the tank controls. Are you serious? Delivery apps are too easy. I want to waste an extra 15 minutes just to order. Yeah.
A church in the metaverse can be sacred, independent of the context of human interaction.
Look, I mean, if you appreciate going into a restaurant and ordering, it's because you like the ambiance of the restaurant. It's because it's a relaxing thing. And, like, you'd want to do it in person, right? That's called, you know, I mean, that's not touching grass. That's touching the oil fryer. I don't know, like, right? But, like, if there's something, like, maybe for a different restaurant, right? You would want to go into it because of the ambiance. Some people like the ambiance of a restaurant, right? Then they've got, like, a real restaurant that they could use for that. I don't understand why they would want this, like, virtual experience. This seems weird. It seems rather strange.
Because it's not just software, it's a place. Digital fashion and other phygital industries also want to break down the barrier between physical and digital, but for very different reasons. They look at the market for cosmetics in live service video games and crave translating that business model to reality. Rather than building a reified virtual world, digital fashion is much more interested in the augmented reality side of things. They want AR glasses that are so universal and so seamless that we all dress in mocap suits and composite the new Gucci over it using an advanced spin on TikTok's hat filter. In this definition, the metaverse isn't another place, conceptual or otherwise, it's just a name for the digital skin that gets laid over the world when viewed through compatible devices.
Wait.
We strongly believe that the amount of clothing produced today
so it's
is
like
way greater
AR
than
then.
humanity needs, but
right?
Don't shop less. Shop digital fashion. Don't shop less. Don't shop less. Don't you don't you dare shop less. Don't you.
There are numerous problems
God.
here, which boil down to the fact that all of these have equal claim to the word metaverse. If you comb through dozens and dozens of definitions of the metaverse,
Basically
you
VR
can
chat,
assemble a
yeah. I
web
mean, VR
of
chat
broad
at least is-
attributes where some are generally agreed upon, while others border on being mutually exclusive. It's a vague, largely incoherent cloud of ideas that's malleable enough that basically anything can be called part of the metaverse, a proto-metaverse, or a semi-metaverse. Decentraland is
Oh my God,
the metaverse.
like
The
Habbo?
Sandbox is the metaverse. Horizon Worlds is the metaverse. Roblox is the metaverse. Fortnite is the metaverse. Minecraft is
What?
the metaverse.
I'm in the
Lint
metaverse right now?
Is the metaverse.
I look at my 14-year-old,
What?
and she has spent the last year and a half living in a metaverse. She doesn't even know that word, right? But her school is on Zoom. She hangs out with her friends online in one form or another, actually in a whole bunch of different forms, right? In Instagram, in TikTok, in
Oh my God.
iMessage, in Fortnite, in Animal Crossing, in all of these different metaverses, right?
So wait, any
Some leaders within
immersive?
the virtual world space, such as Tim Sweeney, believe that eventually every company will need to operate their own virtual worlds, both as standalone planets and as part of leading virtual world
We got some
platforms such as Fortnite and Minecraft. As Sweeney has put it, just as every company a few decades ago created a web page, and then at some point every company created
We
a
got the
Facebook
loot.
Of course, this flexibility that allows
Wait,
for
is there
anything
more,
good
like-
and popular to be part of a natural, inevitable precursor to the true metaverse simultaneously provides the flexibility to dismiss any failure as a failing of that pure vision rather than a failure of the underlying ideas themselves. The metaverse cannot fail. You can only fail to make the metaverse. There's no consensus definition because the metaverse isn't real. It's not an actual thing that anyone's really building. It's a rhetorical device that allows the writer to gesture at the future and pontificate on what ought to be. Definitions of the metaverse are thusly principally rooted in the writer's present political and social values. When you understand that the metaverse isn't a distinct invention or construct, but merely a rhetorical proxy for the future of technology, then all of this becomes a lot easier to deal with. The reason it's all so messy is because of the aforementioned gesturing towards fiction, and because a lot of the people writing
Also, girls don't want to wear heavy, expensive hats on their heads. It makes our heads sweaty. Oh, so we could wear fake hats, and our heads wouldn't get sweaty, but we'd still have the effect of having a hat. Did no one in the metaverse ever ask why there's no girls? Ever, even girls who like tech? It's because VR is insanely bad for your... Oh, you're right. Yeah. Well, it's not just bad for your hair. Doesn't it also make you dizzy and like you can't really stay in it for that long without getting sick? It's just like, it's not ready yet. Like the current VR that they have, I feel like, from what I've heard, is not really suited for an extended immersive experience. And that's the metaverse. Any virtual reality you share with others is a metaverse. Oh, if it was multiplayer. Okay, so this isn't metaverse since it's single player. But if I had it multiplayer, it would be metaverse-ish. So 2B2T is metaverse then. Supposedly there's like a village here, and then there's two ancient cities, and they're connected. They're dating each other. The ancient cities are dating each other, supposedly. You need to expose yourself constantly to lessen the motion sickness. Haven't used it in a week. And after 20 minutes, my stomach wasn't having it, but there are people who spend whole days in VR. Well, I've seen people do that as a, for content, like, right? They do that like as a, but they never do it because they want to. And sometimes a lot of times they like fail. Like they're like, I'm going to spend the whole day in, XYZ metaverse. And they end up just like not really staying as long as they mean to, because it's inhuman. It's not something that they can take. It's not something they can stand. It's just too heavy. It's too bad for your body. There's really no way around the fact that VR is good for some things, but games isn't one of them. like, I mean, I would almost think that AR would be more closer to being ready for, you know, to actually be useful than VR. Oh, it is lava. I was like, what is making this bright? It is literally lava. I always thought that camping out by a lava pool would be like the safest place, you know, if you don't have a lot ready in the beginning of the game. But I mean, while you can push mobs into the lava, maybe they could also push you into the lava, or you could fall into the lava. I don't know. It just seems like dangerous. AR is a terrific idea for theme parts. A lot utilize AR in that way. I remember SMT DX2, which, I mean, like, is a multiplayer. It's a multiplayer SMT for mobile, and it definitely has its flaws. It's kind of actually kind of funny, like how like flawed it is. Like you're just like, Atlas made this, really? But one thing they did have was the ability to, you could summon your persona in real life, right? Or you could summon a demon in real life by using AR. And like you could just literally like, you like take a picture of like, you know, you point your camera at some place, you know, in real life, and it just like projects a little digital demon there. Are we back here already? Oh my god, really? How did we end up back here? This is literally like the safest place I could be, though, at the moment. Especially if dolphins swim around. My niece and nephew got VR headsets for free because it was a Nielsen house. Nice. And when they lived with me, they used to virtually ride roller coasters. So that could be fun. That could actually be fun. The other thing that I feel like would be fun is like Minecraft in VR. Minecraft in VR could actually work. And I've seen some people, there's a map called the Dropper. It's been around for a while. And it's literally like you walk around and you drop through different like holes, right? And at the bottom of all the holes, there's like a little pool of water. And you're trying to hit that pool of water, because in Minecraft, if you land in water, then you don't die. But if you land on the ground, you take whatever fall damage you got, and you know, if you've fallen for a far away, that's gonna be like all of your health, right? So yeah, it's a lot of fun. But I'm like imagining how fun it would be in VR.
Went prose about how the future is here today in the form of blockchain-based social spaces are, for the most part, salesmen. That's not to say that they don't believe the metaverse could or should exist, just that most have not considered if it would actually be any good. That part they take as a given, because it's always super cool in stories, so why even bother considering that
Spleef in Minecraft would be so much fun, but it would be make it super scary.
the end result might be boring, inconvenient, and disappointing. Now, science fiction and actual science have a long and storied history. It's fun to point to all the devices that exist today that were first sketched out by a fiction writer decades earlier, but there's also a massive survivorship bias there. Sure, some speculations become real, either because the author rooted their speculation in cutting-edge science or because fans of the work tried extremely hard to make it a reality, but even more get discarded as silly, useless, impractical, deadly, or physically impossible.
This pizza hydrator
might come as a shock, but when a writer sits down to compose fiction, the thing that they write doesn't need to actually work. They're not real inventions, they're narrative devices, and at a certain point, no amount of cool factor can make up for the limitations of physical space. Star Trek's holodeck is an insanely cool idea, and dear God, do I wish it were real. But it can't exist, not as depicted because it's not an invention, it's a collection of camera tricks and special effects. At the end of the day, the holodeck's limitations and lack thereof are dictated by narrative necessity. So when Neil Stephenson writes about the metaverse in Snow Crash in 1992, it is an invention composed of a mix of speculation about the future of existing hardware, trends in how people interact via virtual...
Why did I think that Snow Crash was some other cyberpunk author? Wait, what's his name? Like the main... Oh my god, what is that guy's name? I can't remember his name. Cyberpunk guy. Oh my god.
Spaces and an overwhelmingly cartoonish dose of rule of cool. Stevenson's metaverse is a massive three-dimensional contiguous space because it's evocative and interesting. It provides a colorful backdrop for the story.
Yeah, William Gibson. I was thinking that was the author of Snow Crash. What did William Gibson write?
Gonzo plot about a high-stakes pizza delivery swordmaster employed by the mafia and a computer virus that can cause brain damage. Snow Crash is prescient in degrees about some of the ways in which we would engage with technology, but overwhelmingly, that prescience applies to the internet.
I'm literally thinking of Neuromancer, but like Snow Crash. Why did I thought somebody else wrote All Tomorrow's Parties. He wrote Frozen. Yes, he definitely wrote Frozen. Yeah, and Shrek. Definitely also Shrek and Megamind.
As it currently exists, we have virtual live events, virtual sports, virtual town squares, virtual clubhouses, and even virtual strip clubs where you can hang out and chat with 500 strangers and watch someone just absolutely... Really, the only things that are missing are either aesthetic, like the giant contiguous three-dimensional representation of the internet, where you can walk from one web page to the next, or maybe not even physically possible at all, like the Snow Crash virus itself. So this then creates a bit of a trap for a lot of the salesmen writing about the inevitability of the metaverse, where they have to cling to those aesthetic details as non-negotiable, because otherwise they're just talking about the internet. As Matthew Ball writes in his 2022 book, The Metaverse and How It Will Change Everything,
although virtual worlds come in many dimensions, 3D is a critical specification for the metaverse. Without 3D, we might as well be describing the current internet. Message boards, chat services, website builders, image platforms, and interconnected networks of content have been around and popular for decades, after all.
Which brings us to virtual reality. VR is pretty cool tech. I really like it. It's also pretty limited, or more specifically, the tech runs up against a pretty big barrier, which is the human body. The inner ear really doesn't like moving without actually moving, which means that every VR application is a series of compromises between the immersive potential of VR and what the body will tolerate.
So what you need then is something that feeds your proprioceptors, right? Is it about do you know, just try to understand like proprioception? Like your body, even without sight, can tell what position that it's in. And it's because of your proprioceptors. It gives you a internal map, if it's working correctly, of where your limbs are in space, right? And maybe that's what's going on with virtual reality, is that we're being fed information visually that doesn't match up with what our proprioceptors are perceiving. They make VR omnidirectional treadmills that will help us. Has a massive... Oh god, yeah. The omnidirectional treadmill. I'm trying to imagine how that would work. I guess I could see...
No. Oh god.
William Gibson, writer of popular Disney classics such as Frozen and The Black Cauldron.
Oh god. Because Stevenson's metaverse is a plot device, effectively an alternate dimension, the characters are able to navigate the space however Stevenson wants them to. And because it's narratively interesting, when the characters want to get from one part of the metaverse to another, they need to traverse the distance between those 2 points. Ball, for his part, concedes that users of the inevitable metaverse would likely find this to be too inconvenient and prefer to teleport from location to location. The reality is...
Oh my god, I would want to teleport, yeah.
The compromise is that overwhelmingly virtual reality experiences are largely static experiences with freeform
There's a treasure somewhere.
Footprint with the user teleporting from spot to spot, even within the same virtual room. It's a compromise that VR enthusiasts are willing to accept because the alternative is a one-way trip to the floor as your cochlea decides that being upright is no longer an option. The end result, the actuality of virtual reality, is that it's an incredibly potent tool.
Cochlea, we're talking about like the inner ear perceptor of your kind of like head's position in space, like your orientation.
For an unfortunately limited number of applications.
The Disney
This
version
creates a
of
very
Snow
sharp
Crash, yeah, I
contrast
gotta see
between
that.
The metaverse that's talked about by pundits and the reality of VR that developers and enthusiasts have been mapping for over a decade, with pundits continuing to insist that a vast, contiguous space representing the internet is not only a desirable way to interact with those functionalities, but indeed a preferential way. How this manifests is a metaverse that exists overwhelmingly in the form of blog posts about the inevitability of its existence, with anything tangentially related to virtual reality being encircled as part of the metaverse, along with a whole lot of stuff hardly related at all. Of particular fascination is the way that this is all talk and no product. Lint USA,
Vaporware.
manufacturers of terrible chocolate truffles, launched their metaverse store in November 2022, and
that's
just
what this
have a
is.
look
This
at the
is just
language used to
vaporware.
describe it. Lint USA launches its first
And
ever
I just realized something.
virtual store with Beyond XR and makes shopping for premium chocolate a truly innovative experience.
I just realized something, like, right? So I've had experiences with vaporware before I knew what vaporware was, right? And it always was like this. There was somebody that had like a plan, like in like high school or in college, to procure like some kind of like a limitless supply of XYZ, like, you know, like mushrooms or weed or something. There was always like somebody that had this like concept of like, yo, if I could just get this funding for XYZ, I could make limitless supplies of whatever it is. And like, they're always trying to get you like in on this deal of like, listen, I know a guy that knows a guy that's got the shit, but you're going to have to front me that money. You're going to have to give me that money up front. And then I will go around the corner and then I'll totally come back. I will totally come back afterwards, right? And they don't come back. They're not coming back, and you should know that they're not coming back. You should know not to front anybody money, especially if it's something like seriously like some kind of venture or something. But yeah, it's like if it's vaporwave, it doesn't exist. Whatever it is, it's not going to exist, and you know, you paying for it up front is just making it easier for, you know, this person to I don't know, it seems like the same thing as like it's a bad deal. How many times does chat think NCC fell for that scam? Listen, like he said he was a Nigerian prince, okay, and he's a multi-billionaire, but he just needs like you know, this much money from me to unlock his fortunes, get the bank to release his My guess is 3. Oh my god. I don't know, what's worse, that or like when you do get something but it's bunk? It's bunk. It's not real. It's fake. Temporarily embarrassed Nigerian prince, yeah. Yo, I'm feeling like the seed was bunk. Like, they need to have the seed come with, like, a map or something. So you can be like, okay, you said there was a, village. And two ancient cities like back to back, like underneath it, right? Where is this shit? Is this vaporwave? Sorry, vaporware.
Beautifully decorated.
Am I
fully
dealing with
3D, and
vaporware?
highly photorealistic environment, the store welcomes visitors with an engaging introduction by one of Lint's famous master chocolatiers, Anne Shaja. Best of all, the immersive store is totally comprehensible.
We at Lint USA are thrilled to offer customers this state-of-the-art experience just in time for the holidays. While there is no experience like walking into one of our beautiful Lint stores in person, our online store is no different. We're excited to show it off.
This is all pretty routine corporate fluff, though the surprising and telling thing is that it's just words. There's few, if any, images included, and there's a reason why. The whole of it is elevated to transcendental when you see the actual thing that they're describing. A laggy, hideous, cheap, faux 3D website that would probably be a camp hit if it were pitched instead as a throwback to FMV video games from the 90s.
Want some rye? Of course you do.
The vast majority of these so-called metaverse offerings are virtual spaces only insofar as they are painted to resemble a store. We already tried this 25 years ago and discarded it because it turns out the human brain can shop from a list of items or a grid of photos far better than it can from an image map photo of a display case. Examples like this betray not only the ignorance of history on the part of the people pushing it, but also a profound incompetence on the part of the people building it. Rather than being a cutting-edge virtual shopping experience, the Lint store is so bad, so embarrassing, that it would be more respectable to learn that Beyond XR is an outright scam, shaking down gullible corporations afraid of being out of touch with the future or missing the boat on the next big thing, rather than true believers trying their hardest. The fact that Patrick Diggleman, Vice President of Sales and E-Commerce for Lint USA, looked at this final product and didn't immediately scrap it, bury it, and demand the company's money back is just a nice, tight encapsulation of how much metaverse participation is being driven by irrational, uninformed FOMO. And this brings us back to Decentraland. All these definitions are pretty bad for Decentraland. It clearly wants to be the metaverse.
Literally, so I've been wondering how this works, right? I've been wondering why, like, because, like, to me, crypto does not sound like anything I'd ever want to invest in. Like, the NFTs, even less so. And this whole thing of, like, digital real estate, the metaverse, right? Like, it does have the feeling of, you know, there's somebody selling you the Emperor's New Clothes.
It calls itself that, but because they, like Lint, have made the mistake of actually trying to make something,
Ooh, a chocolate
it's possible
mustache?
to evaluate whether or not they've succeeded. They have activated the trap card of falsifiability. VR was dropped from Decentraland's core feature set somewhere in 2018 or 2019, and has all but officially been relegated to a community-produced mod, which just means that it's difficult to get working in the first place, and when you do, nothing is optimized for VR, either in terms of technical performance or user experience. The results are dizzying, even without a headset on. Okay, so the app's just straight up broken now. Cool. For many definitions of the metaverse, like Ball, this already makes DCL a non-starter. Virtual reality, or at the very least augmented reality, is a non-negotiable feature. This, however, in my evaluation, is just a case of no
I gotta know where is
Decentraland is embarrassing, which makes it inconvenient, which means there's a lot of incentive to discredit it as a claim to the idea of the metaverse, to insist that its failures are meaningless,
I was right around here.
Nothing to learn from them about the viability of the underlying ideas. But the knife that says all these definitions are the metaverse cuts both ways. If the concept is so broad as to be little more than a vague gesture at the future,
I actively
if successful
want
and
Meta to
popular
fail.
things like Minecraft and Roblox and Fortnite get to be the nascent metaverse, then this does too. And if this is the future,
what about Dwarf Fortress?
then the future is a dead mall.
Oh, it's dead mall time. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the liminality of it all? The sheer liminality? Here we go.
It is difficult to fully encapsulate the sheer contradiction between Decentraland as it exists in the minds of its supporters and the actual product that you can interact with, but in this endeavor, we shall strive. Maybe we spent our best shot early by opening with Redditors praising a theater with
I'm
non-functional
ready.
doors and a photo of a real concession stand in place
I'm
of any
so
actual
ready.
modeling, but it's probably best to let you know what you're in for.
That post we ran earlier, by the by, is the most popular post of all time on the Decentraland subreddit.
The fact that it's a crossover event with Reddit's meme stock fanatics, right down to being disproportionately laden with Reddit awards as they tend to do, has a poetry to it that I couldn't script.
Name a more iconic duo than Bad Products and Cereal Bag Holders. You can't do it.
The pizza kiosk they rave about, where
He's
you
so
could,
good.
in theory, order Domino's via the metaverse and pay in ETH or mana, is long gone. All that remains is an empty plot devoid of even the world's
I'm okay with
procedurally generated shrubbery.
I'm okay with the dwarfs having their fortress as long as they're leaving the halflings alone. Yeah.
The details are thin, but from what's available, it's apparent that Domino's wasn't officially involved in any capacity, which would indicate that the builder had really just created a middleman between you and Domino's, where he would take your crypto and then pass the order along with payment in dollars to Domino's on your behalf.
Wait, so literally people thought it would be a cool idea if there was an MMO video game you could play and you go take your character to Domino's and you go to the thing and you're like, hello person, I would like, you know, X number of pizzas, right? And then they send that to your house? That's like all it is like a really, like a shittier way of ordering food, really?
The event calls back to one of the
so
foundational myths of crypto, the 10,000 Bitcoin pizza, the first purchase ever made with cryptocurrency.
22nd of May 2010 is the date when someone first purchased an item with Bitcoin, in this case a pizza.
The reality of that is very similar to the Decentraland pizza kiosk. No vendor accepted Bitcoin in exchange for pizza.
Floridian Laszlo Hanyuts offered 10,000
I'm
Bitcoin on
amazing.
a forum to anyone who would bring him 2
I'm
large
gonna
pizzas.
sneeze.
Fellow Floridian Jeremy Sturdivant took him up on the offer, bought 2 large pizzas from a
I'm
pizzeria
sorry.
with his own money, and then traded
Sorry
them to
for that
Laszlo in
sneeze.
exchange for the Bitcoin.
That doesn't look like great pizza. Look, am I right about that? Like, look, I know that like iffy asymmetric pizza can be yummy sometimes. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean it sucks, but that did not look like good pizza. Like, that didn't, like, if you got that from Domino's, like, you gotta get your money back. Like, that's not right. There's something wrong with that pizza.
Hey, that's backwards.
Something is
Wait, it's
wrong
also backwards
with that
from this
pizza.
side.
Other groups have tried to recreate amusement rides in Decentraland, such as those found in District X.
Originally slated to be Decentraland's red light district before the project organizers stole all the donated land, District X is now home to an excellent showcase of the reality of Decentraland's ability to deliver interactive experiences. Laggy, glitchy, and profoundly sad.
Oh yes, I can feel the thrills coursing through my veins.
In the Decentraland experience, there's a persistent tension between the different vectors of incompetence.
Most of the people building this stuff don't have good ideas, so the stuff is generally bad from first principles. But then on top of that, the tools for building things in Decentraland are also bad, so good ideas are kneecapped by being extremely hard to implement.
So it feels like there's something about this that like the purpose for this, all of this, is just to like make money for the, I don't know, the you know, whoever you're paying money to, whoever's making this thing, whoever's like benefiting. Like that's like the whole thing, right? It's like a shop without a game, right? And that somehow like the game is supposed to be live, and it doesn't really work, right? Even if you get like a real item in real life, you get to eat a pizza that you would not like otherwise get to eat. There's so many easier ways to eat a pizza. There's so many easier ways to order a pizza. Like it doesn't make sense that anyone would be like, no, I want to order a pizza like this in this shitty like laggy game. Gotcha. It's a cow. I'm like, what are you called? A cow. I think you're called a cow.
But then on top of that, Decentraland just runs and performs poorly. The controls are particularly heinous, and sometimes the camera gets possessed by 1,000 angry ghosts, so no matter what experience you build, it'll be tainted by that mandatory membrane of interaction. Some of what you'll stumble across is almost quaint, like this modern-style suburban single-family home populated entirely by official Nintendo art.
Okay.
It's almost adorably incompetent, like the Decentraland version of a GeoCities shrine to Xander from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. At least until you notice the for sale sign out front and the several dozen identical Mario houses scattered around the world, all owned by the same guy named Dan. They're everywhere. I've completely lost track of how many unique instances of this house I've stumbled across. This is in part because navigating Decentraland is a nightmare. The extremely short draw distance and attendant lack of landmarks makes it very easy to get lost, so it's hard to tell if any given modern Mario house is a fresh one you've never been to before, or one that you've looped back on.
August 1st, 2022 announcements. Decentraland, setting the track for future experience creators using Infinity Engine code, the first of its kind in Decentraland. Decentraland shows what the Infinity Engine code can do, serving as an open-source foundation for future high-speed experiences.
Decentraland faces a fascinating problem inherent to its basic construction. The language of interaction with the world of Decentraland is the language of games. You navigate the world via an avatar, your avatar runs, jumps, and
thank you
clicks
for the
on things.
raid.
This makes games the most obvious implementation as an experience, since the ludology is already there.
Ludology?
The problem is that Decentraland is just bad for games.
Okay.
Decentraland is
No, I
an
feel
abysmal little experience, barely qualifying as the kart racer that it nominally resembles. Of course, we can't
Really?
judge it
I
too
got
harshly,
hit.
as it's just a proof of
Really?
concept.
I got
Though
hit.
given that everything in Decentraland seems
I
to
can't
fall
believe they
under
actually
that
hit me.
umbrella, it's enough to make one suspicious. Like maybe it's still
Oh
in
my god, I
beta,
probably don't
or
have
it's
any
just a proof of
food.
concept,
Oh my
or just
god.
a rhetorical shield
I'm
against
just looking
criticism.
for my...
Either which way, the developer's other project, Infinity Engine,
village.
is also awful, and it's been featured on Decentraland's front page for well over a year.
I'm just looking for the
fantasy of the
village.
metaverse is one where it subsumes much of our present reality.
Oh, you had to
where,
stop
in the
streaming?
words of Matthew Ball, entire generations will eventually move to and live
Oh
inside
no, don't
it,
explode.
Which, as a statement,
Don't explode.
more or
Don't
less
you dare
demands
explode.
poetic interpretation.
No, no,
that
no.
Ball is referring to interactions and
Fuck me.
activity taking place
Oh my
via
god,
the membrane
no,
of the
get away
software,
from me, no.
because otherwise it's, stupid, because your body won't fit inside the wires.
Oh my god.
But regardless, this idea of place requires the simulacrum of place, and the simulacrum of place must encompass both the fantastic and the mundane, because if it doesn't encompass both Skyrim and your office and the grocery store, then there's too much discontinuity. The metaverse ceases to be a world, a true place, and becomes little more than a digital interface. And to that end, the existence of the metaverse demands the existence of Issue Law, a professional corporation. Welcome to the Metaverse Law Office of James Issue, a personal injury lawyer based in Los Angeles. James isn't in right now, no one is, and he never will be, because the idea of staffing this place with actual people is patently absurd.
Well, it was unfortunate that you tripped and dropped the urn containing your grandmother's ashes because you tripped over a rake that your roommate left out. Unfortunately, when you attacked him with that rake, it was a crime. And so I'm afraid I'm going to have to refer you to a criminal defense lawyer. This is outside kind of the purview of what I do. I'm more of a personal injury lawyer, so unfortunately, you are going to need criminal defense representation, and I do have some people that I can refer you to. I'm deeply sorry for the loss of your grandmother, and the death of your roommate. But I can't assist you any further in this matter.
This is not meaningfully useful in any way to businesses. When confronted with the actual product, the actual series of things that would need to be engaged with to make the fictional vision of the metaverse real, the product and the comparison to the next generation of the internet is comical. Ball quotes Tim Sweeney talking about a future where every company is expected to operate a virtual world, just as every company a few decades ago created a web page and then at some point every company created a Facebook page. But here's the thing. We already know from those examples that most companies don't need much more to a website than some cursory fluff and their contact information. A website, to most companies, is just a replacement for a Yellow Pages entry. It's an ad whose number one job is to carry a phone number, address, and business hours. A Facebook page became appealing because it offloaded the work of designing the page and its functionality as a whole in a way that office workers could easily manage. Facebook handles running Facebook. You just put in your stuff, making it a useful tool for high-density, up-to-date communication like promotions or changes in operating hours. The entire process there is a move towards efficiency. The construction and maintenance of a virtual world is ludicrous in comparison. The effort to build and update is orders of magnitude beyond even a basic web page, and the information density goes down. Like, this is really important. Most business communication is going to be in the form of text forever, because text is really useful. But the metaverse is a uniquely terrible medium for the delivery of text because that text cannot be presented in an optimized format. It must be bent to the metaphor of a real space. That's why the only actual meaningful things in issue law, a professional corporation, are links to conventional, flat text and image-based websites, because they're just more efficient ways to present and access information. So the virtual workspace, the idea that this plot in Decentraland would ever become actually functional as a space, with the receptionist navigating up the virtual stairs to tell James via in-world voice chat that someone is waiting to see him, is comical. But without that promise, without that story, what's even left? An NFT gallery and hard-to-use widgets that just open Instagram in another tab to remind you that you're not in the metaverse, you're just browsing a website? I guess at least you can stand on the balcony and admire the modern Mario house across the street. Even official productions, stuff created by the developers themselves or people they've subcontracted, trend heavily towards embarrassing. The festival stage for the first annual Metaverse Music Festival featuring DJ Paris Hilton lacked collision on the stairs and balcony, meaning you could take a terrible elevator to a second floor that you would immediately fall through. New Year's Eve 2022 was staged in a Duke Nukem-esque recreation of Times Square and featured a devastatingly terrible jumping puzzle, just indescribably bad in its fundamental construction, riddled with all manner of collision problems, and very much coming off as a half-hearted idea that was implemented improvisationally and never actually tested,
Wait,
let
it's just
alone
like
revised,
shitty,
with the reward being a
parkour.
broken scavenger token, Z-fighting textures, and a bad view of the party. Wait, is that it? Was that it? After a long day's virtual lawyering, it's only natural that you'll want to take a load off, and we would recommend none other than NFT World's NFT World Cities Comedy Club. It's always bugged me when I go into a comedy club and I'm not immediately met with comedy. It's false advertising.
Would put a platforming puzzle to get into the after party. Fuck that. When you're looking for a lawyer, I always head to the metaverse.
But with the power of the metaverse and a $120,000 grant from the Decentraland DAO,
Meow.
the NFT World Cities Comedy Club obtained an infinite source of comedy.
We hope to have some content from Decentral Comedy soon, and we have also sourced content from an AI tool called ChatGPT, which provides some jokes for us to show here.
What the fuck?
It's not all comedy and incompetence and insincerity, though. Occasionally you'll stumble across a single plot that's just a simple shrine to a loved one, taken away from this world too young, and oh hey, it's another modern Mario house. One of the most consistently popular locations in Decentraland, popular enough to warrant a functionally permanent spot on the Genesis Plaza Hot Locations board, is the Wondermine Meteor Mining and Crafting game. Now, something to stress here is that
I'd put up a Professor Layton puzzle to get into the after party. For a second, I thought you were saying Professor Lando. Do we all know Professor Lando? Apparently, Professor Lando is back. Right? Do you remember Professor Lando?
This is, within the context of Decentraland, a success story. There are people who interface with Decentraland solely as the medium by which they access Wondermine.
Even just looking at the map, it is one of the few consistently occupied places where you can find other players in any reasonable number. And it is an idle clicking game that is so sluggish in its pace that it barely qualifies as a Skinner box. Meteors fall, and you click on them, and then you wait.
The sole value prospect is that at the end of the process, you might be able to craft an NFT wearable that you can then sell to someone else.
So like I was saying, if you want to see what this is worth, we can go over to the marketplace and search.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Okay, so I'm of two minds here. What's up, scientist? I'm of two minds, okay? So on one hand, I kind of think, like, this is a shit video game. This is a terrible experience. Like this is... I don't know why they're putting money into this. This is wild, right? But on the other hand, I think this... Right? I'm playing Minecraft. This is a video game from 2008 or something. I don't even know. Is that right? Is that even right? Is it 2010? Whatever. It's from 2000 and way many years ago, right? Why am I still playing this? Because a lot of the new games are not fun, are not good. And I mean, like, that's not universally true. Obviously, they're still coming out with good games. But there's so many games that are kind of like presented in a way that sucks, or like there's like some just like, I don't know, gaming seems to be getting worse, right? Maybe, I don't know if I'm saying that there's less good games as much as I'm saying is that there's more bad games. But with people getting used to crappy games, could it be possible that one day something like this will be like, ooh, that looks like fun. Oh, I would play that. Oh my god, yeah, let me play that game. That looks like fun. Yeah, let me do that, right? Like, I don't know. Games are pretty bad, so maybe it's possible. I mean, I can't say no. What the okay, it's just a random cave. Random cave. People used to spend you know what, there have been bad games. Like, there's whole eras of bad games. Like, right? When you look at like I guess there's like fun Atari games. I don't know what they are, but there's a lot of really, really, really bad Atari games that are just like so bad they're unplayable. And so, like, it's not like terrible, crappy games that you shouldn't spend any money on, but yet people are spending money on. It's not like that's never existed before. Like, that's always been a thing. So I guess when I really think about it, right, it's not that, like, there's been shitty games in the past.
It's worth 242,499 mana.
Can't wait for the standards to get out so low. We could pay $80 for King Pong.
The value of mana today, it's over $1.
So, with such big money on the line, of course the game is botted to hell and back with idlers and auto-clickers. Decentraland doesn't log users out after a set time spent idle, and the meteors fall in predictable locations, so it's pretty easy to automate. But even barring that level of complexity, it's trivial to just leave a tab idle and collect the periodic rewards.
Wondermine is also immediately adjacent to one of the oldest games in Decentraland, Dragon Rush, which is featured prominently in Genesis Plaza.
Immediately, we can spot a problem with the real estate model of the internet.
This relatively modest game has an absolutely massive footprint and necessitates a towering retaining wall to back its terrain.
From a standpoint of architecture, it's an immensely hostile block, a massive, impassable barrier to both sightlines and traffic. It turns out that having every individual app and website take up scarce space in an adversarial relationship is bad.
There's a ton of fun, smaller games coming out. It's just that AAA games have stagnated. Yeah. Okay, maybe that's more along the lines of what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's And also, like, I'm even, like, I don't know, I like very particular games. And I'm even frustrated, right? Like, what is up with Persona? Can anybody explain to me why there is going to be a Persona 5X? Like, and maybe just, like, calm my fears that it is just literally, like, a stalling tactic? Because that's exactly what it feels like. It feels like such a stalling tactic. Like, I'm not saying that you need to, like, come out with Persona 6 right away, but, like, you know, shouldn't you be, like, almost done with it? Like, I don't know. It's almost like their whole thing, Atlas Games has their whole thing has been like, how long can we push Persona 6 out? It's almost like a no comment chick video. Oh my god. You have to wait. You have to wait so long. You're like, you finished the last one, and you're like, no, but like I just did this little tweak to the last one. Look, now it's Persona 5R. Don't you want to see like what happens with the Akachi plot? Oh my god, Akachi. Yeah, Akachi's gonna be a little different this time. Oh my god. Look, there's a doctor. Look, there's a new girl. Look, there's like all this stuff, right? And then you're like, okay, well, Persona 5R, sure, you know, I mean, I guess whatever, you know. It's glorified DLC, but whatever. It's something. And then you're like, okay, so what's next? And they're like, Persona 5 Strikers, and you're like, and they're like, okay, fine, but now you gotta have Persona 6, right? You've been working on Persona 6 this whole time, and it's ready, right? And they're like, nope, Persona 5R, we're gonna redo Persona 5, but what if there was like different characters? Like, really? Persona 5 Strikers could have been a great sequel, but it's a slog.
All right,
They're all slogs.
Walk onto the dragon's back, press F to flap wings and fly, go through the gates and land
Everything
on the
is a
landing pad
slog.
to finish the race.
What a slog.
Now, maybe this is just unfair. After all, I did say that Dragon Rush is one of the oldest games in Decentraland. Let's do some due diligence and find something more mature, more refined, something with a budget behind it.
Wait, what are we doing? Which Dice Masters?
At Knights of Androme, the ultimate role-playing game that will challenge you to farm, craft, and fight your way to the top. Those looking for a little more action to their Decentraland experience need look no further than Dice Masters, an incredible, fully playable role-playing game built within the Metaverse's trusty framework. Within its sizable...
It feels like there should be a metal song that goes with this. Dice Masters! Yeah, it should be like...
Location, gamers can undertake quests, battle enemies, collect resources and craft in-game items,
and
all
most
in addition
importantly...
to ridding the realm of the terrible Paltry Scourge. Dice Masters development and expansion should the following tier 6...
That terrible Paltry Scourge.
Up to $240,000 USD, 6 months vesting, 1 month cliff grant in the gaming category be approved, yes wins with 93%.
Well, okay, that's quite a pitch.
What the
and
fuck?
You know what? Let's treat this seriously. Like, let's treat this like it were a Kickstarter or Steam Early Access pitch. $240,000 is modest but realistic, and watching the trailer, it's all very achievable, especially since the buildings are just lifted from World of Warcraft. But, like, the features are very straightforward, and the trailer even evokes Decentraland's style. This is eminently realizable. Low rent? Sure. Devoid of original ideas? Also true. Doable? Absolutely. This is it, right? This is the moment Decentraland has been waiting for. This is the realization of all their promises. This isn't just a thing in Decentraland, it's Decentraland as a platform, as...
I didn't mind Persona 5 Strikers genre shifting to continue the story, but most of it is a retread of the original, and it makes me think the devs don't want to go all in with it. Yeah, like it was more like a test.
The infrastructure invisible beneath an otherwise independent
I still haven't played
game
it.
experience. They even bothered to include the coordinates in the trailer like they actually want you to go there.
It's sad. I'll take Minecraft over this.
It's just, it's the same story over and over again. Everywhere you go in Decentraland, it's all the same stuff. No amount of remixing can overcome the underlying flaws of the base layer. Decentraland wants to be the invisible tech behind the scenes, but it can't, because it also wants to be a real virtual world. And the one goal imposes endless creative and technical decisions onto the other. You can't really get anything better out of the system.
Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, maybe I can come up with a concept, right? What if instead of it being like, okay, so you know how like Doki Doki Literature Club, I haven't played the part 2, the DDLC Plus, right? Which is, from what I understand, is it like the, hey, what's up, Hyolmandra? It's kind of like the old, it's kind of like the original DDLC, right? There's a difference though, and it's like the story goes farther, there's more stuff you can find out. But the other thing that they have is like there's a, I haven't played it yet, but I've heard there's like a computer system in game. So before, like right in the original DDLC, you literally have to go into your file for the game and manipulate the file structure. That's all I'll say, right? There's a part where it asks you, because no spoilers, right? But they are going to ask you to actually do things to the real like files of the game itself in order to finish DDLC, the original, right? From my understanding, the second one, it gives you like you've got like a console inside of the game, and you're doing things on like a virtual desktop, basically. I feel like that might have more possibilities than this dead metaverse idea of like, it's going to be like the internet, but if the internet was located in, you know, a copy or a simulacrum of the physical world, which just kind of like, okay, so it's going to suck. It's going to suck more, right? Maybe if you go the other way and have the simulation be of your, you know, computing experience, maybe somehow there could be, okay, what would I do with that though? What would I actually do with that?
The Metagamma Mall is a construction of special note because
it's just a theory, chat. It's just a game theory.
Its existence was made possible by
Inscription does a little of that with IRL computer
grant
files.
of $220,000 from the Decentraland DAO, the organization that operates, in theory, as the government of the Decentraland world. The pitch was a gamified mall, and I will let their own pitch package speak for itself on some key details.
Game plus mall equals Kami Mall.
The game Super Dozrio, the vitality of the mall. The P2E economic model can incentivize users to play and earn. The first comprehensive traffic road system in Decentraland, highly compatible with customer shopping habits and Super Dozrio game. The Meta Gaming Mail is an avant-garde endeavor to blur the boundaries between game and shop activities. The game lives in the mall. The mall needs the game.
The actual product is a track that you walk along to collect coins that can be traded for wearables while a bad techno DJ repeats the instructions on an endless loop. Because space is so tight, even for large plots like this, the track consists mostly of really...
I swear, okay, like, I never really, like, I was aware of Habbo Hotel when it was a thing. I never really did all the stuff in Habbo Hotel that you do. Apparently, Habbo Hotel is, like, somehow fun if you actually have money to buy the coins for, but if you don't, you can do these weird things where you're like playing like a lottery, or you have like a in-game job, or like I never got into like the inner workings of the Habbo Hotel, but this is like that but shitty. Like the games that I've seen people play for prizes on Habbo Hotel look like more fun than this.
Obnoxious spirals, and the place is infested with bots that idle on the exact same spot until the timer resets and they can collect more coins.
It would seem that while $220,000 can get you a lot of stuff, it can't get you an experience worth doing with your own human hands.
The actual rules of Super Dogerio are oblique, and the DJ's instructions don't actually help.
Welcome. You contributed to the Habbo Wiki? I mean, like, it was like, wait, so there was fun stuff to do on Habbo. It's just like I felt like, you know, like I always thought that it was like limited if you're not. You're back, good. I always thought that Habbo Hotel was like limited somehow. Like if you're not, like you got to get that Habbo coin, right? Because I never ever like actually did anything in Habbo Hotel. I just like logged on, made an avatar, talked to people. That was like literally it. There were jobs. Yeah, I remember people talking. There were people that would be like, "Do you want a job?" And I'm just like, "What?" And like gangs or something? Are there like Habbo gangs?
MetaMine. MetaMine is a metaverse game event that will begin from 18th November at Meta Gaming Mall, Decentraland. MetaMine is a metaverse game event that will be...
Guess it's called MetaMine now? As for the mall component, I don't even know what to say.
The space is so cluttered with the extreme cyberspace aesthetic that it's barely even legible as a mall, and the whole notion is keel-hauled by the fact that this is a miserable interface for actually...
Like, he's comparing it to a dead mall, but it's not even a dead mall. A dead mall is like fun compared to this, right? Dead malls have the liminality, dead malls have the ambience or the reverse ambience or whatever. Dead malls have like water on the floor and snakes crawling around. It's great.
Buying things, which is the actual purpose of a mall.
Compared to this.
The result, an empty shopping experience plagued with bots, isn't just a dead mall, it's an undead mall, stuttering along in a parody of life.
Now, they did seek a new grant in late 2022, asking for an additional 60,000 USD to expand and revitalize the mall.
Unfortunately, the proposal was rejected $3 million to $9 million, with $7.8 million of the no votes coming from 2 people.
Sorry, Metagamma Mall. Better luck next time.
The Decentraland report is one of the most fascinating elements of Decentraland, and it breaks my heart that we can't give it the time it truly deserves. They style themselves as the first ever decentralized news network, reporting on the latest breaking news of the metaverse. Between grants and private funding, it has received over 250,000 USD, $250,000 of investment.
It is an organization operated by Kevin Clark, better known by his handle KevinOnEarth999. We'll let him explain what it means.
Decentralized news networks give the public the power to control event coverage, reporters, and how the network will evolve over time. Tokens are distributed to the public based on participation and can be used to purchase event coverage, ad space, and vote on key decisions such as the addition or removal of actual news reporters.
Just to stress this, to highlight it and make sure that you're aware, this is not us catastrophizing or editorializing. The ability for the crowd to fire reporters is an explicit feature.
Imagine if you could use a token to vote off a reporter from the news.
Oh my
You
God.
can buy the ability to fire a reporter, and that's deliberate because it gives the token resale value, which incentivizes participation. The editorial agenda of the Decentraland report is not just nominally available for purchase, it is proudly available for purchase. The Decentraland report is a news outlet that hates journalism. It takes the very messy subject of journalistic independence, the way that journalism often functions as willing collaborators with systemic power, and the reasons why we should be legitimately skeptical, alert, and literate in how we intake media, and uses that to advocate for a radical populism masquerading as neutrality. The logic is that institutions are inherently biased, therefore less institution means less bias, and no institution means no bias. Their trust model is explicitly rooted in their incompetence. Kevin's rhetoric is part and parcel with the conspiratorial thinking that leads people to trust misinformation they found on Facebook, specifically because they found it on a page that gets flagged by Facebook as misinformation. It shares a table with the belief that reporters exist to deceive the public, and so the only journalism you can trust comes from those who hate journalism.
With this decentralized approach to news, the public can take control of global narratives, focus on fact-based reporting, versus bias-based reporting, which is focused more on getting views than telling the truth.
Kevin's vision for the news is downright dystopian. It's a killer writing prompt if you're in need of ideas. So what's the product? You want to see some journalism so unprofessional that it would make even the writers at The Defiant cringe?
Any giveaways? Yeah, for sure, man. If you hang around, I'll definitely do a giveaway, man. So we just hop on in right here to Dice Masters. Highly encourage you guys, come on through. I just want to show support to Dice Masters, you know.
And then we'll kind of move it into the auction phase with, hopping from gallery to gallery.
That sounds like a great time.
As recommended by Shani, upon the passing of this grant, we agree to pay back 10% of our monthly revenue to the DAO in perpetuity until the grant amount is paid back to the DAO. That's amazing. That to me is
this?
Epic.
It's just Twitch streams.
No fucking way! Do you fucking hear that, motherfuckers? That's what the fucking metaverse was missing! Meta!
That is very true. Holy shit, that is very frickin' true. Wow.
Very frickin' valid.
That was Big Dave. Says Big Dave is talking. Listen the fuck up. Wow. That was wow. Wow. That was sound check. You gotta be kidding me. That was freaking sound check. You gotta be kidding me.
I know, right? It's pretty disappointing that after all that talk about the philosophy of journalism, this ship runs aground over the fact that nothing remotely worth reporting happens in Decentraland in the first place.
God,
so
I mean,
the risk of journalistic malpractice is...
That was what I was thinking in the very beginning.
Functionally zero. Despite the lofty ambitions of the network, these guys are ultimately harmless. They're just small streamers cosplaying as reporters while hanging out with their handful of regulars talking about the video game they like to play. That said, there's still a story here. They still raised $250,000, right? Did that at least pay someone? Well, no. Reporters aren't paid as such. They get paid in the report token and they get a cut of the organization's monthly revenue on Expand, a crypto meets Twitter meets Patreon platform.
At the time of writing, that's around $120 total. Expand takes a 10% cut, there's another 10% cut for their grant repayment, a phrase that shouldn't exist, and then the remainder is split 9 ways. There's the possibility of one-time donations on top of that, which get cut the same way, but on average the individual reporters are looking at about $10 a month.
This isn't a great deal, especially since the reporters, need to provide their own equipment.
So it's no surprise that Kevin has failed to draw in any Pulitzer Prize winners. Who he's ended up with is an ensemble of Decentraland users who just want to grow their stream by associating with an org. They're all broadcasting from their personal Twitch streams. What they get from the org is the DCLR branding, which, it doesn't draw in the crowds. Every single stream we caught had extremely low viewership, almost always fewer than 10 viewers, often under 5. Kevin's personal and DCLR branded YouTube channels don't fare any better. A video is a success if it breaks 100 views. So where on Kevin on Earth?
I mean, I could have predicted that too. It's just there are streams that are talking about things in the real world, and as much as it's just 5 to 10 that this is super niche, right? And I guess you could draw some people into that niche. Some people you could make the shittiest game in the world and some people would get into it. I know, because I like SMT DX2. It's a terrible game, but I love that it's terrible. But so you know what I mean? If you did a stream around that, you could draw me, right? I would watch your stream if you were playing DX2.
Did the money go?
But
okay.
Yeah, you're never going to get more than 5 to 10 of me is the problem.
The reporters only get paid from the expand pot. DCLR doesn't buy them lights or webcams. The only thing left to even spend it on is Decentraland itself?
No!
The Decentraland report is the perfect
God.
showcase of Web3's ability to cause money to just evaporate. The build is called the Meta Flower, which is a reference to an NFT of a super yacht from other metaverse candidate The Sandbox that sold... Know what? Doesn't matter. Using allegedly very expensive tech, the flower is intended to develop and bloom as the number of subscribers on the expand page grows. Of course, we need to take Kevin's word on that because the count is currently 22 followers towards the goal of 10,000, so the building has remained in its initial form. What we're left with is this. We've got walls laced with Kevin's prized NFTs, 2 platforms that I am assured are the studios where presenters are intended to stand, the decision room where the DCLR DAO members will meet once the DAO gets some, and then we have the butthole tunnel that takes us to an alien in a rice paddy hat who tells us that we need to save the Decentraland report by gathering news juice. And it turns out that news juice means... Please follow Kevin and Pals on Twitter.
Wait, are you sure news juice isn't just
Kevin's in here twice.
Are you sure we're not just talking about alien butthole juice?
Strangely, there's no news in the DCLR HQ. What they do give you is a link to an entirely different 3D web application called OnCyber.
Look, so honestly, a butthole tunnel is the most interesting thing they've mentioned so far. Right? By far, the butthole tunnel is my favorite.
Sitting there, computer frying from running Decentraland, and if you want to see some news at the Metaverse News building, Kevin wants you to open up another 3D site that loads up 24 YouTube videos at once and then crashes Firefox entirely. It's absurd.
Okay, wait,
Needless to say, the Decentraland build contributes extremely little to the utility of running a news network. We don't know precisely how much this whole thing cost beyond about $35,000 for the land, but given that the $127,000 in grants are reasonably well accounted for, it would seem that, after the boring stuff like building the website and Twitch assets, this as a whole represents Kevin's $126,000. So let's focus on those grants. Kevin received 4 grants from the Decentraland DAO. 2 were to hire an editor for DCLR, both paid the editor $50 per edit in mana. Then there was a $5,000 grant in September of 2021 to create unique in-game jackets for reporters as a milestone reward for 6 months' work. And then there was the big one, a $120,000 US grant in stablecoins to build the back end for DCLR's reward system. Since decentralized news is all about rewarding participation, including viewership, you need to build that system. Pretty much the same tech that handles Twitch drops to service a community of 30 people. The decentralized philosophy of the project demands this type of massive, inefficient system exist as a starting point. You can't expand into these solutions naturally. So Kevin spent $35,000 on land, potentially $91,000 on the studio build, $5,000 on jackets, and $120,000 on this reward system, and then went back to the grant program looking for another $240,000, 32 of which was allotted to reporter equipment and included salaries for a marketing director, content manager, graphic designer, and so on. In what would seem to have been the only lucid moment in the fever dream of the grant scheme, Kevin was told no. 2 more reduced proposals have also been rejected. You know what we haven't talked about in a while? Chocolate. I mean, sure, Lindt has their metaverse, but surely chocolate giant Hershey wouldn't be left behind. Well, if you've got a craving, you're in luck. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from the Sugar Club, you can experience Hersheyverse, the official metaverse holiday home of Hershey chocolates of India and the Philippines. Sure, this plot may look microscopic, but boy howdy is there a lot to do. For one, you can talk to the shopkeepers inside and they'll send you a link to Amazon. But there's also gamification. There's a quest. It's time for a treasure hunt. Just hop up here and bounce over here and click on this and ride the elevator and click on the camera and you can get your very own official Hersheyverse wearable. An NFT on the frequently exploited Polygon blockchain. It would appear that this hat has been claimed generously about 500 times.
Wait a minute. Can I just check on something? Chat, I think that we were in Minecraft the whole time today, right? Now, obviously, I'm playing Minecraft now, but I wasn't when the stream started, and that's not the main thing that I'm doing here. I'm pretty sure if I check on the category, it's going to say Minecraft, and I'm pretty sure that the whole time I just effed myself so hard, right? The entire day, I did this, right? I did this to myself. I am very disappointed in myself. All I would have had to do was change categories, right? Because, like, basically what I told everybody the entire day was that, like, oh, hey, don't worry. If you're interested in, like, seeing React content or something like that, it's not going to happen. It's all Minecraft. Like, right? The category was in Minecraft. No, Zara, I am not allowed to blame a mod for this. This was my doing, and no one else's doing. This was my silliness, and no one else's silliness. Like believing that this freaking seed was going to take me to the deep dark. Everybody makes mistakes, says Hannah Montana. I feel so ridiculous, right? Like, I mean, I guess, I don't know. No. And why did I go down here without... Oh my god, I don't even really have any food! Oh my god, I'm so silly. Okay, well, that was silly. We just want to get to the ancient city. We just want to see the ancient city. Wait, if you change it to Minecraft, it'll become... Yeah, I guess you can change it to just chatting without much problem. But the funny thing is, when it gets changed to Minecraft and anything other than my dashboard, it says Minecraft instead. That's what I was saying is when I started playing Minecraft yesterday. I was like, okay, I just gotta remember. Just switch it out when I'm done, because Most of the time I'm going to be doing reaction content, not Minecraft, so it makes the most sense to switch out of Minecraft as soon as I'm done playing Minecraft, but I didn't think of that. I did not think of that. Okay, so how far down are we? Oh yeah, we're close. We're close to the level where ancient cities can spawn. Oh, can we go lower? We can. Oh my god, though. Oh my god. Negative 48. Okay, we're close. But I mean, I don't know. That doesn't mean there's gonna be one down here.
But once you claim your extremely ugly hat, you get one last quest to extend your time in the Hersheyverse. You see, the treasure chest needs opening, and the keys won't find themselves, so you just talk to the shopkeepers and pick up the keys off the ground and click the thing, and you gain the ability to fly. And by fly, I mean that if you double jump, an invisible platform spawns under you and lifts you up to a predetermined height where you can jump to one of the clouds and take control of the chocolate cannon, which may or may not work. Brands love the metaverse, or at least that's the story. Samsung, Nissan, Vodafone, Snapple, Citibank, Pedigree, Hershey, Mountain Dew, Trident, Sour Patch Kids, Atari, Miller Lite, JP Morgan, everyone's getting in on the metaverse. Now what that means is extremely flexible. We've already dipped into Hersheyverse, but what else is out there? It's weird, man. Atari has probably the best looking location of any of these, but it still principally consists of a large faux social space full of furniture that you can't interact with. Wait, have I even mentioned that yet? Yeah, you can't sit on chairs in Decentraland. The whole goddamn world is built of nothing but hangout spots, and you can't even roleplay sitting around a table unless you buy the user-created sit emote from the marketplace. Otherwise, in the Atari Stronghold, you have a slate of links that all take you out of Decentraland and a couple wearables that are no longer available. The only thing to actually do here is play one of the 4 variants of Breakout and feel the gnawing, cold reality seep into you as you realize that Decentraland is such a monumental failure as a platform for socialization, for commerce, and for gaming that it can't even handle properly emulating Breakout, a game from 1976 that you can play on goddamn Google Images.
Oh my
Steve
god.
Wozniak built Breakout 50 years ago to run on 44 TTL chips and a ham sandwich, and that's still somehow too demanding a gaming experience for Decentraland. The Onyx Lounge by JP Morgan Chase, built in March 2022 and described by Fortune
it's not Zara's fault, it's my fault.
Bet on a metaverse future that could be worth trillions, was originally staffed only by a wandering tiger, but has since been replaced with a cramped reading lounge. The DCL branch of HSBC is a unique kind of awful, with this deeply unsettling robot receptionist and stairs with no collision, with the only problem being that it's not clear if this is an
There's
official
something
HSBC
like, okay, so when you start to talk about like the idea that like the things that you'd want to do in a virtual space are undoable, and that the only workaround is that you gotta pay extra. Oh, would you like to sit at a table? Would you like to interact with the furniture? Well, you're gonna have to buy a sit emote, and those emotes don't come free. You know, you got into the metaverse for free, but if you want to sit down on the furniture, if you want your avatar, your stinky little avatar, do they still have no legs, or is that just a Facebook metaverse thing? Do you remember the whole thing about like no legs? Like they don't have, they couldn't work out how legs should work. And so they didn't, oh my god, no, don't kill me. Don't kill me, don't you kill me either, don't any of you kill me, you all killed me instead. Oh my god. I just want to find the freaking Forbidden City metaverse. Meow.
Project or not, since impersonation is trivial and even the official builds are glitchy and weird because it's Decentraland, everything is glitchy and weird. Particularly though, as you go through a lot of these, you start to notice a few trends. First is a subject that we'll talk about at length later, which is that discussion of these ventures rarely feature anything meaningful. They don't tend to tell you how to actually find the location and tend to downplay the product itself, typically limiting visuals to a wide screenshot of an exterior, if anything at all. Fortune didn't even bother to mention the tiger. It's really more about the headline than the actual space. Second is a trend of dispersion. It's not Hershey's that's in the metaverse, it's Hershey's, India and Philippines. It's Nissan, Italy. It's Vodafone, Turkey. Third is a trend towards the temporary. While the Atari Metaverse headquarters is still standing and the Onyx Lounge by JP Morgan Chase still sort of technically exists, most of these aren't actually brands moving to the metaverse, they're just promotional campaigns. The Snapple Stronghold, Miller Lite Metal Light Bar, and Hersheyverse are already gone.
And look, we've heard there aren't, a lot of people inside the metaverse yet, but marketers say it's gonna be a very big deal.
The Metaversity of Steakum came and went in about 2 months. The Trident Vibe x Sour Patch Kids Chew the Vibes dance party has been replaced by an office for Mozus Worldwide, the ad agency that built it. While a few corporations jumped in early and actually bought land, that ship has seemingly already sailed, and now the impetus for this isn't originating with the brands, but with the digital ad agencies that they hire, who then toss in a Decentraland activation as part of the package, a way to recoup some value from the land that the ad agency bought. Fourth is that they just overwhelmingly suck and need to constantly direct users out of Decentraland in order to accomplish anything. The Nissan experience will let you book a test drive in Italy if you click a link to open their existing website. The Atari store opens Atari's actual store. The Pedigree Fosterverse lets landholders create a metaverse duplicate of a real dog in a partnered shelter in need of a forever home. The Metaverse dog serves as a digital billboard leading to the dog's Adopt-a-Pet page. Of the 3 dogs the platform lists at the time of writing, all 3 have long since been adopted out, but their listings remain because the incentive for landholders to participate is to get a Pedigree branded dog on their parcel, so the Metaverse dogs are doomed to beg for adoption for all eternity. So what does that all mean? Well, the obvious but speculative narrative is that ad agencies that have a stake in the success of the metaverse are approaching brands in smaller markets and pitching them on a version of the future and dazzling them with some cooked numbers. They point to articles in real outlets like Fortune with titles referencing a $1 trillion future, and like, in the face of that, can you even afford the possibility of being wrong? It's the lamest version of Pascal's wager. Back on the Genesis Plaza Spawn platform, we've got these pillars that I've shown but not really talked about yet. These are Decentraland's solution to discoverability in their metaverse, or, well, at least one of their attempted solutions. As already mentioned, the Classics pillar includes Dragon Rush in the coveted bottom spot where you can actually interact without needing to crank the camera or use the awkward skeuomorphic buttons. On the right-hand side, though, is the Crowds pillar, and for the last year, one location has dominated that bottom slot. Ice Poker the Stronghold, which routinely boasts over 100 attendees, often pushing 200. Now, that number is middling in isolation, but by the standards of Decentraland, where 12 qualifies as a crowd, it's pretty meaningful. Of course, a ton of those attendees are idle at the default spawn location, but let's not ruin the fun. As for the legality of this, well, the opinion of Decentra Games Singapore-based lawyers is that it's not gambling under relevant statutes, thus they don't need a gaming license to operate. The important thing here is that the only thing in Decentraland that seems to be actually successful is outright just a casino, and regardless of the sentiments of Jock Law LLC, the community seems to be taking it for what it clearly is.
So as you can see, I've earned $2.98 from playing. And honestly, I've only been playing the casino for a couple of days.
The odd thing is that it's seemingly
Not gambling.
only the poker tables at that. Like really, it's just this one specific casino. There's a whole bunch of different casinos around the gambling zone, basically all of them owned by Decentra Games under the ICE brand, but the Stronghold is the only one anyone's ever in. Turns out, that's because they already ran into legal problems. You used to be able to gamble on the slots at Tomonoya with your cryptocurrency directly, but between glitchy behavior that would eat transactions, high service fees, long wait times to resolve bets, and, most critically, some pointed letters from various regulatory bodies, the Stronghold is the only location that supports the current brown bag policy, and it only has poker. All the others have been converted to free play. You can still go over to the aquarium and play blackjack, but you will do so alone. These people are not here to play, they are here to gamble. When discussing Decentraland, it's hard to overlook the subject of its abysmal user base. Indeed, the biggest story to come out of Decentraland in 2022 was drama over DCL's metrics. In October 2022, crypto outlet CoinDesk reported on DappRadar's data that claimed Decentraland had as few as 38 daily active users. Decentraland fired back in a blog post scrutinizing the data, calling it misinformation, and pushing their own value of 8,000. This back and forth continued, with CoinDesk releasing the final word on the subject in January 2023, with their research suggesting an active daily user base of 810. Now, it's tempting to fall into this whirlpool as apparently CoinDesk did for 3 months and litigate the definition of a user, but let's head this off at the pass. Whether Decentraland has daily activity of 40 users, 800 users, or 8,000 users is irrelevant.
The point remains
in their
the same.
business, these are all the same number. Emotionally, it feels like a significant difference, but let's give some context to these numbers. At 810 users, it's competing with Lord of the Rings Online, and it has a fraction of the users of Fishing Planet, which, it's Fishing Planet. The most generous numbers for Decentraland put it in competition with Star Wars: The Old Republic. All of these values are just Steam users. It doesn't include the users who access the games directly through their dedicated launchers or on other platforms, so these numbers are inherently conservative. Now, despite having these varying player counts, these games all have fundamentally the same business model. They are operating a micro MMO. If you ever wonder how dead MMOs survive, it's by running tight ships. These teams, often small, inherit a product that was hugely expensive to produce 5, 10, 15 years ago, and they are tasked with maintaining it in order to support a small but loyal user base. It is possible for Runes of Magic to be profitable off the back of a single-digit number of whales, people who just really like Runes of Magic. The same is true for Fiesta Online or Lotro. So it doesn't matter what Decentraland's true daily user count looks like, because any number they've ever pushed falls into the same band of long dead MMO. The The fact that Decentraland has a similar user base to DC Universe Online is the red flag that most people notice first. Daybreak Game Company is a game developer that currently owns and maintains numerous old MMOs, including EverQuest, DC Universe Online, and Lord of the Rings Online. This is a tough business, and in December of 2020, Daybreak was acquired by Enad Global 7 in an agreement valued at $300 million. So this company that owns and maintains all these MMOs that are all individually comparable to Decentraland's user base is meant to be worth a fraction of Decentraland?
And this is the story behind the company worth nearly $10 billion at the market peak.
It's been said numerous times before, but it shouldn't be left unsaid here. Decentraland's purported value, based on the market cap of its cryptocurrency, is completely disconnected from reality. Decentraland's product is clearly trash. As a video game, it struggles to set itself apart from Inferna, an MMO that advertises itself as an underdog off of the back of its 3-man dev team. So Decentraland goes all in on the speculation, on narrative. Its value has nothing to do with what Decentraland is today, but what it will be, and what it did do when you weren't watching.
Because the metaverse in its more mature form will be a lot more advanced than this and be a lot more sophisticated than this, but this really is how it starts. This is the beginning of it, and this is going to be the shape of things for the next 20, 30 years. I genuinely believe that.
The way that crypto users talk about Decentraland is so dissociated from what you yourself witness that it seems like they're talking about an entirely different thing. Like, is this it? Is this the billion-dollar virtual world? Surely I must be missing something.
I'm sorry you don't like to make money here in the network.
Oh, look who's trending.
Like so much of Web3, Decentraland has weaponized its speculative
streaming.
element since they are the future. The product
Look
as
who's
it exists
streaming.
now borders on irrelevant. The proposed inevitability
Get
of the
in there. We're
metaverse
gonna raid
is
into
their
foldable
greatest
humans. That's
asset
right.
because
That's right.
They
Thank
don't
you
even
for
need
hanging
to
out
try.
with me. Listen.
This is the everything-proof shield that Decentraland users have created to guard from criticism.
I am so embarrassed. All right, we got stuff to cover tomorrow. We're going to talk about iDubbbz. It's actually a really interesting subject. iDubbbz is old school, was a commentary person back in the day, has done a lot of messed up stuff, but right now is hated by the commentary community. Vosh has talked about iDubbbz, challenged to the left to say, I don't think that they have any interest in rehabilitating somebody like iDubbbz. I have some stuff to say about the whole situation, right? And my understanding too is that iDubbbz is not a political creator, so I don't know why Vosh is talking about rehabbing him. Is iDubbbz gonna become like a debate streamer or something like that? Is Vosh trying to, just get a interview or what with iDubbbz? We're gonna find out, right? And we're gonna take a look at that. I feel like there's something else that I'm supposed to cover too. We'll cover that tomorrow. Sorry for the stream being as small as it was today. It was all because I was in Minecraft the whole time. I wasn't in just chatting. Anyway, say hi to Foldable Human for me. And that's this person that was that's Foldable Ideas. Bye.